In the new year of 2020, the world shuddered at the nightmare that appeared through the split heavens. Unknown monsters invaded the earth, but people were given a chance to survive. Those who managed to pass the labyrinth and gain skills will be able to save themselves and save humanity. However, first you will have to choose the difficulty level. Anyone can survive on easy mode. In normal mode, you will have to fight for your life. The survival rate in hard mode is only 1%, and it is almost impossible to survive in solo. The more difficult the level, the stronger skills you can get. Kang Tasan chose the easy level and became the strongest there. He managed to acquire skills in the labyrinth that no one had even heard of. However, due to the easy level, this is not enough. He failed to stop the extinction of humanity and was mortally wounded himself. But at the last minute of his life, he had an amazing opportunity. This time, he will be even stronger, because he is going to go through the labyrinth alone. The three monsters who were feasting on their prey noticed Kang Tasan's presence and were determined to increase their meal. The system informed the hero about the intentions of the 435th, 221st, and 222nd monsters. However, the boy has met so many of them on his way that he would like to disable this function of naming each monster. Obsessed with hunger and the desire to kill, the monsters rushed at the main character, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth. Tessin was hardened to such things, so it did not frighten him for a moment. The boy activated his addition and multiplication skills and was ready to face the attackers. Just a few swings of the sword, and the job was done. The monsters flew to pieces. Having reached the fortification, the main character knocked on the gate, and a smiling boy opened it for him in an instant. Him Jung Yun completed the maze on high difficulty, but he admired easy player Kang Taesang, whom he greeted with a wave of joy. The protagonist's nerves could no longer stand it, and he asked to send someone else. But the young man explained that no one could do it except him, and then asked what happened to the man who ran away. Kang Taesan said that he was eaten by scavengers, and Him Jung Yun was very surprised because it was too fast for a high difficulty player. The main character could not do anything, because when he found the fugitive, the monsters were enjoying their meal. And there were 3 A-rank monsters. Players on hard difficulty level are strong, but even one A-rank monster can match this one in strength. The fact that such powerful monsters were lurking nearby alarmed Him Jung Jina, and he was going to immediately find and destroy them. But there was no need for this because Kang Tasan had already dealt with them. And that was good news. The main character was already very hungry, so he immediately went to the dining room. But the young man decided to ask at what level the boy plays. His abilities and strength did not match the easy level, so Him Jung Yun couldn't believe that Kang Taesang was an easy player. To convince the friend, the hero said that there were many other players in the labyrinth with him, so you can ask them for confirmation. But this was not an option, because all the Izzies, except for Tessin, died. And those that sometimes appear, die of wounds in a few days. Him Jung Yun still couldn't fathom how a light player could survive there. Even normals have a hard time. Therefore, Kang Taesan's calmness seemed suspicious. The young man continued to ask how the hero managed to become so strong. The boy passed the labyrinth on difficult level, but he was no match for the Hyung in strength. But the explanation for this was simple. The main character believed that the weakness of the rest is that they are simply all lazy. Kang Taesan's not-so-good mood instantly deteriorated when he saw that potatoes were again served for lunch. He kept hoping that those responsible for the food would manage to grow at least sweet potatoes or corn. Him Jung Yun explained that potatoes are cheaper and easier to grow. In addition, they have certain restrictions on distribution. The young man was surprised that Hyung had not yet mastered the schools of rapid cultivation. But Kang Taesan reminded that he was an easy player, so he didn't even have a chance to get such a skill. But he didn't worry because wherever they went, there was food everywhere. Suddenly, men's voices started coming from the yard. One of them shouted that it was not true, and the other tried to calm him down. No one had any doubts. It's just that someone has come back from cleaning again and can't believe that the earth now looks like this. Kang Taesan was not going to interfere where he was not asked, and continued to eat. He thought that the noisy boy would soon be arrested and reprimanded for disorderly conduct. However, Him Jung Yun thought that Hyun would have to intervene because a hard-level player had arrived. Later, they began to call the main character from the yard because the quarrel had already turned into a fight and no one could cope with the newcomer. There were already several victims among those who tried to tell the boy the truth. But he didn't lie. Li Jang is angry. Chun thought he was being played and still didn't believe it was planet Earth. He was convinced that everything should have ended after the last raid. As he was leaving the dining room, Kang Taesang asked where Li Thay was who should have dealt with everything a long time ago. and a man nearby reported that the girl had gone to scout. A volunteer was found again, who also tried to explain to the young man that while he was in the labyrinth, the world had changed a lot, and there was nothing you could do about it. But he barely managed to finish like Li Jang Chun punched him in the face, telling everyone to stop lying to him. The main character assessed the situation and realized that it was impossible to do without his intervention. Him Jung Yun wished Hyun good luck. The young man was already happy that a portion of Tessin would go to him, but the hero warned that if he ate a potato, he would pay for it with his life. Approaching the newcomer, the main character began to say that humanity is really in danger of extinction, but he again told everyone to stop lying to him. Li Jang Chun was sure that this was not planet Earth, because such a powerful number of players would definitely be able to stop a bunch of monsters. The main character was silent on this, because there was nothing strange in his words. The thing is, most players who return to Earth after the labyrinth go crazy because they can't accept the new reality. This happens quite often, however. It is impossible to get used to it. And in this case, there is only one way out. Tessin will have to give the newcomer a good kick so that he finally understands that he is not being joked with here. A challenge to a duel from an unknown person awakened Li Jang Chun was even more angry, but he agreed to fight. When the newcomer learned the name of the opponent, he remembered that he had seen messages from him quite often in the general chat. The main character there constantly warned about the danger and what better attack to use against specific monsters, and also wished good luck. Li Jang Chun knew well that Kang Tasan was an easy player, and he was amused that he was challenging hard, because the difference between them was like heaven and earth. But the main character advised to leave empty chatter and get down to business. Before the fight, he promised that in case of defeat, he would show the newcomer the true reality that he was looking for. Zhang's anger Chuna ignited, and he activated his magnification skill, which increases the attack by half. Then he warned that if the enemy dies, it will not be his problem. Next, the hard player activated concentration, which gives accuracy to the blows, and strong strike school, which allows to increase the damage potential. Seeing the skills that Li Jang has Chuna, those around him were convinced that he really is strong. But this did not alarm the main character at all. He calmly stood by himself and did nothing even when the enemy rushed to attack. At the time of the impact, the system reported that Kang Taesan had activated the skill Nullify the First Strike, and this attack did not cause any damage to the boy. In Li Jang's head, Chun was wondering how, and the whole and unharmed protagonist, holding the opponent's blade with his hand, just asked if that was all. Trembling took over the novice's body. He had never heard of such a skill before, and could not even imagine that his strike might not work. But now it's time for Kang Taesan to strike. Even though Li Jang Chun activated the resistance school, which reduces damage by 50%, he felt a lot of pain. And all because the skill of the easy player, the Last Judgment, bypasses any defensive skills of the enemy. The hero hoped that this would be enough, and the enemy received only 49 points of damage. However, the newcomer took up his position again, and repeated that Tessin would not be able to overcome the huge difference in statistics between easy and hard. And it was logical for him to think so, because 49 points of damage compared to 10,000 HP seems meager. Therefore, Kang Taesan decided to add a boost to double the damage. Then he activated multiplication and increased the damage by 4 times. And before all this, he activated the Last Judgment skill, which bypasses all the enemy's defensive skills. Hard's audacity and self-confidence went somewhere in an instant, and he wanted to stop the main character. But Tessin understood that the warning had already been applied and did not bring any results, so he did not retreat. The boy delivered his blow to the back of the novice's head, and he fell to the ground with such force that it split under him. The impact energy began to dissipate, and the system reported that Li Jang Chun was dealt 9,604 damage. Kang Taesan hoped that now the novice had come to his senses and realized that this was actually the planet Earth. As soon as he got up, Jang Chun repeated the phrase again, so that everyone would stop making fun of him. He could not, and perhaps did not want to accept this truth. Tears flowed from the eyes of the hard player. He didn't want to see the world like that, and if he had known, he would never have gone to clean the labyrinth. Once there was peace on Earth. But one day the heavens opened, and hordes of monsters poured down on the Earth. Each person had to choose between low difficulty, normal difficulty, high difficulty, and the lonely path. Immediately after choosing the difficulty level, players entered the labyrinth, and they could return to Earth only after cleaning it. Everyone had a burning desire to quickly pass all the tests and return to normal life on their planet. However, when they returned, they saw a completely different reality. The native planet was in a state of ruin, where monsters lurk. Kang Tasan saw no other option than to try to save this world and humanity as a whole. As soon as the battle was over, Gim smiled. Jung Yun rushed to congratulate Hyan on his success. He was glad that he was able to see the hero in action. The news about reality always hits the players very hard, who fight with all their might for life in the labyrinth. But after passing it, they realize that there is no safe world anymore. Kang Tasan caught his potato and said that he didn't see anything special in teaching one weakling. And in general, he did not want to interfere in this matter because now he has to eat dinner cold. Inquisitive Him. Jun Jin said that it was not Li Jang Chun is weak and Hyung is quite strong. And the boy would like to know where Easy, the player of the multiplication and last judgment schools, against whom no defense helps, and resetting the first strike is not known where it came from. I got the impression that these are generally cheats. How many? While finishing his potatoes, Kang Tae-san explained, in a calm voice as usual, that he got all this thanks to hard work. The gates to the town opened again, and the heroes thought that some newcomer had arrived again. However, in a few seconds it became clear that they were wrong. This time, people happily welcomed a girl named Lethi and she returned from the reconnaissance hole and unharmed but not empty-handed. Who would have thought that such a cute and beautiful girl would turn out to be a real master in the fight for the survival of humanity? Each time the young lady brought some object with her, and some simply amazed the imagination. She seemed to be trying her best to recreate a normal life in a small fortified town. However, Kang Tae-san did not understand how one could think about interior decorations at a time when humanity is threatened with extinction. He never liked this girl's love for all kinds of luxury. Monsters are lurking in the streets, and she managed to convey such a large painting without a single scratch. But she is the only one who cleared the labyrinth quickly. It also did not fit into the hero's head why the girl was the strongest among all the players. Li Tae-an, sitting on a luxurious red chair, just said that at such times it is useful to get excited about something. And she advised Kang Tae-san to also find a hobby. For the hero, it sounded simply ridiculous because he had absolutely no free time. That is why he decided to immediately ask why the girl called him. Li Tae-an just wanted to make sure it was really T-san who taught the newbie. Few would believe that a low-difficulty player could teach a high-level player. At the same time, the girl turned on the system and showed the boy her characteristics. The hero decided that she was bragging because her indicators were simply amazing. Li Tae-an is currently level 258, HP, 45810, mana, 7020, strength, 10152, attack, plus 5421, defense, plus 8456. The system also showed that the heroine is in a state of anxiety. It wasn't bragging. Li Tae-an wanted to see Kang Tae-san's characteristics as well, and the hero did not resist, although he still believed that the girl was flexing in front of the pathetic easy player. The guy is currently at level 57. His HP, 1021, mana, 820, strength, 105, attack, plus 49, defense, plus 58. And the system determined that Kang Tae-san was at rest. After reading all the indicators, the girl admitted that he was really miserable, and the hero took it as a challenge. Then, to calm the boy down, Li Tae-an repeated that she just wanted to see the specs. Then she added that for an easy player, his stats are even very good. The maze is divided into 4 levels of difficulty. When a player passes this stage, their growth stops. It was simply impossible to become stronger later. That is why there is such a noticeable difference in performance between difficulty levels. Most of the hards had scores 1,000 times higher than Kang Tae-san's. However, none of them could withstand his blow. And all because the main character had special skills. And how special they are, Li Tae decided to check in. She asked the boy to stand still, and at the same time, she activated the skills Magnification and Doubling, increasing the attack power by 2.5 times. Also in her repertoire was the Perfect Accuracy skill, which she also activated. The accuracy of the attack was 100%, and Li the N dealt an incredibly powerful blow to the main character. Kang Tae-san had to use the skill Nullify the First Strike. Thus, the damage from the attack was 0. But the main character did not understand why the girl did it. By the way, skills can be obtained regardless of the level of difficulty. After verifying that the boy does indeed have special skills, Li Tae-an said she did it for fun. First Strike Reset, Last Judgment, Exponential Attack, Simple Time Stop. These were all complete cheats. How many? As the girl thought. And the hero had about 230 of them. Kang Tae-san had already explained that he gained all his skills in the labyrinth by advancing with a special strategy. And by his example, The girl realized that they all should have studied the labyrinth more carefully while they were there. It was necessary to concentrate on getting as much power as possible, and not rush to clear it. Thinking about it was correct, but in vain, because that stage was already in the past, and no one could go back to go through it again. Li Taean didn't quite agree with this opinion, but she wasn't going to explain why either. She simply said that Kang Tae-san was incredible, and if he had chosen the lone difficulty from the start, then victory for humanity would have been guaranteed. The hero himself regretted his choice a million times, but then he could not do otherwise. Kang Tae-san rocks are high level, but the effectiveness of almost all of them depends on the level of the specified characteristics. The hero heard the phrase that if the guy had chosen the high level of difficulty, or the lonely one, then everything would have been different. Many saw incredible potential in him, and Tae-san himself was convinced that he could achieve much more. In other words, the main character couldn't use his unique abilities to even half their potential. These thoughts never left Kang Tae-san, so he didn't want to remind himself one more time of how wrong he was. It wouldn't change anything, so the boy asked Li Tae, "It is better to be straightforward and tell what was learned from the patrol." The girl's words sounded like a sentence for the hero. She said that there will be a new wave soon. Terrible pictures from previous experiences flashed in the boy's memory, but he did not panic. He wanted to hear what exactly was waiting for them, although already on a subconscious level he understood that, most likely, they would not survive this attack. By wave, players mean a massive attack of monsters. With each such wave, people lost territory and many fighters. Seoul was lost in the first wave. In the second mass attack of monsters, half of the Hards died. And in the third wave, the territory where people still lived shrank to one small town. And now the fourth wave was approaching. Li Tae-en reported that there were 2 S ranks, dozens of A ranks, and hundreds of B ranks among the monsters. Also, one apostle approaches with them. Kang Tae-san even grabbed his head. Even for Li Tae-en too, S rank monsters are a problem. In addition, there is a lack of Hards that could take on A rank monsters. And there was no mention of the apostle. It is significantly stronger than S rank. The main character did not want to believe that defeat was inevitable, but everything pointed to this. Li Tae-en tried not to despair and asked Tae-san to take on the 2 S ranks because he was the only one who could fight them, and the girl herself planned to deal with the apostle. It will be necessary to try very hard to win. Upset by such an almost unrealistic prospect, the boy set out to tell everyone about the attack. He hoped that it would give at least an opportunity to prepare mentally. The girl leader did not share this idea, because she believed that without knowing, everyone would be able to enjoy life, at least a little more. But Kang Tae-san was sure that it was better to do as he had planned, so after slamming the door, the boy left Li Tae-en. Left alone, the girl kept thinking about the fact that the hero is really strong, and it is he who will be able to lead them to victory. All this time, the girl held a stone in her hands and scolded herself for how timid she was. Even the always smiling Him Jung Yun was upset at the unexpected news of the fourth wave. Everyone knew this day would come, but it didn't make it any easier. Most fell into deep despair. There was no point in crying. Him Jung Yun resigned himself to this thought. He was glad that they managed to survive for a long time in impossible conditions. They managed to live longer than most, so it almost seemed like a blessing. Zhang was much worse Chunu, who recently arrived. He had been through so much trying to survive and make his way through the labyrinth to return to Earth. And when he finally got out of there, he immediately found out that there was very little left to live. It was a terrible fate. The boy asked how Hyung himself was feeling. He thought that the hero would rage. Humanity would not live a day without what he did. Kang Tae-sung admitted that he is so angry that it just tears him apart from the middle. Meanwhile, the portal had already opened, and a horde of monsters of the fourth wave was heading to Earth. They climbed one in front of the other, hurrying to find people among the ruins to feed on. Kang Tae-san told a friend that he had been instructed by the leader to deal with the 2 S ranks. Although he knew that he might not be able to cope, he was still determined. Friends agreed to meet in the other world, and saying goodbye, the main character went to meet the monsters. In order to get there in advance, Kang Tae-san mustered all his fighting spirit and activated long jump. The hero planned to keep the S-rank monsters away from the fortified town and deal with them in advance. Therefore, while still in flight, he activated the total observation skill and instantly determined the location of his target. Kang Tae-san landed directly in front of the monstrous creatures as he had planned. Creatures from another world immediately noticed the appearance of a person, and the system turned on the check of mental stability, self-control, fear, and instant death. All checks were passed. The hero morally withstood the meeting with the terrible creatures with the help of the life will skill. Kang Tae-san felt unshakable confidence and his body became invulnerable. Having passed all the necessary training, the boy wanted to kill the hated monsters that destroyed people's lives. Kang Taesan activated the total observation skill and hoped that none of the opponents would be defensive. But after scanning Medusa, the system reported that it is a 7th type defensive monster, and its HP is more than 148 million. The monster jumped, and landing, shrunk. His energy spread around, sweeping everything in its path. Thanks to the acceleration of movement skill, the main character managed to avoid the influence of the monster. But the boy was stunned by the amount of health of his opponent. It will take forever to clear 148 million points. To calculate the strategy, the hero decided to scan the second monster as well. Octopus turned out to be an attacking monster of the 5th type, which specializes in long-range attacks. Fortunately, his HP was only a little over 1 million. The fight with the octopus was more realistic, although Kang Taesan had no idea about this monster either. The protagonist did not hesitate and immediately rushed to the attack, severing the tentacles of the attacking creature. The first hit managed to deal 42 points of damage to the 5th type monster and 38 points to the 7th type monster. The guy realized that the damage to the tentacles was reduced, so he decided that he needed to attack in the head. But at the moment of the next attempt to strike, the octopus generated its energy in its tentacles and attacked first. Kang Taesan instantly reacted and managed to avoid damage by activating the first strike nullification skill. Now he remembered well that the 5th type monster attacks with tentacles, and they are so fast that it is almost impossible to dodge the attack. So, all that remained for the main character was to predict the trajectory. There is only one chance to dodge, and if Taesan doesn't guess, then trouble will happen. In order not to play with fate, the boy activated the acceleration skill, and breaking through the tentacles, delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's head. In this case, time was not in favor of the hero, so he decided to act more decisively. And Taesan managed to inflict 48 points of damage on the octopus again. However, he failed to get out of the position, avoiding the attack of the monster. The hero was forced to use the skill Nullify the Second Strike. The octopus immediately prepared to use the next attack, but it also had a hard time keeping up with the accelerated main character. When the 5th type monster discovered Kang Taesan's location, he was already halfway to deliver another blow. However, at this moment the Medusa monster reacted. He was protecting the octopus and therefore directed his attack at the attacker. Such coordinated work often complicated the main character's task. These creatures were sent out in pairs on purpose. But Taesan had his trump cards up his sleeve. Seizing the moment, the boy caught the monster of the 7th type and, locking it in a sphere, forced it to accept a fight. No matter how hard Octopus tried to break through the shell, he could not protect his partner. The sphere made it possible to go into battle with only one enemy, protecting those outside from attacks for 1 minute. Kang Daesang thought about what if Li Tae was with him. Well, then everything would be different. She completed the labyrinth at the loner level and has legendary gear and high stats. But the guy has to fend for himself. He activated the doubling and multiplying skills, multiplying his attack power. And then he applied the Last Judgment School. They had participated in this battle N. The defensive monster wouldn't be able to do much damage to her, so she would engage in the attacking long range first. But Kang Taesan does not have such indicators, so he has to act differently. It doesn't matter if the monster is an attacking type or a defensive type, because any of them can kill the main character with one hit. The damage in the amount of 9,604 is too small and will not be able to destroy the enemy in 1 minute of the effect of the sphere. Therefore, Kang Taesan activated Reboot of the specified faction, after which he will be blocked for 30 days. And the main character reloaded the multiplication itself, increasing the attack power by 4 times. He decided to first deal with someone who simply had an incredibly high ability to withstand damage. Rocks are the only thing he can count on, but 9,604 multiplied by 4 still does not reach 100 million. Before the very impact, the hero decided to reach the limit, because there will be no second such chance. The boy activated the copy skill, and his most powerful attack was dealt twice. The damage of the 7th type monster was 92,236,817 points. It seemed unreal, but Kang Taesan managed to destroy an S-rank defense type monster. As soon as the isolation sphere disappeared, a long-range attack monster of the 5th type launched an attack on the hero. The system reported that he was damaged in the amount of 22,543 points. Fortunately, the boy managed to activate the stamina school. It was a lethal dose of damage, but the skill canceled it out, and all damage dealt was reduced to 0 for 5 seconds. The hero has used up all his attack resets and has only 1 stamina left. That's why Taesan did not delay, but immediately rushed into the attack and inflicted 48 points of damage on the octopus. Now a hard and boring job awaits him. He hit, dodged, and so on alternately ad infinitum. There is only one problem. Taesan has a total of 820 mana, and 21 of them are already spent. In addition, he no longer has skills. He is forced to work with normal attacks, taking 1.2 million health volume drop by drop. And so the guy will have to hit 25,000 times, which seemed unreal. Day and night had already passed, and the main character continued to deal blow after blow to the 5th type monster. And there came a moment of such fatigue that I just wanted to leave this business and just fall down. But Kang Taesong pulled himself together. He had come so far and done so much work that he simply could not afford to give up. The boy was in a state of complete concentration. His consciousness and body are one. The system reported that the hero's soul was affected by a wonderful power, and he received the Height of Concentration Soul School. But since this did not happen on the territory of the labyrinth, the acquisition of this skill was cancelled and the schools were sealed. Tessin delivered another blow, dealing 48 damage to the octopus, and it was the last one. The 5th type monster was destroyed. This mission was impossible from the very beginning, but the hero managed. The gods of all dimensions could not contain their admiration for the boy's feat. Exhausted by the long and hard battle, it seemed to Tessin that it had lasted a whole month. He was so focused on killing the monster that he didn't notice how much time had passed. It was also not without injuries, but the hero completed the task, and now he can return to the rest. Only on the way did he meet the corpses of people whom he had recently seen in the fortified town. The hero was angry at his friends who died, because now he had nothing to go back for. They talked so much about being the last hards in this world. But for some reason, only player Izzy remained alive. Even Him Jung Yun went to the other world as he promised. The pain and disappointment were so deep that Tessin couldn't breathe. Images of friends who were still alive still rose in his memory. Him Jung Yun always found a reason to be happy and smile. The hero's heart pounded and squeezed. He felt so alone. The goal to which he had been walking for so long dissolved like a delusion. The last hope faded when Taesong saw Li Tian, who was sitting motionless, leaning against the fireplace wall. The strongest in the world. The only one who passed the labyrinth on the difficulty level, alone. Suddenly black, like melted tar, a burning substance began to gather in front of the girl's body. Then dark strands began to form into a body, and a giant eye stared intently at the hero. It was him. It was the apostle who killed Li Tian. And now he was going to deal with the last man on planet Earth. The system reported that Tessin's death was near, but the boy was no longer afraid of anything, and told the apostle to get out of there. The effect of intimidation was reflected. The hero used the skill concentration and unleashed all his fury in a blow that he inflicted on the hated monster. Only this did not cause significant damage to the apostle. As much as Tessin wanted revenge, he was completely exhausted. Then the monster attacked. He hit the boy in the stomach, and his essence passed through the body, causing indescribable pain to the hero. Kang Taesong could not believe that his end had come. The health reserve was 0, and the boy no longer had the strength to fight. But then the school resistance was activated, and the system announced that an unknown force would save the boy's life for 1 minute. Even the hero could not die peacefully, because this moment was postponed. Taesong could not feel his legs because the apostle pierced his spine. Stamina only delayed the moment of death, not healing, so he had to endure terrible pain. The monster left the hero and went to Li Tian, and the boy realized that it was known that the boy would die in a minute. While Taesong was chastising himself for choosing low over at least normal, a creature from another world peered through the sky. But then the boy realized that he himself would not have managed the same, so he began to blame everyone else for not even trying to become stronger by going through the labyrinth more thoroughly. They all ran away from there as quickly as possible and were satisfied with that. If they had tried half as hard as Tessin, this moment would never have come. The hero abandoned these thoughts as well, because it was useless to blame others, and all this was already in the past. He made his choice. The end of humanity is the same. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn by some glow. Looking up, he noticed the crystal in Lethe's hand, and it seems that the girl was protecting him for something, and the hero decided to do anything to get to him. The monster apostle noticed Taesong's intention and prepared to prevent him from reaching the girl. But the hero activated the skill Last Chance, which allows you to use one skill without restrictions, and ordered time to stop. The skill Simple Time Stop stopped everything around within a radius of 100 meters. And Tessin got to that stone. The system reported that it was a Bezoar Ouroboros. The Bezoar of the gods controls the cycle of life in the universe. Only its one-time use. The stone is capable of returning one person to the past. It was just a great opportunity to change everything, but the boy did not understand why Li Tian did not take this chance. When the Bezoar was in the hand of the protagonist, the creatures of another world wanted to prevent him from using the object, and the monster's paw began to crawl through the sky. Kang Taesong had hope again. It was simply an unreal opportunity that could solve almost all problems. The boy triumphantly said goodbye to the creature and activated the Bezoar Ouroboros. The gears of time turned, and the hero felt as if he was falling into an abyss, and the voices of the past came from everywhere. Among them, the loudest were the voices of the parents, who left their mark on the boy's life like a seal. Tassan saw himself as a small person, sitting, huddled, on the floor. From childhood, his parents took out their anger on the boy and repeated that he was worthless, and it would be better not to have been born at all. The hero believed in the worthlessness of his existence, no matter how terrible it was. It was because of this that the boy chose low difficulty when faced with the choice. But since then he has changed. Now he knows that he is not insignificant at all and that he has abilities. Therefore, this time he will not make such a mistake. The sense of time disappeared while the hero was in unknown space, but eventually he found himself back on planet Earth. The boy jumped up sharply and immediately took out his phone to see what day he had returned. And he couldn't believe his eyes. Tassan did indeed return to the past, namely on December 31st, 2019. It was 11 o'clock on the clock, so there was only an hour left until the new year. People on the streets joyfully walked in anticipation of the holiday. No one could have thought that the destruction of humanity would begin at the dawn of the new year. World chaos will soon come, so the hero decided to use the chance and live a normal life for a little while longer. The guy simply tasted pizza with incredible pleasure, the taste of which had long been forgotten. After the apocalypse, only potatoes and, almost inedible, monster meat remained among the food for people. Kang Tassan didn't even know what was in Li. The N is a magical item that can turn back time, and the question of why she didn't use it still remained a mystery. It seemed to the hero that the girl was one of those who would not miss such an opportunity, holding it in her hands. There were only 2 minutes left until the new year, which meant that everything would begin very soon. People all over the world are waiting for the chimes to ring, hoping that next year will be better. But unfortunately, at 12 o'clock at night, the world will turn into the worst nightmare that humanity has ever seen. And this moment has come. When the heavens crackled, everyone at first thought that some kind of show was about to begin. But in a moment they saw that a terrible monster was tearing their sky with giant claws, trying to get to Earth. When Tessin saw this for the first time, he was unspeakably frightened, just like all those people. But now he felt calm, because he knew that it was just a B-rank monster. For a hard player, he did not pose any danger. Everything happened exactly as it did the first time. After the appearance of the monster, a system appeared in front of everyone. People have been told that this world is in danger of destruction due to the invasion of hostile creatures. Any weapon invented so far is not effective against them. All television channels were bursting with news about the unprecedented catastrophe. The system asked not to be afraid, while the hellish flames of the dragon burned the inhabitants of the planet. Messages continued to come and announced that the deity had mercy on people and decided to give everyone a chance. Everyone will be faced with a choice, after which players will enter the labyrinth. By clearing it, you can gain power. Kang Tassan, who was moving against the entire crowd that was trying to escape from the monster, knew very well what it was like, their mercy. In his opinion, it was more like a desire to enjoy the spectacle. A system with a list of difficulty levels for passing the labyrinth has already appeared in front of the boy. He again felt all that insecurity and sense of worthlessness that had haunted him all his life. However, this time he was not going to give in to these feelings because there would definitely not be a second such chance. The easy level of difficulty was distinguished by the fact that on each floor of the labyrinth, there is an available variety of food and safe places. Intermediate and even weak players will be able to pass it if they try. On normal difficulty, there is already significantly less food and safe places. It is much more difficult to survive here, however. There are still great chances. A high level of difficulty can be considered a difficult test. Food and safe places are simply critically scarce. Monsters will fight with all their strength and until their last breath to kill the player. If a safe place is not found here, then a person will face a terrible death. And only in the alone difficulty mode will you have to go through the entire labyrinth in absolute solitude. A player of this level will not meet a single person on his way. There will only be monsters and NPCs in the labyrinth. Players' luck, abilities, insight, and wisdom will be tested by impossible challenges. At this level, the probability of survival is almost zero. The system advised not to choose this difficulty level for those who value life. But Tessin was already halfway there. He knew she was already there. After passing through the virtual door, the main character teleported to a place he still remembered very well. The boy was overcome with nostalgia, because so many years had passed, and he was here again. The first chat message from Kang Jun has already appeared. Hyoka. This chat is the only way for the hero to communicate with people who have chosen other difficulty levels. Thanks to this, all players could share their experiences and ask questions. This helped a lot when passing the labyrinth. After wishing the first chat member good luck, the guy closed the system window, as he would not need it anymore. Moving forward, the hero remembered the conversation with Lethi and it was from her stories that he learned that the NPCs on the alone difficulty level were not at all like those on the easy level, where they spoke in programmed phrases. NPCs at the highest level have intelligence and move freely as if they were real people. When Tassan approached the entrance to the labyrinth, he noticed that a young gatekeeper was sitting there. At a low level, he was an ordinary white-haired old man. The guard was surprised that the player arrived so quickly because he thought that he would have to wait 30 days for the player. The main character felt that this guy was much stronger than Li Taeyan, and it was just a goalkeeper. The guy introduced himself, calling himself Broken Man. His task is to introduce the player to the course of action. He also said that those who died at this difficulty level became the guards of the labyrinth, and thought that was cool. Then he added that the labyrinth is an opportunity given to people by an almighty creature, because the planet Earth is now being destroyed by monsters. Broken Man did not consider this a mercy, because he knew that if humanity were simply destroyed, then it would at least be painless. The gatekeeper's words resonated in Kang Tassan's heart. He spoke as if he had been through it all himself. And that's why Li Taeyan was right. NPCs in solitary mode are real people, and they are former inhabitants of destroyed worlds. Bokenman did not understand what was wrong with the main character. His world is being destroyed, and he shows no concern. He was already thinking of kicking the hero, and then explaining, but he decided that he was unlikely to react. Therefore, he continued to tell that there are 100 floors in the labyrinth. Every 10 floors have a very different atmosphere. You will have to find food and water yourself. Similarly with the search for any other useful information. Tassan questioned if that was really all he needed to know as he hoped to hear more. Not wanting to tell more, the gatekeeper said that in the labyrinth, the hero would meet a merchant who would introduce him to everything. Once Lethi Ann said that the NPC standing at the entrance to the labyrinth is still that rude, and if you express your displeasure to him, you can generally beat him. The girl almost died before even starting the test. That is why Tessin decided to behave discreetly. Before letting the player through, Brokenman opened a portal to give the hero an item that would come in handy for the first time. He drew a sword with one hand and a spear with the other. At the same time, the goalkeeper followed the player. Noticing that Tessin was completely calmly watching all his movements, Brokenman swung sharply and aimed his spear at the hero. The weapon whizzed by the boy's head, and the sharp point stopped just above his shoulder. The player was still completely calm and didn't even blink an eye when all this happened. After a pause, the keeper took the weapon away. It was a test, and now the guard understood that Tessin was not one to be afraid. The hero received worn leather armor, the defense of which is +1. This thing can protect against minor scratches. And a rusty sword, which will soon break, came into the player's possession. His defense is also +1. After examining the weapon, Tessin admitted that he did not like the sword, because it is made of bronze, which stunned the gatekeeper. Brockenman thought for a while, and then gave the hero another worn leather one next to him. Despite the fact that it has been used for a long time and has lost its properties, this thing can protect against a monster bite. Also, the gatekeeper said that Tessin got some skills in something else, so he recommended to check everything when he enters the labyrinth. After thanking, the protagonist finally left. After this meeting, the guard had a strange feeling. He noticed that the player was smiling, as if he wanted to start the challenge sooner. During his service as a goalkeeper on the Audnak difficulty, Brockenman met many geniuses. And none of them managed to pass the labyrinth. However, this guy is different. He is different. And it was not about talent or experience at all, but about something more thorough. And probably this is the will to live. The NPC caught himself thinking that he wanted this player to survive. In time immemorial, this labyrinth was created by a great magician. It is said that anyone who passes through it will be granted any wish. This world is isolated. Terrible creatures move silently and kill everything in their path. The system warned that everything is against the hero here. But whoever manages to pass through this deep and dark hell will receive a great reward. A few meters later, the hero reacquainted himself with the rules, and was already standing at the threshold of the first floor of the labyrinth. The system warned that the monsters that live here die from barbed blows, however, they are not as strong as they seem. There are many secret places in the labyrinth. When clearing a floor, the reward depends on the number of mysteries explored. And Tessin was ready to give his all. The task of the first floor is to kill the boss to go further. The reward is a random stat boost potion. From conversations with the former leader, the hero knew that there is a merchant at each difficulty level. And on Iza, the hero usually bought potions from him. Tali Taean said that at the Odinak level, everything is different. The merchant has a large assortment. And Tessin thought that the girl was just bragging. But to confirm it, She showed a black bracelet, which is a very strong artifact and reduces damage by 50%. The merchant had much more interesting things to do, but Lethi, it was not affordable. She didn't earn that much gold. Before entering the merchant's shop, Tessin remembered the girl's words that if he bought all the best from the merchant, he would be stronger than her. Even then, the boy did not attach any importance to it, but now those conversations can help him a lot. When the main character entered, the system immediately announced that there was a lost king in front of him, and he was very surprised that the player appeared so early. The men greeted each other, and Tessin asked if the king was really a merchant, as all the counters were empty. And for some reason, the NPC reacted violently to this, saying that if he began to display all his goods, then the entire first floor would not be enough. And at the end, he added that he had no intention of showing the boy all his treasures, so he left the counters empty. The main character was somewhat stunned, because he did not see any logic in this. Why is there a merchant who does not sell anything? In a fit of anger, the Lost King slammed his fists on the table and said that he was not here of his own free will. He lost everything because of the madness that happened to his world, and is now forced to live here. And he is not going to show his treasures to such an ignoramus. Then the merchant pointed with a pipe to the passage into the dungeon, and said that when the boy shows what he is made of, then everything can change. If the main character manages to return from there alive, the Lost King will show him his wealth. Tessin realized that he only needed to survive to buy something from the merchant, but he questioned if that was all that needed to be done. Not noticing any surprise or concern in the boy, the Lost King thought he was some kind of weirdo. Usually players look at the descent into the dungeon and tremble in fear, not daring to enter, but Tessin behaved very confidently. He descended to meet the unknown as if he had no sense of fear at all. But do such people exist? All this was very strange, but the Lost King abandoned these reflections, for he was convinced that the player would not return from there. The hero was heading down the corridor, which was supposed to lead to the room. The first floor was arranged exactly as it was on the easy level. So far, Tessin saw no danger. But when he heard rustling and squeaking, he realized that he was wrong, and he would still have to fight for his life. A large rat approached the boy with incredible speed and red, bloodthirsty eyes. The hero did not expect such a meeting because this monster on the low difficulty level was the boss of the 5th floor, and here he is an ordinary mob. The big rat had just appeared, and had already managed to attack the hero, and biting his leg, inflicted damage in the amount of 10 points. This monster has low defense. However, the speed is so great that he constantly disappears from the field of view. Even all of the easy players had to fight for a long time to defeat the rat. Only now did the main character feel the difference between the solitary difficulty level and the low level. Tessin tried to hit the monster with his sword, but it managed to jump away. The rat was as fast as the hero remembered it. On the easy level, players with joint efforts chased the monster for a long time until it was exhausted. But now the hero will have to fight the big rat himself. But his feet are even lower than they were that time. Therefore, logically, he simply will not be able to defeat him. Li Taeyan said that everything was so bad that she had to run away from her enemies. None of the players on the loner difficulty level fought the big rat on the first floor. Usually such attempts ended tragically. After scrolling through the merchant's words in his memory, Kang Taesan finally understood how everything was arranged here, and the main character continued to try to hit the big rat, because the principle of rewards in the labyrinth is simple. But unfortunately the boy missed, and the big rat bit his leg again, causing 8 points of damage. If the player achieves what others cannot, and performs a feat that commands respect, then the reward will be appropriate. And despite the fact that this time the monster managed to avoid the attack again, Tessin was not going to stop because his goal is to become the strongest. The main character's next hit was very close to the big rat, but it was luck again. The guy can't catch up with the creature of the dungeon, so he can only guess where and run. There came a moment when the rat became afraid. He is also a living creature, and any living creature can be studied. Tessin began to catch the moments when the monster takes a deep breath and its muscles contract, preparing to attack. And it was at such a moment that the hero struck. Instead of attacking, the big rat was forced to retreat. This frightened the monster even more, and his mental processes began to work more slowly. Now it will be much more difficult for him to react to what is happening. Tessin has covered his calves from the rat's attack, so he will look for the easiest and most vulnerable place. Since this monster does not jump high, its nearest target will be a wrist protected by a handrail. And so it happened. After a few seconds, the rat rushed forward, aiming for the hero's hand. Tessin calculated everything correctly, and was satisfied that the creature had been caught. After all, it meant that he won. Then the boy pressed the creature to the ground with his hand, and with one precise stroke of the sword dealt with it. When the merchant saw that the boy had returned from the dungeon and not yet empty-handed, He almost fell off his chair from surprise. Moreover, Tessan came out whole and unscathed, and he was holding a bundle of loot in his hands. The system informed the hero that the meat of a large rat can be eaten if there is nothing else. And the chat was bursting with messages from Kangjun Hyoka, who expressed his displeasure after meeting with a stubborn merchant. In Lethi, it was the same situation. No one understood why the merchant behaved this way. The girl was so angry that she could barely restrain herself from hitting the lost king. But she overcame this desire because she knew that she could get something good herself. Only after meeting Kang Taesan, the merchant did not hide his surprise and still did not believe that he had returned. The guy put on the table the meat of a big rat, the quality of which is 96%, and its skin, the quality of which is 95%. And I was already interested in how much the merchant could offer for it. But the man was still surprised by the fact that the hero defeated the monster and did not run away from it. The meat and skin of the big rat were of high quality. Therefore, the trader realized that this player acted very precisely, without multiple and chaotic strikes. He had never met such a confident and skillful person. A young guy did such a thing. Now the Lost King himself wanted to show the hero his goods. But before that, he asked what Taesan would like to buy. The player said he would buy a large war shield, and again the man asked why the shield. And Kang Taesang said that simply crushing enemies with it would be much easier than trying to aim with a sword. The Lost King was more than satisfied with the answer, so he set about opening the golden door. The merchant took out the largest shield he had and asked if the hero liked it. His attack was +1, and his defense was +5. In addition, it is quite strong and can block various types of blows. It exceeded all expectations of the hero. On low difficulty, equipment of this quality can be obtained no lower than the 7th floor. But when the price of 500 gold was announced, Tessan was somewhat upset because he only had 234. The boy figured that he could make up for the shortfall by killing 7 more big rats, so he turned around and was about to leave. But the merchant stopped the hero and said that he should not worry about it because he was giving the shield to the boy. Then he took out various flasks with potions from his stocks and said that the hero could buy something else with his money. Tessan was simply stunned by what was happening now. He didn't recognize the rude merchant that Li Tae had talked about in. It was also strange that the boy decided to ask why the Lost King was helping him so much, and he was indignant, because he did not understand how it was possible to refuse a gift. And then he told the hero to consider it as an investment if it would make it easier for him to accept the good, and he insisted that the boy choose anything from the offered, because every potion will be in his pocket. Realizing that the merchant was not going to explain his motives, Tessan began to examine the goods. Most of what was offered were potions. Some restored health by 50% and cost 200 gold. Others temporarily increased strength, speed, and the like. All this is very necessary when passing the labyrinth, but at the moment the hero needs something else more. Li Tae-en said that in the alone mode, potions are hard to come by and are reserved for the higher floors. But now there is no need for them. Moreover, their purchase can slip sideways. Therefore, the boy decided not to choose anything from the proposed one. Tessan has another priority. He fixed his gaze on a simple onion. Its price was also 200 gold. And although the shooting accuracy was only 20%, the hero will definitely need a long-range weapon. Having a bow will help you avoid many unpleasant situations. Tessan did decide to sell the rat's fur, for which the merchant offered 70 gold, and buy a bow and arrows. The Lost King was again surprised. He liked this boy. Suspiciously politely, the man handed the desired product to the hero without further ado, and now Tessan did not understand what was happening at all. Then the merchant said that health in the labyrinth is not restored, but the hero already knew this. On the first floor there is a place where you can restore health, and it is called Living Source. With its help you can be treated countless times, but this is while you are on the first floor. The Lost King even marked that place on the map to make it easier for the hero to get to it. He also warned that the place was guarded by an old man who was a tyrant, but he thought that Tessan would have no problem with him. The merchant and Li Tae-en told about the spring, but peppered it all with a dose of swearing and a wish to hide there and starve to death. The main character left the merchant's bench but still tried to understand why the Lost King spoke to him in a completely different way. And the only explanation was that a man judges by actions. Li Tae-en did not manage to kill the big rat, but ran away from him, and Kang Taesan managed and returned unscathed. It was after this that the merchant's attitude changed dramatically. On his way, the protagonist met the monster again, and this time it was easier for him to defeat the creature thanks to the purchased shield. Thus the boy managed to activate the otherworldly intervention school, and he was very pleased, because he adored this skill. Along with this, the hero's agility has increased by 1 mark, and many messages came. In addition to the basic skills, The boy also received skills, which at a low level of difficulty, he managed to get only on the 20th and 40th floors. The difference between the levels was very noticeable, because Tessin had no idea that he would be able to reach such skills even on the first floor. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to the message that the mastery of the otherworldly interference skill was 100%. The hero's soul has reached a new level, and every time he wins, his soul will steal the strength of the opponent. The memory of the battle with the S-rank monsters flashed through Tessin's mind. Then he received notifications that in a state of complete concentration, a wonderful power was reflected on his soul, and he received this school. But since the hero was not in the labyrinth at that time, the otherworldly intervention was sealed. Then, in a tough battle, when the guy had to knock out 1.2 million GP with normal blows, he was very exhausted and did not pay attention to the system window that opened. And it seems that the school has opened because Tessin is back in the labyrinth. The hero didn't know if he had managed to keep all of his skills, or if only this one had been unlocked by going back in time. But he knew for sure that he just needed to go to his goal and become the strongest. Kang Tessin had already gone into the corridor at the end of which should be the living spring, but it was just incredibly long. And as expected, a large rat immediately rushed at him from the darkness. Immediately after the first, two more ran from behind. The system reported that the player was in a difficult situation, although the hero could already cope with such a monster without problems. But now there were three of them. Even with their small brains, rats understand that the three of them are stronger. However, there is one but. The system has already started checking the player's concentration and lack of fear. And as soon as the inspection was over, Kang Tessin rushed at the big rat standing in front of him with all his speed. The hero simply had no chance of making a mistake. He had seen too many times in his life how strong players were destroyed by indecision. The two rats behind also rushed at the boy, opening their bloodthirsty mouths. And at that moment, Tessin received the skill, Unshakable Consciousness. All of the hero's stats have also increased. With one accurate blow, the boy dealt with the monster, crushing it against the wall. Thanks to the successful passing of the test and increased statistics, the main character has now equaled the big rats in reaction speed. Therefore, it was already much easier for him to destroy another attacker. Defeating the two monsters also brought fruit in increasing the player's level. The third monster was now frightened, and his consciousness clouded. But Tessin already knew for sure how the enemy would act, so he waited for the moment. Everything happened as the hero predicted. The big rat took a deep breath, the muscles of his limbs contracted, and he rushed to attack. Tessin, who was waiting for the monster, thanked him for not wasting his time before striking. Finally, the protagonist reached the safe zone of the labyrinth. However, he did not forget to inspect the place first and was always on guard. Enemies cannot enter the living spring. This place was so safe that players could become lazy here. The bonus of opening a new place increased the level of intelligence by 1 and the level of mana by 2 marks. The maze is simply teeming with monsters. The only exceptions are the merchant's bench and the living source. These are the only safe places. After drinking water from the spring, the system reported that the hero had fully recovered all his indicators, and the boy himself felt as if he had slept soundly for a long time. However, this cannot replace real sleep, because if this is not done, mental fatigue will only increase. The next day, Kang Tae-san decided to check the chat, because there should be a lot of messages there during the day. And so it was. Kang Jun-hyuk, still staying near the living spring, wondered if it was necessary to return to the labyrinth. An Jae-an also did not know what to do and was going crazy, because everyone who has already gone there does not respond. Kang Dong-jun, who was playing on normal difficulty, was looking for allies to clear the first floor. The hero knew that most of the messages in the chat would be from players on the solitary difficulty level, and all because other levels have the opportunity to communicate with each other directly. A smile crossed Taesong's face when he saw the message from Li Tai-en. It was strange for him to read a text from a confused girl when until now the hero had seen her always confident in herself. And only now did he think about the fact that maybe she was never sure. Taesong remembered that when Li Tai-en opened her legs to him, despite her behavior, the girl was in a state of anxiety. The boy assumed that, in fact, the strongest girl was a coward who skillfully hid it until the very end. It's only been a day since the labyrinth opened. Solo players will begin to enter more massively no earlier than in a month. Now most of humanity is still alive. Loner rewards are matched by difficulty level. Although Li Tai-en missed out on a large number of awards, she defeated the last boss faster than anyone, and thus became the strongest of all humans. Suddenly, all the solo players turned their attention to the message from Kang Tae-san. It said that cleaning on the first floor is done in the usual way. What will happen after that, the hero did not know. He would not trust everything that is written. But even if they believe, it is impossible to say for sure how they will act. In the end, out of 10,000 solo players, only Lethi will survive N. Having closed the system, the main character himself was going to advance further. It was just necessary to strengthen. Tessan used the portal and took a piece of meat from a large rat. Its quality was 86%, and the hero did not know for sure what would happen when he tasted it. But there was no other way out, so the boy put a piece in his mouth and began to chew quickly, barely restraining the vomiting reflex. As soon as the hero swallowed, the health check gave a negative result and reported that he was poisoned. The boy began to drink quickly from the living spring. Food poisoning continuously took away health points for 2 days. If you don't drink the antidote or health potion periodically, the player will die. For a beginner, poisoning is simply terrifying. Many people die from this before crossing the threshold of the first floor, and those who manage to overcome the poisoning will write in the chat that you can eat meat only after heat treatment. The water from the living spring completely restored all the hero's stats. Food is very rare in the labyrinth, so you need to adapt somehow. Tessan again took a piece of meat and ate it. You can buy road rations from the merchant, but they are terribly expensive and in short supply. That is why labyrinth monsters will become the most available food. The hero ate a few more pieces of meat and this time passed the health check. But he was still hungry, so he continued the treat. A larger volume of food again caused poisoning. It happens that the player is forced to eat meat in situations where he is in a dangerous environment, and then this situation becomes the worst. Tessan restored his indicators again with the help of living water and was almost full, and he developed immunity from the poisonings he had experienced. Following him, the boy received a skill that is activated under certain circumstances for a long period, immunity to diseases. The hero was satisfied with the result. Currently, the mastery of the obtained skill is only 1%, but when the level is increased, it will protect Tessan from food poisoning. Although being sick all the time to improve this skill is such a pleasure. But those are the rules, and while the hero was in the safe zone, he decided to get another skill. The boy did not really want to do this, and he dared for a long time, but he was not going to back down. Holding his breath, Kang Tessan dived and held himself underwater, fighting the urge to inhale. The hero remembered that he had once heard that death by drowning is one of the most terrible and painful, and although he himself already felt the pain, he held on anyway. And when the boy was almost dead, only then did he emerge. In this way, Tessan managed to obtain the respiration hold skill. Also, he felt death so close that the system also assigned the hero the line of death school. With the help of this skill, you can increase the time of holding your breath. And this will be very useful in those places of the labyrinth where the air is poisoned. Few people guess how to get this skill, because for this you need to be underwater and almost suffocate. After looking at his stats, Tessan was surprised that his mastery in this skill was as high as 54%. The only logical explanation was that this was his performance from the past. But how is it possible that the hero managed to inherit it from himself? Maybe the point is that this school is about the mind, not the body? But then why are calm mind and insight still at the level of 1? This was not the only incomprehensible thing in the labyrinth, so the boy did not dwell on it, because he did not have time for it. There are still many skills that have not been discovered, so the hero used the portal and, taking his sword, was ready to develop the acquired skills. Kang Jun-hyuk thought Taesan was crazy when he posted in the chat how to get the breath hold skill. But the hero tried to convey that the labyrinth works according to the principle, success loves the brave. The greater the risk, the better the reward. But despite all beliefs, Kang Jun-hyuk just couldn't do it. He was aware that this would only make him worse, but he didn't dare. And as it turned out, except for Tessan, no one managed to get this skill. Meanwhile, the main character activated the breath hold skill and concentrated on the weapon. Combinations of conditions and circumstances play a big role in obtaining skills. If you use one school in a certain situation, you can get another. Applying breath hold in a stationary state and in combat are completely different things. That is why Tessan decided to develop his skill and began to train with the sword without breathing. Having made several blows on the wall of the labyrinth, the system assigned the hero a special active skill, attack while holding his breath. Tessan already had more than 10 skills, and the boy received a message congratulating him and awarding him the title of skill player. Just as the hero predicted the movements of a large rat, he can apply the same to a human. With the help of the breath attack, Tessan will be unpredictable for his opponents because he will be able to carry out blow after blow without taking a breath. This skill helped the main character a lot during the previous passage of the labyrinth. The boy opened his statistics and noticed that his agility score was now 21, which was significantly higher than Lethi's N, which after passing the first floor was 13. This was a great result, and now Kang Tessan could start building his main skills. They are usually worth 10 base skills, and allow a player to overcome a large difference in stats. For example, increase or multiplication. These also include Last Judgment, which bypasses the enemy's defenses, and nullify the first strike. Time Stop, which works in a certain radius around the player, is also a basic skill. Such skills give a significant advantage over other players. Perhaps that is why the methods of opening these skills are specific. For example, Total Observation could be obtained if you leveled the skill Insight 2 or 3 times. The hero is going to open the main skill on the first floor of the labyrinth, because it will be much more difficult to get it on the following floors. The boy had only walked a few meters down the corridor, when a large rat immediately rushed at him. The monster instantly grabbed Tessen's leg with its teeth and dealt him 4 points of damage. However, the hero was in no hurry to defend himself. He waited patiently for the moment, watching his OZ as the large rat tried to bite into his leg. After numerous bites, the system warned that Tessen was on the verge of death. But only when the message appeared that life was in danger, the hero dealt a fatal blow. After that, the skill of the Line of Death skill increased to 3%. Along with this, the Mastery of the Calm Consciousness skill also increased to 2%. Another monster came after the first monster, and immediately rushed at the hero's leg. Only this time, Tessen did not allow him to bite him, because his HP was practically exhausted. The boy immediately repelled this attack, because even one bite threatened the hero's life. Having successfully repelled the monster's attack, the hero was assigned a special active skill, Block. This is a great skill, but not necessary. Therefore, Tessen continued to put his life in danger. The endurance skill resets a hit that should have finished the player and subsequent hits for a period of time. How to get this skill was guessed only by Kang Tae-san. Him Jung Yun and even Li Tae-en wondered how he got it. They, and probably everyone who encountered the hero, considered his skills cheating, because no one has achieved something similar. There are several ways to get skills in the labyrinth. You can learn from another person, or do something that others could not. Or you can reproduce an effect similar to a squint. Tessen was holding his breath, and that's how he got breath hold. Practiced punches using this skill and thus received breath hold attack. Therefore, the fact that he is exposed to mortal danger is completely logical, because in this way he will be able to gain the skill Stamina, which nullifies the fatal blow. The main character is just going to block attacks that would be fatal for him. After fending off several more deadly attacks, Kang Tae-san did receive the Endurance School, which is activated under certain circumstances for a long time. The boy raised his hand in victory. He was glad he was able to do it again, and thought it was unwise to give up a life-saving skill out of fear. When the hero told the method of obtaining his skills, Li Tae-en thought it was crazy, and so did Him Jung Yun thought he was joking. Usually people react like that. However, nothing can be achieved in the labyrinth without risk. Contemplating, Kang Tae-san once again returned to the living source to restore his stats. After drinking water, the hero sat down to think about what else he could learn. While he was trying to get the endurance skill, the skills of Deathline and Calm Mind also increased. Tessen had more than 200 skills in his previous life, so this time he was going to get at least the same. And while the boy was thinking of a strategy, a rustling was heard nearby. In a moment, a menacing male voice was heard, the owner of which was surprised that someone was already near the living spring. The main character hastened to close the system. He was somewhat confused by the surprise. There is no way for monsters to get to this place, so Tessen deduced that it was an NPC. As far as the boy knows, most of the NPCs on the loner difficulty level are psychos, so he immediately prepared to defend himself. Stroking his beard, the man-seeking god asked if Tessen was a traveler. The NPC explained that they call those who pass the trials in the labyrinth as travelers, and the boy admitted that he was one of them. A memory appeared in the hero's memory, when Li Tae-en said that while she was resting near the living spring, a certain grandfather knight came to her. He was a servant of some god. Only what happened next, Tessen, no matter how hard he tried, could not remember. And at this moment, the same Seeker of God was already flying at the main character with crazy speed and an outstretched fist. Einskal used the Immortal Strike skill and was going to see if Tessen could fight it back. The boy thought that he would not be able to withstand a blow of such force and activated the skill Deathline. The situation was critical, but at the last moment the hero used his shield. He tried with all his might to hold on, and it seemed that his strength was about to leave the boy. But thanks to incredible efforts, Tae-san managed to repel a blow of incredible force. And as a result, the hero received the school of Conditional Activation, Reflection, and an increase in the level of strength by 1 unit. Immediately after that, another punch was directed towards the boy, only this one was much more powerful. There was no way to dodge, and techniques against such a force are useless. The main character took the blow, and although he was hurt, Einschal was pleasantly surprised. and that's because he was going to do 100,000 damage, but only managed to knock out 35. The damage from the non-lethal attack was nullified. Tessin was stunned that Einskall had broken the wall with him in just one blow. The goalkeeper was also very strong, and this means that the NPCs in the solo level are solid monsters. After that, the Seeker of God approached the hero and expressed his admiration. The knight's mood improved noticeably. He was amazed that the boy had put a shield in front of him at the last moment, and then let it go to reduce the force of the collision. Tessin explained that he simply couldn't stand still and wait for some crazed knight to kill him. And then the NPC admitted that he hadn't thought of killing the boy, and that is why he used a non-lethal blow. Giving his hand to the hero, the man added that even without activating this skill, he would have coped. The hero was fighting for his life like he was mad, and this shocked the NPC. And the boy stood out, because with such statistics, it is unlikely that anyone would have managed to repel Einsal's blow. Kang Tasan was surprised when he heard that the NPC knew about the squills. He knew that at this level, they were living people, however. Li An did not talk about such things. The knight thought that the hero would turn out to be a weakling, but he was glad that he was wrong, and then the men met. The story of Li An was a bit different. She was sobbing at the living spring because she had already been tortured by the big rats. But when she heard some rustling, she turned sharply, and just had time to see how a fist flew right into her face. Only the impact did not happen. The hand stopped a few centimeters away, and the girl sat still, frozen in place. Looking up, Li An saw an unknown knight in front of her, who concluded that she was a coward. The girl told the hero about this meeting. It ended with Einsal giving her a disdainful look and leaving. They never met again in the labyrinth. Tasan was preparing for the fact that he would meet simply unbearable NPCs on his way, but he could not have thought that they would shake his hand and express their admiration. Seizing the moment, and being in a good mood, the hero asked why Einsal attacks and insults weak people. But the paladin said that he did not mean to offend the weak. It was a routine check for visitors to the living source. He checks whether people have the will to fight for life in the labyrinth, and whether they are worth his attention. Einskall is annoyed by people who do not know anything about themselves. The knight liked the main character. It was obvious that he judged people by their self-confidence. And that was a good thing, because now Tessan doesn't have to worry about this NPC being his enemy. When the inspection was finished, the main character decided to ask what kind of god the knight was looking for. After all, there are many gods in the labyrinth, and they are all very different. It is the gods who test and reward the players. But most of the players had no business with the gods, and all because they could be met only in the alone mode. In Letha, he did not have the best impression of the gods. She kept telling Tessan that they were evil and disgusting. Therefore, the main character knows a lot about them. Einshall was very happy that the boy knew about the goddess he worshipped, because he believed that the more people knew about her, the better. Once they worshipped her and loudly glorified her name from dawn to sunset, and her name was Levinanoff, the goddess of love. Einskall considered her wonderful and said that the goddess united with those who loved her. There was no goddess more beloved in his world than Levinanoff, but unfortunately that world was destroyed and the knight became the only one who knows about it. In order to find the goddess, Einzal entered the labyrinth. However, I still haven't found a trace of her. After hearing the NPC's story, Kang Taesan remembered something. Li Tae also talked about her N. He even knew what floor he was on. Only the girl found Levinanoff brutally murdered. Thi appeared in memory N when she found the goddess. The girl would not like to see that and expressed her impression immediately in the chat. It was hard to imagine how terrible everything looked when even Thay Ann, who had seen a lot on her way, was almost sick. That is why Tessan was very doubtful whether he should even tell the knight about the location of the goddess. Suddenly, Einskall wondered if the boy was in a hurry to get out of the labyrinth, and the hero said that his goal is not to get out as fast as possible, but to become as strong as possible and collect all the awards. And this answer more than satisfied the knight. In high spirits, he asked if Tassan would like to learn the skills of the goddess of love, Levinanoff. It was just a great opportunity, so without hesitating for a moment, the main character said that he saw no reason to refuse. And such determination again impressed Einschall, who believed that the boy would at least think. Tessin encountered an NPC of such power that it is impossible to even imagine. Therefore, his desire to learn all the skills known to the knight is obvious. However, such great generosity made the main character a little wary, so he immediately asked what Einzal wanted instead. And the knight told the boy to take this as an apology for his sudden attack. Although it was for the sake of verification, he used force on a stranger. And since he is also a paladin, he simply has to apologize for this. The logic seemed a bit unclear to Tessin, so he said that it would be better to just not attack. But this angered Einschal. He apologizes to the hero only because he considers him worthy. Otherwise, he would just spit in his face and walk away. Verbal apologies are worthless, so the knight thought that the traveler would definitely want to enrich himself with new skills. Tessin also believed that learning the skill through a non-lethal attack was still a better option than risking his life for it. Having reached a bilateral agreement, the men started work. Einskal suggested Tessin strike him with his shield to begin with. In Labyrinth, there are simply many skills. The ones that can be easily obtained are the basic ones. If the player has a sword, he will acquire the swordsmanship skill. If there is a shield, then the owner will gain the skill of wielding a shield. A similar skill can be mastered when receiving a weapon. As the skill level increases, the knowledge of using this weapon also improves. We can say that every player has this skill, and a skill that combines all the basic skills can claim the title of the most useful. And it is called the Art of Air Weapons. The goddess Levininov herself personally praised the knight. Einskal worked tirelessly and received his reward, and now he wants to teach this skill to Tessin. The main character was somewhat upset when he heard about this, because the fact that all skills are combined does not change anything at all. This school would be useful if it included basic skills rather than the art of weaponry. If you don't combine them, it won't make sense because of errors in the system. Kang Tian has 1 extra hit and is basic, so the damage he can deal is 4, and that was shield damage. Einskal activated the skill Target Capture, that is, prepared to take a hit with fixed damage, and told the hero to attack. The knight's use of the skill spoke of the seriousness of his intentions. Therefore, Tessin did not delay and prepared for the attack. The boy rushed at Einskal and hit him on the head with his shield with all his might. Since the damage was fixed, the NPC got his 4 points. However, it seems that he did not expect such a blow, because he immediately said that it was not necessary to hit him on the head. As restrained as possible, the knight asked to use his fists to strike this time, and Tessin realized that it was better not to aim for the head. The boy concentrated all his strength in his hand and attacked Einskal, who was already waiting for a blow. This time, the main character hit the man in the chest and managed to inflict only 2 damage. Kang Tessin understood what he wanted to convey to the knight. The amount of damage varies depending on the type of weapon. This is why adventurers use one weapon. For example, if you put on gloves with damage plus 50 and take a sword plus 20, then when attacking with a sword, damage will be calculated only from the weapon. And when hit with a gauntlet, only 50 units of damage will be inflicted. Thus, a damage of 70 units will be impossible. Tessin thought it obvious. After all, if it were possible to add damage from equipment, then all players would hang themselves with weapons. For this reason, players choose only one type of weapon and try to bring it to perfection. But it is not convenient. Einskal called this rule stupid. During any battle, you inevitably have to risk your life. It is obvious that the process requires tension of the whole body. Sometimes you have to use not only weapons but also hands and even shoulders. Because of the system, at such moments, only the smallest damage is counted. But the religious order, which serves the goddess Levininov, did not like it. A warrior's body is his weapon, and his weapon is part of his body, and there should be no difference between owning it. So, after many years of searching for a way out, Einskal managed to develop the skill, the Art of Air Weapons. His action in the labyrinth is a complete combination of basic skills and added damage from all attacks and equipment. The hero could not believe his ears. If this skill really works like that, then it's just an incredible find. That is, if the player has a sword that does plus 20 damage and gauntlets with plus 50 damage, then it doesn't matter what exactly to strike, the total damage will still be equal to 70. It turns out that there are more options for hitting, because the skill affects not only the weapon, but also every part of the body. And it doesn't matter if the player strikes with his hand, shoulders, or foot, the total damage will be equal to 70. With the help of this skill, you can use all the inventory that was previously considered unnecessary. It may not be very useful right now, but the further you progress through the labyrinth, the better the player's equipment becomes. And then the skill, the Art of Air Weapons, will take on new colors. It was just amazing. The value of this skill is equal to the value of the basic skill. Einskal guessed that it didn't seem too amazing to Tessin, but normal adventurers wouldn't be able to acquire such a skill in their lifetime. When the hero reaffirmed his desire to learn the Art of Air Weapons, the knight asked him to relax, and placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, began to impart the skill. This skill is different from others, because Einskal acquired it thanks to his own experience, and therefore he can easily transfer it to the main character. Moreover, the knight has mastered it 100%, so Tessin can gain the skill without any pain. The system immediately reported that the basic skill, Shield Mastery, was combined with the skill Art of Air Weapons. Also, the basic skill, Sword Mastery, has merged with a new skill. It was just a crazy flow of knowledge and information. The boy could not have imagined that he would be able to take over him so quickly. Only a few seconds passed, and the system already counted the hero of schools of the highest rank. However, the mastery of this skill was still only 1%, and for this reason, there were possible losses in inflicting damage. The knight advised Tessin to train every day until he could master the skill 100%. Then he held out a hand with a faded ring to the main character. Its attack is +1, and this item used to be highly valued. The boy was very happy with the gift. In the past, he would have simply thrown such a trinket away, but now this ring is like a rusty sword. Stroking his beard, Ainzal wondered if he had given the hero everything he wanted, and then he suggested that he practice some more, believing that it is worth checking the skill before using it. Kang Tasan again saw no reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed to the offer. As soon as the boy picked up the shield, a maddened NPC charged at him. However, this time the main character went to meet him. In Labyrinth, leveling up depends on any actions. Therefore, every time there was an opportunity to increase his strength, Kang Tasan grabbed it. It doesn't matter how useless the location is, if you carefully comb it and find something, the detection skill will immediately increase. And if you constantly block the enemy's blows or dodge them, then the skills Shield Mastery and Agility will increase. Kang Tasan was more and more confident in the battle against such a strong NPC. After all, a fight with a strong opponent always makes sense. Moreover, now the main character not only performed defensive movements, but also carried out unexpected attacks for a knight. The boy continued training until he fell exhausted to the ground. He was used to giving his best, and knew that it was not in vain. After 2 days of training, the system assigned the hero the continuous activation skill, Battlefield Tenacity, the skill of which was immediately 3%. Thanks to this, the guy will feel tired much later. Tessin had this skill in his past life, and it was because of this that the hero managed to fight an S-rank monster for several days. This skill can be obtained only in battle with players, so in solo mode, the boy did not expect to have it. Peeking into the system, Ainzal could not believe that such a young and inexperienced adventurer possessed such skills, although he understood people very well. The knight was glad that he was not mistaken about the boy, and now he thought that training was enough. Then Ainzal also sat down on the ground and asked the protagonist to promise him 2 things. Since Tessin has mastered his skill, he can also pass it on to someone else. Therefore, the knight was only worried about the fact that if a miserable person came across the hero's path, then he should not teach her under any circumstances. And then he added that he was ready to kill the boy for violating this rule. The main character made a promise. Then Ainzal asked to be informed when something is known about the goddess Levininov. But Tasan immediately said that the probability of their meeting is very small. Realizing this, the knight sadly said that he was not expecting anything in particular, but was simply hoping for a miracle. Tessin still did not know what to do to him. If Ainzal managed to find the goddess, then either Levininov would survive, or they would die together. But if the knight does not have time to find her, then the goddess of love will be killed anyway. Thoughts about it did not give peace. Nevertheless, the hero decided to tell. This was Ainzal's greatest desire, therefore Tasan simply could not leave him to suffer in an endless search. When the NPC heard that the boy knew where Levininov was, the ground seemed to dissolve under his feet, and it seemed that he was falling into an abyss. These words sounded so unreal that the protagonist had to repeat them. But after that, the knight just got angry, because he thought that the boy was just mocking, joking. He went through the entire labyrinth, but he never found a single clue. Therefore, he believed that someone who recently entered only the first floor cannot know this for sure. Tasan understood that such a reaction was logical, so to confirm the truth of his words, he said that he had an object that described the labyrinth. Even more annoyed, Ainzal shouted that this was a lie, because there were no maps of the labyrinth. But the hero continued and said that this map does not apply to the entire labyrinth, but only to some creatures. The knight could not believe that Tessin knew about the divine call, and only now realized that the boy was telling the truth. This item can only be obtained in the labyrinth, and it shows the location of the deity. The boy explained that he had received information from his family, and had memorized the location of all the gods. It was Li Tae-an told him, and showed him the object. The girl received it on the 89th floor, but did not consider it useful. And all because the deities only mocked her. At that time, Tessin also thought that it was just some small thing, and had no idea that it could turn out to be so important. The guy said that the love goddess Levininov is on the 78th floor in the library, or rather, in the 24th secret room. Ainzal had tears in his eyes because the library was really there and he hadn't checked it yet. The main character hoped that he had thanked the knight enough, but he rushed at the boy and, grabbing him by the shoulders, happily said that it was more than enough. He thanked all the time, repeating that he had never been so grateful. This information is so valuable that Ainzal now considers himself a debtor. Trembling covered his whole body, and the man did not even notice how hard he squeezed Tasana's shoulders. But having mastered himself, he immediately let go of the hero and apologized, explaining that he simply could not contain his emotions. The boy wondered what the knight was going to do next, and he said that getting to the library is not an easy task. The 78th floor is quite large, and that is why you need to prepare well first, so as not to get into trouble. The NPC thanked the boy again. He didn't even know how to express how grateful he was, and now he had an irresistible desire to somehow thank the main character. Ainzal held out another ring and said that it would be useful to a loner like Tasan. The gift was made of bronze and added 20 health points. From the outside, it looks like a sacred ring, but religion has been destroyed. But only one person can own such a ring. At easy level, a hero would need such an item to get to the 30th floor. Ainzal admitted that he had not intended to give the ring to the player on the first floor, but he decided that Tasan deserved it, and hoped that he would not regret his decision. The guy assured that he didn't have time to cool down, so you shouldn't worry. With that, the conversation between the player and the NPC ended, and the knight went to prepare to meet his goddess. He finally found what he was looking for, and now he can't be idle. In parting, Ainzal once again thanked the main character and hurried to Levininov. And the boy could only wonder if the only follower of the goddess would be able to find her. If so, she will survive. However, the fact that the goddess may already be dead is also a very possible option. In any case, Kang Tae-san will not see Ainzal anytime soon, and may not see him at all. After some time spent on the first floor, the boy's dexterity rose to 25, and now the big rats became easy prey for him. During the hunt, the main character activated the Soul Enhancement School, but the difference between his soul and the soul of the victim was too great, and therefore it was impossible to get resources from her. From the first floor, Tasan took everything possible, so it was time to move to the second. But before that, he was going to go to one more place. There are secret rooms in the labyrinth, only one on each floor. Whoever manages to find such a room will receive a generous reward. For example, a magic wand, levitation ring, stat enhancement potion, and the like. All these items give a great advantage in the labyrinth, but only one person can enter the secret room. That is why the competition in the easy level is serious. Because of her, the main character missed many such rooms. The key role in this matter is not played by skill, but by luck and experience. But this time the main character is at the loner level, so he can open all the rooms by himself. If only their location will be the same. Obviously, depending on the difficulty of the level, the map of the maze also changes. But the general structure is the same, so all the secret rooms are similar. There is only one entrance, and the room itself is empty inside. At first glance, it does not seem useful. So many players pass by. However, it is in such places that real treasures are found. At first it seems that there are simple bricks around, but by knocking on each one you can find the entrance. This process takes quite a lot of time, but the reward is worth it. Therefore, it is better to immediately gain patience. You need to press, turn, and push all the time. If it does not work, it must be repeated with each subsequent brick. It's even fun. At least it's much better than surviving in a room for a week. Finally, the protagonist opened a secret room, and thanks to this process, the skill of detection increased by 5%. In addition, Tessin was also awarded the title of Adventurer, and his intelligence level increased by 3 units. At the very end of the room there is a treasure, and it seems as if you can just walk up and open it. But the feeling told the boy that everything is not so easy. Having taken a few steps inside, the main character noticed a large rat, which was cowering and sitting, leaning against the wall. Tasan did not wait for the monster to attack him, but immediately dealt with him. Then he picked up his victim, who was still alive, by the tail, and had already figured out how to use it. The boy decided to use the rat to explore the situation, so he threw it in front of him. As soon as the monster landed, it was immediately hit by a deadly arrow. Arrow traps were quite expected for the first floor of the maze, and they didn't seem so scary. Therefore, Kang Tae-san decided not to delay and began to confidently move forward, although he knew that the adventure would not end there. As soon as the boy approached the rat, an arrow also flew in his direction. Thanks to his dexterity, the hero managed to catch her, and now the arrow went to the stockpile of weapons. Tessin knew for sure that he was stronger than most players on the first floor. Therefore, you will be able to cope with this task if you concentrate well. The boy took another step and a new batch of arrows flew straight at him. The hero had about 7 arrows available, so this was just a great opportunity to replenish his reserves. Step by step, Tessin exposed himself to new danger, but so far he managed to avoid injury. The further the solo player progressed, the more difficult it became. Now the arrows flew not only from the sides, but also from behind. Some flew too close, and the hero barely had time to dodge. But it did not scare him at all. If Tessin does a good job now, he won't have to buy arrows from the store at all. The next two arrows that the hero caught were not simple. One of them is poisoned and has +2 attack, and the other is paralyzing and also has +2 attack. The system immediately warned the hero that this weapon may not produce the desired effect if the enemy's characteristics are too high. But these were mere trifles compared to what Tessin received in return. He had already gone far enough, so he decided to go back to the first trap again. Everything happened exactly as it did the first time. The process of collecting arrows turned out to be even fun. Having collected 100 arrows, the main character decided that this would be more than enough. Therefore, now he turned all his attention to the main prize, which was still a challenge to reach. Tessin decided that the best strategy would be to deflect all the arrows with his shield and run as fast as possible to the target. But this is Labyrinth, so you need to show yourself from the best side. The first jump and arrows flew at the boy again. At first, the hero could cope by simply breaking them with his feet, and he did it confidently and quickly. Then you had to use your hands to avoid hitting the next arrows, because there were more of them. The next trap awaited Tessin on the 9th brick. He had already well remembered that 9 arrows would fly here. The main character activated the skill, Attack while holding his breath, and was given the opportunity to not breathe for 10 seconds. The boy's insight immediately increased by 2%, and in a moment he managed to determine that 3 arrows were flying in front, 2 from the left, 3 from the right, and 1 from below. Avoiding them will not be easy. Tessin increased susceptibility to the limit, and received the special active skill, Aggravation of Sensations. He managed to destroy 4 arrows, and it remained to figure out how to somehow get rid of 5 more. For the arrow that flew straight into the chest, the main character used the skill, Reflect Impact. Thanks to this, she bypassed the main character's body, describing a curved trajectory. However, Tessin did receive 8 points of damage. There are still 4 arrows left, but the boy calculated that he could withstand such damage. Thanks to Reflection, he has more room for movements. But all the remaining arrows flew in the same direction, so he immediately caught and broke them. The last trap remained, and Tessin stepped on the brick that activated it. According to logic, this time it should fly 10 tables. But it did not happen as expected. The solo mode reminded me again, because now the hero will have to fend off 15 arrows. Kang Tessin began actively catching arrows and breaking them, but he wasn't sure if he could repel all of them. The more they were, the more complicated their trajectories were. Accordingly, it is also practically impossible to avoid them. And when it is impossible to dodge, there is only one option. Cover yourself with your hands to avoid fatal blows. 2 arrows deal 30 points of damage, and 2 more deal 32 points. After that, the hero's condition became critical. Tessin was losing blood, and his health indicators began to drop rapidly. Gathering his strength, the main character began to remove arrows from his hands. It turned out that it was just terribly painful, and therefore the boy immediately received a special active skill, Pain Reduction. Thanks to him, it became easier for Tessin. But since it is almost not mastered, it is not possible to completely get rid of the pain. If the hero had not experienced this before, he would have lost consciousness a long time ago. Although the boy was lucky, he was happy that he had acquired a new skill. And in order not to run into something on the way back, the first thing I did was turn off all the traps. And only then, Tessin approached the chest to receive his main reward. When the hero saw an object inside, and not gold, he was surprised that something similar appeared already on the first floor. Even in hard mode, such things began to appear only after the 10th floor. The system reported that the hero received a stick of flame. It is used by novice magicians and can generate basic magic, Fire Layer. The flame stick is far superior to other magical items, so this thing was very useful. Tessin continued to marvel at the possibilities in solo mode, and believed that Lethi and was not looking for secret rooms in vain. Everywhere on the first floor, the main character was accompanied by large rats. They met so often that the boy simply got used to them. In addition, his fighting skills had improved so much that he could fend off monster attacks with one hand. The system noted that the main character, even in a critical condition, can protect himself without any problems, so it assigned the skill, Unshakable Will, to Tessin. Then the boy finished with the big rat, which was standing in his way and was about to attack again, and went on. Procrastination did not benefit the hero, so he hurried to the living spring to recover. Just a few sips of the healing water was enough for Tessin to restore his health and return to form. Then, as per tradition, the boy opened the system window and decided to check what new skills he got and at what level they were. Mastery of the special active skills, Pain Reduction and Aggravation of Sensations, was only 1%. And that's why the hero will still feel severe pain when wounded and barely perceptible changes in his sensations. These two skills are very useful. However, their true value will be revealed only when the skill is 100%. Another new skill is Unshakable Will. Now, no wounds and injuries will be able to break the fighting spirit of the player. Tessin will be able to ignore wounds altogether for 10 seconds. But the most valuable acquisition was basic magic. A stick of flame requires only 3 units of mana. The main character has completed his task. He managed to take everything on the first floor that could be used to increase his strength. So now it's time to advance to the second. The structure of the labyrinth is very simple. Each floor has a ladder guarded by a boss monster, and therefore, to move to the next floor, the player needs to defeat him. Kangtasan wanted the boss fight to end quickly, but then the complexity of the solo mode would not justify itself. Therefore, the boy was preparing to meet a strong opponent. And this did not affect his confidence and faith in his own strength at all, because the main character entered the monster as if he were a master. At first, the rat looked the same as it did on the easy level, but after a few seconds, its transformation began. And only then Kangtasan saw what he was, the boss of the first floor of solo mode. When passing the easy level, this monster appeared on the 10th floor. The boy remembered how many people had been hurt by his claws. The main character shouted at the giant rat, provoking it to attack, and the monster rushed to attack. After what the boy had to go through, even a rat of such size did not frighten him at all. In fact, a player on the first floor cannot defeat a giant rat. That is why Li Taeyen had to cheat. She took advantage of the fact that the labyrinth boss can only be in a restricted area. The girl guessed to pour oil in the room, and then set it on fire together with the monster that was there. And this decision was quite logical. Considering that the girl was the only one who managed to pass the labyrinth on the most difficult level, such a strategy was close to ideal. But labyrinth did not count on such a battle. That's why Tessin decided to borrow something from the idea of the strongest player. The protagonist picked up a stick of flame and activated the fire layer spell. To become stronger, the player needs to demonstrate impressive abilities. When the fireball hit its target, the giant rat took 14 points of damage. While the monster was suffering from burns that dealt 1 point of damage every 10 seconds, Kangtasan picked up his bow. To defeat such a strong opponent, much more damage is needed, so the hero started shooting arrows at him. The first hit dealt the giant rat another 7 points of damage. However, the poisoned arrow did not work as intended. Nothing happened with the poisoning, but Tessin was not going to stop there and continued to aim at the monster. Fortunately, the paralyzing arrow was more effective, and the giant rat lost its ability to harm the hero for 10 seconds. Tessin got these arrows almost by accident, but he already felt how useful they were. The advantage in the battle was on the side of the hero, so he even relaxed a little while approaching the paralyzed enemy. In a moment, the boy took 3 more arrows in his hands and was ready to proceed to a more brutal duel. Only when the protagonist tripled the dose of poison did he manage to poison the giant rat. The boy continuously continued to deal even more damage, firing arrows one after the other. The monster looked as if it was about to die, and Tessin was already getting bored. The boy used his shield and delivered a powerful blow to the giant rat. From numerous wounds, the monster has become weakened, and therefore will now take more damage. And this blow brought him another 13 units of damage. But this method had its limit. When the amount of health of the giant rat drops to 20%, Berserker mode is activated. Kangtasan still remembered very well the horror that the boss of the labyrinth had created on the easy level. At the moment when it seemed that victory was near, the crippled and wounded rat turned into a deadly monster. All the easy players have realized that their paralyzing arrows no longer work. There was no chance to escape from the enraged enemy. And although the protagonist felt great horror at that moment, he understood that if he did not fight, the monster would simply destroy them all in one moment. But this time Tessin was ready to face the second phase of the giant rat. The situation was noticeably becoming more difficult. With frantic speed, the monster rushed at its only opponent. Even defending himself with a shield, the boy took 8 points of damage. With his current strength, he cannot resist this monster. The main character's strength indicator barely reached 11, and in order to do serious damage, Tessin would have to focus on his best characteristic, namely agility. The battle was gaining new momentum, but the chosen strategy had already borne fruit and the player managed to strike with a shield. The rat's giant claws dug into the ground from pain, and he was preparing to attack again. But only the main character decided to outrun the enemy, and therefore, holding a shield in front of him, rushed into the attack. The boy managed to inflict 7 units of damage, but the hero also received a response in the amount of 5 points. With every minute it became more and more difficult to hold on, but Tessin again delivered a powerful blow to the enemy. His battle stamina increased by 1%, but the boy felt that he was having trouble breathing. In this mode, his body will not last long, so Tessin decided to change the type of weapon and picked up a sword. In addition, he activated the skill Breath Hold Attack. and dealt numerous blows to the monster. The giant rat hit the hero in return, and it was so strong that it brought the hero 24 points of damage. If everything continues like this, the boy will not be able to withstand several blows, and with the help of mirroring the impact, it will be possible to survive about 8. While the main character was calculating all this, the giant rat dealt him another blow for 25 points of damage. But already before the next attacks, the mirror of the blow was activated, so it was time for Tessin to do damage. He was going to finish off the monster before all mirroring possibilities were exhausted, and the hero managed to successfully counterattack. The enemy finally took significant damage. Tessin then threw all his strength into the next strike and plunged his sword into the giant rat's chest. This attack cost the monster 20 health units, and it was the last in its life. The main character managed to defeat the boss of the first floor, and although he was not without injuries, the fight was still easier than he expected. And now it's time for the rewards. The system immediately showed that Tessin's agility increased by 2 units, and mana by 3. The boy received a strong strike, which increased strength by 2 and agility by 3. The player's level has been increased, and now Tessin has reached the best state. But that was not all. For defeating the boss of the first floor, the boy received a random stat boost potion, and for the fact that the hero managed to find secret items, he also received 2 potions to increase a specific characteristic. It was quite unexpected, because before he rarely had to receive such a thing, even on the 50th floor. Kungasan mounted the giant rat and immediately used his rewards, emptying all the flasks. Thanks to the received potions, the power of the main character increased by 3 units. Now this indicator was 17, intelligence 16, and dexterity 30 units. As soon as the guy didn't have to suffer to get such characteristics at the easy level. Suddenly, the hero remembered that during the battle he became the owner of another new skill, and therefore immediately decided to look. It was counterattack. Its activation requires 5 units of mana. This skill was just as useful as Reflect Strike because it did much more damage than a normal attack. Satisfied with his result, Kungasan decided to lie down and rest. But then I remembered that I hadn't entered the chat yet. The main character decided to publish the basic strategy for passing the first floor of solo mode. To his great surprise, in the digital space, the boy noticed an active discussion between many players. Mingtan. He was afraid to go further and asked the route to the source of life. Li San tried to explain that everyone had it in a different place, so the only thing left was to follow the merchant's instructions. Even Li Tae-an supported that boy, telling him not to give up, because life would be safe near the source. And if he stayed in the spaces of the first floor, it would only be worse. Kang Jun-hyuk did not lose his optimism, and joked that the process of passing the labyrinth is like a game with death, and they have every chance of losing. Suddenly, solo player Min Tong-win happily announced that he had managed to reach the source of life and thanked everyone for their support. The game society was not at all the same as in the past life of the main character. That time, Li San begged for help himself when the big rats attacked him instead of giving advice. At that time, no one even stuttered about strategy, and all words were filled with despair. Some, just sitting there, starved to death. In the end, people got so discouraged that there was complete silence in the chat, besides Li Tae-an. In a few seconds, the girl wrote in the chat. She wondered where Kungasan had gone, and was worried that he had not appeared after that message. These were the first changes that happened, thanks to the main character. In a high mood, the boy prepared to go further. After completing some business on the first floor, he was ready to challenge the second. Tessin purchased gauntlets from the merchant that boosted the unit's attack. In addition, they protect the hands and can deal an additional blow to the enemy. At first, the merchant asked if the hero was sure that he wanted to buy exactly the gloves, but then he guessed that it was just that crazy grandfather Einschal who taught the boy the art of air weapons. It turns out that the two were acquaintances. Tessin also sold the meat of the big boss. Although the merchant convinced him to do the same with the teeth and skin, the hero refused, because he had another use for it. The boy was going to look for a labyrinth blacksmith named Harfin. In a past life, Li Tae-an said that without his help, she would not have been able to go this far. The girl also said that she found him in the depths, so Tessin will have to hurry. This place is a little further from the entrance to the labyrinth. Anyone can be reborn there, and the creatures that live there are not very strong, so it's time to start the second floor quest. The main character immediately received a notification from the system. As with the previous floor, he needs to defeat the boss of this floor to proceed. The reward for success is a weak mana-boosting potion, and it was just wonderful, because it is so rare that it is not even sold in the trading desks. Along with this, Tessin received many notifications about unread messages. Almost all solo players thanked the hero for the published strategy and were glad that he was alive. There were about the same number of messages with different questions. There were so many of them that the boy didn't even know where to start. And at this very moment, Kang Jun-hyuk sent a request for a personal conversation with the hero. Tasan accepted him, and in a moment met the player in digital space. As it turned out, the boy just wanted to make sure that their savior was really alive. The protagonist did not expect that people displaced to an unknown world would risk their lives, trusting some posts in the community. So he decided to ask why Kang Jun-hyuk so thoughtlessly rushed here after reading the post. And the guy said that he simply had no choice. Everyone was on the brink, so they decided to grab any chance. The mere mention of it sent goosebumps through the player's body, and he thanked his savior again. Those who do not enter the labyrinth are unable to obtain food, and the hunger became so strong that it seemed that you could start gnawing the ground. And there was no one to talk to. A kind of madness was setting in, and it was hard not to go crazy. The goalkeeper of the labyrinth was also not verbose. The young man ran into the labyrinth with the hope of finding at least some food, but everything turned out not as he expected. In front of Kang Jun-hyuk's system appeared, and he found out that he got into solo mode, where he needs to clean the first floor. The guy admitted that everyone needed that post then. That was the first to go in, and already the rest followed her. The girl often expressed her feelings in the community before. That's why Tessin thought that it was her success that made others believe in themselves. Only 2 people managed to kill the big rat, Kang Jun-hyoku and Lee Tai-en. The main character did not know exactly how things were going with the girl, but he heard about this guy for the first time. It seems that in a past life he died in some kind of battle. But if Kang Jun-hyuk managed to defeat the big rat, then he is definitely not inferior to Lee Tai-en. Tessan decided that he was just lucky to survive his fast. Therefore, I decided to continue to help. The hero warned the young man that he would soon meet a strange grandfather who was looking for the goddess, and advised him to try to repel the old man's attack because then you can get something useful. The attitude of the knight directly depends on the actions of the player. Taesung asked Li Tae to tell about it as well, but all this looked very strange in the young man's eyes. The main character tried too hard for them. Kang Jun-hyuk was very grateful for that, but he didn't understand Taesung's motives. They go through the same labyrinth, and therefore, in a way, they are rivals. Now the young man is weaker than the main character, and if he continues to spoon-feed him like this, then Jun-hyuk can surpass Taesun in terms of strength. Although the boy immediately warned that he was not going to do this. It's just that his conscience does not allow him to receive so easily what others have obtained through hard work. The main character came up and gave the boy a goldfinch, so that he would not think about unnecessary things and not talk nonsense. Tasan was surprised to hear that Jun-hyuk called him a rival, because all people face the destruction of the planet and they are fighting for the same thing. The reason why the main character shares everything is actually very simple. He does not want the young man to die in some dangerous place. Many of those who followed Tasan's strategy died equally. There is simply no point in competing. The main thing is not to be eliminated and to become stronger. Kang Jun-hyuk realized that even if he wanted to, he simply wouldn't be able to surpass Hyung, because he hadn't even cleaned the first floor yet. Tessin asked the boy not to give up and to move on. And at the same moment I remembered that it happened around that time. The young man said that in the community, communicating with players of other regimes, many people suggested a fight. But he does not pay attention yet, because he does not understand the reason for this. But Tessin knew for sure that those who didn't find a place for themselves just start to go crazy little by little. After wishing each other luck, the players left the digital space of the in-person meeting. Now the main character faced the task of clearing the second floor. It is said that the first floor was only a study, and the real labyrinth begins on the second. Much stronger and more insidious creatures live here. Besides, they usually don't go alone. But Tessin had gained enough strength in the previous stage to boldly enter almost every door. A goblin archer, a goblin swordsman, and a goblin with a shield met the boy, charging at him. But Tessin decided not to let them get close to him and used a bow for protection. One such monster is easy to deal with, but their weak intelligence is compensated by the number of individuals. Goblins are able to combine, performing various types of attacks, and fighting them becomes much more difficult. Tessin decided to use paralyzing arrows first and managed to hit 2 of them. The one with the shield managed to break through and reach the player. He immediately attacked, but failed to do any damage, as the main character protected himself with a shield. It was a good effort, but very weak for Kang Tasan. And now he prepared to strike. The boy performed a powerful shield attack and inflicted 3 units of damage on the enemy. Pinning the monster to the floor, the player picked up a sword and finally dealt with it. But that was not all. In no time, reinforcements arrived. Two more goblins rushed at the hero. The boy's attention was drawn to the monster's weapons. One of them held a long sword in his hand, which was exactly what Tassan needed. The protagonist decided not to play with the opponents and immediately used a stick of flame. The fireball left no chance for the goblins. A powerful explosion rang out in the building, and in just a few seconds the victory was in the hands of the player. The boy received a rusty sword, the strength of which was equal to +2. In addition, he decided that a wooden shield would not be superfluous either. This variant had a defense of +3 and was quite compact, and although it breaks quickly, it can block most attacks. Kang Tassan went further and found the altar of Rakiratus behind the next door. And for the first detection on this floor, I received a bonus in the form of an increase in intelligence by 1 unit and mana by 2 units. All the labyrinth gods are very different. Some are hostile, while others, on the contrary, are friendly. Some of them behave arrogantly, and some with compassion. But most gods consider players to be their toys. Rakiratus is the god of death and discord, and it felt very good. His power is heavier and darker than any other power. This altar was created by the followers and servants of Rakiratus, and it is the gate that opens the way to the deity who rules the world from here. Tai Sung now understood why Li Tai-an ran away from here. In a moment, the system informed the hero that Rakiratus was offering an additional quest to check the one who came to the altar. If the hero accepts the offer, he will be put to the test. And for passing there will be a reward determined by the deity after evaluating the player's actions. The guy is not a coward, so he accepted the deity's offer without hesitation. Rakiratus was pleased with the player's choice. Dark energy began to accumulate in front of the boy, and the silhouette of the enemy had already appeared. And in a few seconds, the illusion of a servant of the god of death and strife appeared in front of Tassan in the form of a mighty knight. Armor only made the main character's task more difficult, because with them, it is much more difficult to find a place to attack. In addition, his power was felt at a distance. Tassan had time to assess his opponent. He rushed into the attack. With lightning speed, he closed the distance and was about to strike with his sword. The main character barely managed to cover himself with a shield. But even after trying to block the attack, the power of the enemy felt very good. In this case, there was simply no point in using a shield, and so the boy took both his swords in his hands. Since it is impossible to block blows without harming health, and even such tactics will not lead to victory, the main character decided to attack. The player rushed at the opponent and struck, but the knight managed to stop the enemy's swords. There was strength and confidence in his hands, while Tassan applied so much force that his hands were shaking. But the boy managed to get out of his position and immediately struck the servant of Rakiratus with 2 consecutive blows. The hero made a lot of effort for this, and hoped for at least some result, but there was not a single scratch on the knight. It became clear that the knight was much stronger than Tassan, and therefore there was no point in continuing such a fight. The main character rushed to run away, but the servant of Rakiratus was not going to let him go, and immediately went after him. Thus, Tassan saw that he was superior in speed, and immediately turned to face the enemy again. This time the player managed to deal double damage to the knight for 12 points. Only his sword got stuck in the armor, and now the boy could not pull it out. Tassan could attack with his fists with almost the same result. True damage was now equal to 4 units. The main character deliberately distanced himself from the enemy in order to disrupt his strategy. He had already used this technique more than once, so he was sure that everything would work this time. Rakiratus' servant was confused. Tassan was already glad that he managed to do it even easier than he expected. He thought that everything must go well on the second floor. Although the god of death and discord would like to see a brutal battle, but the hero will play in his own way. Unexpectedly, the system reported that Rakiratus had begun to influence his servant. But after that, the radius of his influence decreased. In an instant, the servant of the deity Illusion regained his intelligence and skill, and left no trace of his confusion. The main character was stunned, because now his opponent was not marked as an illusion. First, the knight drew Tassan's sword from his side and focused on the boy, a look that did not bode well. But, unexpectedly, the enemy returned the weapon to the hero. The general atmosphere in the room has also changed. Rakiratus' servant has regained consciousness, and Tassan's tactics may simply not work. The test continued, and the knight was again the first to attack the main character. Restraining such power was very difficult, and the already not simple situation was getting more complicated before our eyes. Kang Tassan had already taken 24 damage, and now he didn't know how to get out of this situation. The enemy began to move in a completely different way than before. The player was unable to withstand such an attack, and having suffered a powerful blow, flew back. Hitting the wall, the main character received another 25 points of damage and an incredible amount of pain. Rakiratus' upgraded servant has perfect swordsmanship. He acts like a truly experienced knight. And this was a big problem because Tessin faced such a problem for the first time. The guy is holding a weapon in his hands, but he can't control it at all. He guessed that this could be caused by a very large difference in skill. But he wants to survive and become stronger. In the labyrinth, every move is evaluated, and based on the assessment, a title or skill is assigned. And this is probably the most valuable skill Tessin can get here. And he really wants to learn. In swordsmanship, the knight is clearly superior to the boy, but the main character is the player. And with just one sword mastery skill, the enemy cannot defeat him. The guy decided to use a stick of fire, and in a moment he released a ball of fire in the direction of Rakiratus' servant. Now the boy will write his rules of battle. The knight was stunned that the battle had turned in such a direction, but managed to react and repulse this attack. But when the danger of fire disappeared, he noticed that the main character disappeared with it. Only when Tessin was about to attack, having moved behind the opponent's back, he noticed the boy. Thanks to the surprise effect, the player managed to strike with 6 units of damage. But Rakiratus' servant instantly turned and attacked the boy. This kind of fight just didn't make sense, and Tessin was very well aware of this. To reduce the amount of damage, the hero used division, and received only half, or rather 15 points of damage. Immediately after that, the player activated the breath attack skill, and managed to deliver several successive blows for 6 units of damage at once. The system immediately appreciated the efforts of the protagonist, and assigned him the skill sequential attack. Tessin did not stop there, and, not losing the opportunity to attack, immediately struck again with a fireball. And it was not in vain, because the enemy suffered 13 units of damage. In addition, Rakiratus' servant now received burns that dealt additional damage. The boy could not wait to defeat the enemy because he was running out of mana, of which there were only 6 units left, and health, 70. But there was nowhere to run because if you retreat now, it will only get worse later. That's why Tessin gathered his strength and rushed to meet his powerful opponent. At the last moment, the hero jumped up and swung 2 swords, aiming their points at the knight. But the opponent did not wait for the blow and threw his sword forward, limping the main character's chest. 80 units of damage exceeded the boy's health reserves, and that meant only one thing. But not this time, and not with this player. Tessin activated the skill Null, and it nullified the death blow. Then the protagonist was able to continue his attack, thrusting his swords into the enemy's neck. Tessin put all his strength into the blow, because he knew that he could no longer continue this fight, and he succeeded. It was just incredibly difficult, but he managed. For a moment, the hero thought that he could not get out of this trap. But he rejected these thoughts and acted. The knight's head, which was now lying on the ground, said that it had been a great fight and called the boy brave. Then everything dissolved as if it had never happened. The system announced the final victory of the hero over the servant Rakiratus. The god of death and strife was pleased with the battle, and Tessin simply fell to the ground to catch his breath. He was angry, because he thought it was not fair to change the conditions of the quest like that right in the middle of the battle. Instead, the main character gained a lot of experience and his level increased. The system has determined that it is in the best condition. The player single-handedly defeated a very strong opponent, so the spiritual boost was activated. Tessin immediately decided to check how strong he had become because now he felt very good. And he was very surprised because his characteristics increased by as much as 17 divisions. Mana increased by 5, and stamina increased by 30. And that was quite a lot. Although everything was just wonderful anyway, the hero was also expecting a reward. Rakiratus was very pleased with the fight, so he decided to reward the boy. His area of influence was expanding, and energy was gathering in front of Tessin. In a few seconds, the ceremonial sword of the god of death and discord appeared in front of him, the attack of which is +5. In addition, he is able to restore health after killing an enemy. This sword belonged to those who worshipped Rakiratus, and its red color symbolizes the blood it absorbed. Tessin could not believe his eyes. It was an all-too-useful reward, and even more so, not typical of the second floor of the labyrinth. But that was not all. The system again reported that the player will receive an additional reward for completing the difficult training. It was starting to look like compensation for suffering. The main character was given the passive skill, Trail of Struggle, for his unwavering fighting spirit. His skill can be increased by fighting enemies. Suddenly, the surrounding stones rose up, and Tessin realized that this was not all, but there was still time to hope for rewards, of which there were already many. That was really not the case. Rakiratus was now offering the player the contract of an apostle. But apart from the options accept or reject, there was no explanation. And the boy did not understand what it meant. He then remembered that before this notification appeared, the deity's range of influence had increased. And he understood that when the gods want to influence the player, they are forced to endure certain deprivations. Then it turns out that Rakiratus wants to make Tasana his student so much that he is ready to suffer for this punishment. But even if the guy accepts the contract as a kind gesture, it can go sideways. After all, you need to be very careful with the gods. Right from the start, Rakiratus has wreaked havoc and confusion, so will the main character benefit from this contract? Tessan did decide to reject the offer, because he had no desire to forever become a slave to the god of death and discord. But before the previous message disappeared, another one appeared. And this time, Rakiratus offered an additional quest. He was very pleased with the previous fight, so he offered another check. Only this time you need to kill all the enemies of the second and third floors and return back to the altar. The reward was again unspecified and depended on the deity's assessment. Tessin immediately decided that he would not take part in this because Rakiratus had already lied to him once, so he could do it again. The main character rejected the offer, but the notification with the same conditions appeared again. The boy understood that the deity would not simply retreat, so he reread what exactly needed to be done and agreed to the quest. A satisfied smile flashed across the face of the god of death and discord. He did get his. After meeting with Rakiratus, the player went to the trading bench. He decided to prepare for the quest because he felt that everything would not be as easy as it was described in the message. The merchant was somewhat surprised when Tessin asked for the potion, because he did not understand why he needed it now. But the guy didn't explain anything specific. He wasn't going to buy anything before, but he decided to play it safe in case there were any difficulties with the quest. Matt Barrymore noticed a bloody sword on the main character's belt and realized that he got it from Rakiratus. But the man did not have a very good opinion of this deity. He knew well that he was the god of death and discord, so he was surprised when he saw such an expensive gift from him. The merchant warned Tessin that he should not be trusted, because more than one head had been blown off his shoulders because of this mad god. He creates whatever he wants. It turns out that Rakiratus has been playing these games for a long time. And since Matt Barrymore knows enough about him, the guy decided to ask what the apostle's contract was. The old man thought for a while and said aloud that he didn't know how many years it had been going on. And then he turned his attention to the boy again, and apologizing, said that he could not help with this. For Tessin, he is just a trader, and the conditions of the contract do not allow him to do anything more. The boy was surprised when he heard about the contract. But Matt Barrymore didn't want to say anything more, so he just said, "That's why he's here." Then the man hastened to send the main character off and told him to come to the sales counter on the second floor. On the way, Tessin opened the system because he believed that now is the best time for this. The guy invited Li Tae to a private meeting. Yoon and Kang Jun Hyoka immediately asked if they had met the night yet. The young man's mood immediately changed, and he told that Ainzal looked completely different from what the main character described. That knight simply spat in his face and left. And Kang Jun Hyuk wasn't just unable to fend off the NPC's attack, he couldn't even move. That knight was incredibly strong and moreover completely rude and arrogant. He confused the young man. Li Tae-en also admitted that nothing helped her move when she met the NPC. Kang Jun Hyuk grabbed the knight's leg to stop him, but he didn't listen and advised the boy to drop off. Tessin understood that Ainzal only reacted to those who managed to fight him off. Merchant and Rakiratus behaved similarly. At this point, both the boy and the girl are hunting big rats to level up before moving on. Kang Jun Hyuk said that a few more people have started hunting, but it will take some time. This indicated that most were still trying to get used to this world, so Tessin decided to talk about the second floor later. Then the boy said to listen carefully. And he said that before going to the next level, you will have to meet with the boss of the first floor, a giant rat. His health is approximately 200, and he deals a blow that even blocking does not save. Although both wanted to know how to deal with such an opponent, Tessin did not begin to tell everything, because he knew for sure that each of them would find the best way to fight. Also, the main character asked to tell this to other players so that they do not die, and charged with victory, the solo players went back to the labyrinth. Tessin told everything he wanted, so now he can start completing the quest. Taking the ceremonial sword of Rakiratus and a wooden shield in his hands, the main character went to destroy the enemies. Bloodthirsty goblin monsters were already waiting for him from everywhere. They patiently waited for their victim and did not know that they themselves would become victims. There came a moment when there was no more strength to endure, and enemies rushed at the player from all sides. This time Tessin decided to test his new skills and weapons. He became much stronger, so there was no cause for concern at all. The main character activated the skill Trail of Struggle and rushed to attack, destroying everyone in his path. Confidence was at the highest level, and there were no extra thoughts in my head. The boy destroyed one goblin after another, and felt all his characteristics increase. Tessin felt no restrictions. The condition seemed to heal, and he could fight forever. The skill gave a wonderful feeling, and the boy already thought that it could become his main skill. The battle continued in the same direction, and the number of enemies became less and less. The goblins had no chance against such a strong opponent. When the battle ended with the player completely victorious, Tessin noticed a door he hadn't seen before in the labyrinth, and he immediately decided to look, because there could be useful items behind them, and the hero aimed to become the strongest. Despite expectations, there was a warrior's grave inside. No find in this place could be in vain, so the player decided to approach. For discovering the grave, the system increased Tasana's intelligence by 1 and mana by 2 divisions. The boy touched the tombstone, and bright strands of light began to circle above his head, gathering in one place. And in a few seconds, in the same place, a white ghost appeared, which happily greeted the traveler. But when he saw the main character, he immediately said goodbye and went back to the stone. Tessin did not understand the reason for such a reaction at all, so he decided to touch the tombstone again. The same ghost hastened to say that it was nice to meet you, and then quickly turned back again. The boy was already getting impatient, because he didn't even have time to open his mouth to ask anything. The main character touched the stone for the 3rd time, and this time the ghost didn't even fly away completely, but just looked out and began to complain about the player's actions, chasing him away. But at that moment the boy quickly grabbed the creature, and this time he was not going to let it go without an explanation. Barely holding back his anger, Tessin asked to stop these jokes and give him a quest. Outraged by the boy's audacity, the ghost was going to tell the traveler who he was. But the hero already knew that this was the ghost of a warrior. The creature once again resented the fact that now you don't have to risk your life to learn something, emphasizing that everything is now reported by the system. Tessin already thought that the system had not worked before the appearance of the labyrinth, but the ghost admitted that this was not the case. The main character did not understand what was wrong with him. The aura of this ghost is different from the aura of those NPCs that have met him before. The last time the player asked if the ghost would give him a task, or if he was an ordinary object. Again, the creature was indignant that it was perceived as a thing, but after that, the ghost revealed that he was really there to issue assignments. But then he added that he does not share quests with random weaklings. Stunned, Tessin asked why the ghost was on the floor so early then, and he got very angry, because he didn't know why it happened like that. Then he chased the hero away, telling him to come for the quest when he reached at least the 30th floor. Without thinking for a long time, Tessin turned and prepared to leave. He was a little upset that he couldn't get the quest, but he didn't think this NPC was worth the humiliation of Rakiratus on his belt. And in order not to lose the opportunity, he immediately flew to the boy to ask where he took it. When the ghost learned that the boy had succeeded in fulfilling the task of that capricious deity, he was extremely surprised. His mood changed dramatically, and hugging the player's cheek, the creature said that it had changed its mind and was ready to give Tessin a mission. Only now the main character had no desire to return and listen to this incomprehensible ghost. So the NPC decided to tell that he was once a glorious warrior. People believed that he was the first to reach the end of the labyrinth. In his attempts to break into the depths of the labyrinth, he encountered a strong opponent, and therefore returned to the 10th floor to rest. There was almost no health, although even low-level monsters could not break through the warrior's defenses. He fell into a deep sleep. But the boss of the 10th floor had an automatic attack weapon, and he killed the warrior right in his sleep. A hero capable of clearing the very depths of the labyrinth died because of some bot there. The ghost's anger simply knew no bounds, and that's why he had only one task for Tessin, to kill the boss of the 10th floor. An additional quest appeared on the system. The warrior buried in the labyrinth wanted revenge, and the award also depended on his decision. Tasana was wary of the moment that the reward depends on the ghost's decision, because he guessed that if he got angry, he might not give anything at all. But that was already the task. It turns out that this will be a long quest, since his goal is all the way up to the 10th floor. The guy decided to fulfill it, but when the main character agreed, the ghost rushed to him, happily announcing that he would go with him. The ghost had to make sure with his own eyes that the boy would complete the task, and he was already tired of just sitting by the grave like that. Although it was a long way to the 10th floor, he thought it would be fun. But the main character was not happy about it. It is unlikely that the ghost will be of any use to him, but it will most likely hinder him. The shared path with the ghost began with endless stories and thoughts about when it was the boss of the 10th floor who managed to install an automatic attack. The ghost also blamed himself for having relaxed his vigilance, but explained it by the fact that automatic weapons appeared much later, and therefore the monster of the 10th floor simply could not have such. Tessin didn't even want to think about it, because it wasn't his business. and the continuous chatter of his random companion had already tired the main character terribly. So he wanted only one thing, that the ghost would finally shut up. Since the boy had no way to avoid the stories of the spirit of the former glorious warrior, he decided to learn something useful for himself. And so he asked what Tremplin San was doing before entering the labyrinth. The ghost saw no reason to tell the hero about this, and Tessin did not insist. He still won, because he kept quiet for a little while. But such happiness did not last long, because Tremplin San changed his mind and began to tell that he was a descendant of the great royal family of the Karwut Empire. In addition, he was also the eldest son, that is, the future heir. But this is only the beginning. Tremplin San was simply unsurpassed. In addition to being an excellent swordsman, he was also very intelligent. He had no equal in the entire empire. Every young lady dreamed of going to the heir to the ball. Remembering the good times, the ghost seemed to feel that happiness again. But from the way he spoke, the ghost seemed more like a street thug to Tessin. But then the happy and carefree life ended, because the end of the world came, and Tremplin San came to save everyone. But that didn't happen either. Knowing how everything ended, the main character ended the story briefly, and without drama. The ghost of the warrior was terribly angry because he could not save the world. One mistake cost him everything. And now he could calm down only when his killer would be in the grave himself. The spirit of Tremplin San was so eager to tell everything, and at the end expected at least some kind of reaction from the player, but Tessin seemed not to listen to him and moved on. The ghost even more, and he again managed to express his displeasure with the manners of the current travelers. Meanwhile, the main character was already entering the next room. Opening the door, the boy, as he expected, saw several goblins inside. Without waiting for them to act, Kang Tae-san took a bow and started shooting at the opponents. In a few seconds, the boy managed to paralyze 3 goblins, and the only one that remained unharmed was somewhat confused by such a sudden attack. It was at this moment that the protagonist quickly approached and swung at the monster with the Rakiratus ceremonial sword. Only he did not aim at the goblin with the blade, but hit him hard on the head with the hilt of the sword, causing 10 points of damage. The time of action of the paralyzing arrows ended, and all 4 monsters, having returned to consciousness, surrounded the main character. Then Tessin took up his bow again and shot the same 3 goblins with paralyzing arrows a second time. The ghost kept trying to find out why the boy was hitting and aiming his arrows only at certain monsters, repeating the same thing. Tremplin San understood that such actions could lead to gaining a skill, but he still believed that the main character was doing stupid things, and thus he would not gain any skill. But Tessin was going to repeat his previous actions again, and was sure that he would also get a great skill. Then the ghost started circling feverishly, and boasting that he had climbed 85 floors, so he knew everything. But the boy turned and said that if he did not get the skill now, he would become his slave and do whatever he ordered, even if he had to kill himself. But if the guy wins, then the ghost will have to honestly answer all his questions. The spirit of the warrior was impressed by the courage of the main character, who had just entered the labyrinth, and was about to find out who was smarter. But the ghost, confident in his rightness, still decided to agree, because he was going to prove what the great heir of the Karwut Empire was capable of. Soon, Spirit Tremplin San's uncontrollable laughter filled the room as he saw the cheeky traveler crawl on all fours and address him as you. He didn't know what else to think of to entertain himself, but he was ready to taunt Tessin until he died. Leaving his fantasy, the ghost flew up to the main character and offered him to simply give up, because he considered his failure inevitable. But then the boy decided to tell the spirit about the basic skill battle, although he said he knew about it. This is when 2 people engage in battle, then other players are not allowed to interfere. Kang Tae-san was about to gain this very skill, but the ghost rejected this option, believing it to be impossible. And it was at this moment that the main character received a notification that when faced with a large number of enemies, he continued to fight with a single opponent. And that's why the system assigned the resourceful player the active skill, Forced Battle. And just like that, the pale ghost seemed to dissolve into thin air altogether when he saw the skill assignment notification. This school Tessin had used it in a battle against 2 powerful monsters in a past life. It costs 10 mana and allows you to fight 1 enemy. Also, for 10 seconds, the guy only takes damage from his target. The basic skill, Forced Combat, has various effects: lasting damage, poison, confusion, intimidation, and the like. The player was very happy to finally get it, and the ghost still could not believe that the hero's idea worked. He thought to the last that by engaging in such nonsense, it is impossible to get such a useful skill. It turns out that it will help Tessin survive even when he finds himself in lava or even in open space. But the boy understood that, most likely, this is the reason why most people do not have this skill. Although it wasn't the worst condition for obtaining a skill, the ghost was generally afraid to imagine what the player had been doing to obtain his other skills. Now it was time to receive another reward for his efforts. So Tessin, looking at the spirit of the warrior with a satisfied smile, reminded him of the dispute. Displeased with his defeat and the fact that he would now have to answer all the traveler's questions, Tremplan San grimaced bitterly. But there was nowhere to go. But the ghost was not going to be upset about the failure for a long time, so he immediately began to say that he is different from other characters, because there are no restrictions in his storyline. And then he added that skills don't mean anything, so he advised the boy not to get involved in some new school. Tessin didn't care at all, so he just let the chatter pass through his ears. Now he was able to get answers to questions that were really important to him. But because of this, Tremplan San's spirit became even more angry. From the very beginning, the guy acted like he was writing the rules here. The ghost had no choice but to admit that the traveler's new skill was good. But then he said that there are other skills in the labyrinth, for example, jump. The main character immediately asked why the famous warrior did not master the Great Leap. But the ghost had never heard of such a thing. He wanted to surprise the boy by telling about this school. But again, it turned out the other way around. Disgruntled, Tremplan San also admitted that Tessin was generally very good at skills. But this is not enough for the labyrinth, because life also depends on actions and discoveries. This was not new, so the main character continued on his way, and the next point in his plan was to find a secret room. After knocking on a few bricks, the system reported that the player was assigned a strong premonition. The next attempt was also successful, as the brick fell inside when the player pushed it. The ghost was simply stunned that the boy managed to master the revelation, not to mention the level of skill. The main character was able to find the secret room so quickly thanks to this skill. In addition, when his mastery reached 20%, all the necessary information began to be opened automatically. Noticing the traps at the top of the room, Tessin assumed that this time there would be no goblins. The ghost also analyzed the situation, and noticed that the traps were placed in a chaotic order, so it would not be so easy to break through. In his opinion, it would be better not to go there at all. But the main character was not going to back down. He knew that the arrows would be involved first, then the trap on the floor, and finally the moving walls. This secret room was no different from the one in the easy level. That's why Tessin has already prepared to leave for his reward. The spirit of Tremplan San didn't even blink an eye, as the main character moved from his place with insane speed. In the first stage, the boy managed to pass without injury, deflecting all the arrows with the help of the ceremonial sword of Rakiratus. Tessin managed to avoid the trap on the floor by jumping and then pushing off the wall. Infinitely surprised, holding his breath, the ghost of the glorious warrior watched everything. And the main character continued his continuous movement between the walls, which were rapidly narrowing. When it became clear that it would not be possible to catch up in time, Tessin used a blow with his fist. And then the ghost's jaw simply dropped when he saw with his own eyes how the traveler smashed the wall with his fist. But the fact was that this wall was not part of the labyrinth. It was built by goblins. Its strength is not so great, so it was not difficult to break it. Stunned by what he saw, the ghost decided not to say anything at all, and the lucky guy neutralized all the traps and was already thinking about what the reward would be this time. In the chest, a spring ring was waiting for the hero, which added 5 units of mana. It got its name because it was lost in the springtime and emits a pure aroma. Again, the gift turned out to be very successful. When the ring was on the boy's finger, the ghost dared to ask the traveler who he was, and Tessin said that it is repeated a second time. When the protagonist noticed that the ghost did not understand what he was talking about, he simply decided not to explain further. It turns out that Tremplan San knows nothing about it at all, and therefore, to get to Ouroboros, you need to overcome more than 85 floors. The ghost really wanted to know the truth, but the boy had already switched to his own. About 10 days had already passed since he entered the labyrinth. In the chat, players actively communicated with each other and helped each other with advice. Many have managed to defeat the big rat by predicting its movements. Everyone was amazed at Kangjun's success, Hyoka, but he said that it was nothing compared to the boy, who had gone much further than him. After looking through these messages, Kang Tessin decided that now was the best time. Jun joined the conversation. Hyuk was very happy to see him. The rest were very surprised because for the first time, they saw someone who wrote the same saving and motivating post at the most critical moment for everyone. Along with Jun's joy, Hyuk felt alarmed by Taison's appearance on the general page, since before he had only come out for a private conversation. But the hero immediately explained that there was no reason to worry, It was just time to share the news. The young man spoke about the situation in general. Of the people who got to the source of life, only half managed to deal with the big rat. But he thinks that the other half is also waiting for success. Tessan then asked how the boss of the first floor was doing. Jun Hyuk said that he ran away as soon as he saw him. Then he turned and executed the blow, but he almost lost his mind. Lee Tae-an also admitted that she ran away. Her strength will not allow her to face such a monster, so she looks for another way. You will have to try, but it will definitely be safer. Then the protagonist turned to everyone and announced that he intended to tell the solo players about the skill. And for curious Jun, Hyoka immediately explained that now was the best time for that. Although skill is not the only, but very effective way to pass the labyrinth. If he had told the players about them earlier, it can be assumed that he would have put the cart before the horse. Lee Tae-an agreed with this idea, since when they first entered the labyrinth, the information about the skills wouldn't be useful, since it's unlikely anyone would know what to do with them, even if they did. Everyone was very happy, and after what Tessin had already done for the players, no one expected anything less. The solo players sincerely thanked for the kindness, and the main character only asked to tell others about it. He had not yet had time to say anything about his skills, and he was already showered with kind words. Therefore, the hero asked to listen first. He started with the easiest, in his opinion, school. However, from the very first words, the enthusiastic and happy expressions on the faces of the players immediately changed. After all, to get the pain reduction skill, you need to simply stick the sword into your hand. Everyone had a rusty sword with them, and this time it was necessary to stick it as deep as possible into their hand. It is imperative that the sword reaches the bone, otherwise the injury may not count. And therefore there is no need to doubt or fear. All the solo players were shocked by what they heard. Some still hoped that the main character would now say that he was just joking. But Tessan was serious. He didn't understand what the problem was when they were all at the living spring now. Then the hero added that, if in such a state you also enter into battle with a big rat, then you can generally get the unshakable will skill. This skill will help to fight, ignoring any injuries. So the boy advised to definitely defeat at least one monster. I couldn't get everything that Kang Tae-san was telling me into my head. It was like some kind of madness. The main character decided not to pay attention to the reaction of those present and continued to tell how to get the next breath hold skill. The reaction of the players was similar, because to get this skill, you had to immerse yourself in the source of life and hold your breath until the last second before death. And if you use this skill on the edge, swinging your sword, you can also get attack while holding your breath. The boy's enthusiasm completely dropped when Tessin further explained that the stamina, which nullifies the death blow, can be mastered by blocking the big rat's attack about 30 times when the health is only 1. It is a risky game, but the result is guaranteed. All these stories seemed completely unreal, and almost everyone refused to do something similar to get the skill, believing that it is possible to do without it. Tessin wasn't going to force them, and there was no reason for it either. The choice is up to each individual. Such a reaction was obvious because they had all recently lived in an empty being. The war remained only in the echo of history, and the famine is far, far behind. They lived like this, and never once put their lives in danger for something. Therefore, their relationship is unlikely to change just because of getting into the labyrinth. Lee Tae-an only asked if there was really no other way of obtaining skills, and the hero confirmed his words. After thinking for a few minutes, Kang Jun-hyuk said that under such circumstances, he would have to at least try. The girl has also come to terms with the idea that she will have to do something completely crazy. All those who had already managed to refuse to receive skills could not believe their ears that those two were going to do that delusion. They believed that all this could turn out to be a lie, but the young man did not share this opinion because he did not see logic in it. Why would the main character lie when he himself is doing great? And why then did everyone who used his attack method survive? It was obvious that the players simply wanted to hide their insecurity and cowardice. They were well aware that Kang Jun-hyuk is right. Then the young man turned to Tessin and told that he was going to receive first the safest school, namely breath hold. And the main character supported the guy, explaining that everything will be fine with him if he manages to get out of the water, as soon as he notices the system window. It will be most difficult to fight against your natural instincts, so you will have to suffer a little in this regard. All the solo players listened carefully to Kang Tae-san's advice, and stared open-mouthed at the two daredevils who had decided to acquire the skill. In parting, the main character advised to work hard and promised to tell about the next skills as soon as they are ready for it. When the boy returned from the meeting, he was greeted by a ghost who told him that the hero was doing stupid things, because he thought it didn't matter what advice he gave the solo players when they were destined to die in this labyrinth. but the traveler sincerely believed that, being on the edge, they would still be able to save themselves. And now it was time to continue his journey, and the main character was going to meet the boss of the second floor. He could not believe that he had already passed the second level. The ghost was surprised that the boy didn't even try to ask him about the monster behind that door. It's just that Kang Tae-san himself knew everything about him, and he was going to ask about something else entirely. As soon as the door was opened, the system immediately informed the player that the Goblin Lord and Goblin Protector were now in front of the player. The boss held a stick in his hands, and when one of her eyes opened, the Goblin Protector immediately rushed to attack. At this moment, Tessin had already picked up a wooden shield and managed to block the blow. When the protagonist went on the offensive and was about to fight back, the ghost began to stop him, saying that now was not the time for it. But in a few seconds, it became clear that it was already too late. Spirit Tramplin San did not have time to warn the boy. Now all the eyes on the Goblin Lord's staff opened and magical energy spread everywhere. The ghost quickly explained that the main goblin needed to be attacked first, as he was doing something suspicious. But Tessin himself saw everything clearly. And for him, this method of struggle was the most reliable. The enemy gathered all his energy and directed it at the enemy with an all-seeing stick. A thick purple fog enveloped the protagonist's mind, but he did not offer any resistance. Kang Tae-san breathed in that air and plunged into a distant and eerie place filled with corpses. Voices started coming from everywhere. They blamed the boy for their death. If he had not chosen easy mode, then everyone would have remained alive. Someone asked why Tae-san was born at all and said that he is just garbage, that it is a pity to waste food on him. Then among all those corpses, the main character noticed Li Tae-en. She sat motionless exactly as the boy had last seen her in her past life. Suddenly the girl spoke with tears in her eyes. She wanted to know why the boy left her to die alone, why he didn't come for her. Then a wave of all those dead people flooded in and swallowed the girl, hiding her image. This illusion was very strong. Cold as ice, the hands of the dead touched the protagonist and tried to pull him to themselves. They entwined the boy's body so tightly that it was already becoming difficult for him to breathe. But he still found the strength to resist and firmly said that such a thing would not work on him. Meanwhile, the ghost watched in frustration as the last opportunity to take revenge on his enemy simply drowned in the illusion of the Goblin Lord. He wanted so badly to finally leave the grave, but he had already managed to accept that this would not happen. That is why he would like Tessin to obey him. The Goblin Lord did not delay, and was already preparing to strike a decisive blow with a magical fireball at the player. It was at this moment that Tessin woke up from the illusion and destroyed all the spells around him. He managed to endure everything, thanks to the skill, Iron Will. Again, to the surprise of the ghost, Sana's springboard had no limits. Hope for revenge was immediately revived. Having escaped the Goblin Lord's trap, the protagonist was now about to attack. But the boss of the second floor got terribly angry and generated a new illusion ball. The system wanted to check the hero's condition, but with the help of Iron Will, the guy ignored it. Grabbing his last chance, the Goblin Lord activated the curse skill. But when it comes to psychic attacks, the protagonist never loses, and he did not need the verification that the system offered again. Taesin calmly approached the boss of the second floor and grabbed him by the barks, lifting him above his head to deliver the decisive blow. The boy managed to withstand several psychic and magical attacks, and therefore received the constantly active skills, Psychic Stamina, and Magic Resistance. And the fandom companion of the main character was always analyzing his actions. Even he would not be able to withstand a psychic attack simply on Iron Will. The ghost planned to control Tae-san's next actions by giving him little information, but he turned out to be a psycho beyond the imagination of the warrior spirit. The question, "Who is he anyway?" came to mind again. As a reward for defeating the Goblin Lord, the protagonist received a low-level mana-boosting potion. Another pleasant surprise was the thief's low-level lockpick set. With its help, you can neutralize traps and open locks. Tessin's joy knew no bounds. Thanks to the items he received, he also received a school trap neutralizer. The ghost has already understood that the traveler is not going to miss anything at all, and therefore receives many useful rewards. It even upset him because he is already dead, and the living player is doing just fine. Even more confidently, the main character entered the third floor and the system announced the start of the third task, for which a low-level stamina-increasing potion was promised as a reward. But before the start of the test, Kang Tae-san decided to go to the sales counter, and Matt Barrymore was glad that the boy was back. But the ghost of the warrior immediately called the merchant an old rascal, stubborn as a donkey. And I was sincerely surprised that he was still alive. The man was not going to remain silent at such frank insults, so he also warned the main character that this ghost is an ordinary noisy loser. Then he advised not to let him influence him in any way. The spirit of the warrior was angry for no reason. He realized that the boy was important to the merchant because the old man, who only knew how to pray, now gave advice. And Tremplain Sand even had a desire to somehow harm the boy, so that Matt Barrymore would jump out of anger. Tessin tried to intervene at that moment, but no one paid any attention to him. In response, the merchant said that such a pitiful spirit would not succeed, and if he tries to do something, the remnants of his soul will inevitably be destroyed. In order to draw attention to himself, the main character had to open the system and start throwing all his armor and weapons on the ground. But these actions had more than one goal. The guy wanted to sell it all. The dazed merchant could only guess how many monsters the player had managed to destroy in order to collect it. Tessin instead acquired spiked gauntlets with +2 attack and a bronze shield with +5 defense and +1 attack. Also a metal ring with attack +1 and a ring of thorns with attack +2. The strongman's pendant increased the attack power by 2 more divisions. The main character was happy that with these items he would be able to kill the goblin in just 2 blows. But the ghost shouted that it was a scam. Only Matt Barrymore was not surprised, because he knew that the boy had the skill Art of Air Weapons. Again, lightning began to fly between the ghost and the merchant. But Tessin had no desire to listen to their arguments again, so he immediately said that he was moving on. On the way, the main character decided to find out why they have such a bad relationship. And the spirit of Tremplain Sand immediately said that he did not understand how it was possible to love this treacherous and foolish old man. He also advised Tessin to be careful, because the merchant treats the boy well only because he himself needs something from him. At any time he can turn against, so it is better not to trust him so blindly. For people like players, he is an enemy. And the ghost advised me to remember it well. The traveler said he would mean it. He guessed that it must have started when Tremplain's son was alive. Suddenly, the character's conversation was interrupted by the appearance of monsters. At first, it seemed that one giant monster was approaching. But when the enemies got closer, it became clear that they were several goblins that moved almost like a single mechanism. Tessin immediately sprung into action and met the first monster with a good blow to the head. Then the main character performed a jump behind the back of the opponents, which confused them. And with powerful kicks, he dealt with the other 2, not wanting to waste much time on them. The ghost warned Tessin somewhat excitedly that this floor was not fun at all. But for such cases, the traveler had special methods of struggle. He used a flame stick. In a misunderstanding, again, the spirit of the warrior said that this very place is very difficult. But it seems that Tessin was not going to accept it. In each room there is a goblin with an all-seeing stick and mental attacks, and the boy cleared 2 such objects in 5 minutes. The ghost asked why the main character was in such a hurry, and he explained that this floor is much easier than the previous one. And why the player kills everyone to 1, the spirit Tremplain Sand also did not understand, because at his level, experience does not increase much with such actions. It would be more logical to continue moving through the floors. Tessin himself was aware of this, but he needs to fulfill the conditions of the Rakiratus quest, which is to kill all the monsters on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The ghost had no idea that the god of death and discord would issue such quests. He himself went through his task, but this was the first time he heard about it. Now the protagonist decided to ask his first question. He wondered how much the warrior spirit knew about the contracts of the apostles. And the ghost's disappointment knew no bounds, because he did not receive any such contract, not to mention such a low level. But he knew enough about it, that's why he settled more comfortably on the hero's head, and was already thinking about how it would be better to start the story. The fact that the companion agreed to answer the question so simply without making too much noise surprised Tessin. But the ghost explained that, although he is tied to this place, he has no restrictions on spreading information. That's why he decided to tell from the beginning. In the labyrinth, each god rules his own territory. Someone is responsible for victory, and others for defeat. Likewise, Rakiratus is responsible for death and conflict. Some gods are responsible for 2 or more aspects. There are also the gods of ideas, who govern only a separate concept, or the gods of religions, which were born from the faith of people. In fact, there are so many options out there in all shapes and sizes. Then Tessin had a question. What does it mean to be a god here? Because the gods here are different from the earth ones. And it turned out that these gods helped in the construction of the labyrinth itself. In the system window that appeared as soon as the hero got here, it was said that this labyrinth was created by a great magician long ago. There is a legend that whoever completes it will be granted 1 wish. But even for a great magician, it was too difficult to create the entire labyrinth by himself from scratch. Therefore, he was looking for the same enlightened ones to implement his plan. His desire was to create the largest labyrinth, a tower that gradually descends into the abyss. Thus he summoned countless warriors and heroes at their peril. He told the gods about the challenge, about battles not for life, but for death. and also about the premature death of those poor people. The boy did not want to believe that the gods wanted to look at such a thing, but they really liked the idea. And not only, they simply jumped for happiness and supported the magician in every possible way. And that is why, due to the infinite amount of time spent by the gods, this very labyrinth was built. And the same gods took their places in the place they had built, deep below, on the lowest floor. And from there, they began to single out some people, testing them, and giving them attention to determine their worth. The gods offered the contract of an apostle to those whom they were truly interested in. The story was quite informative, but the main character still did not understand whether it was good or bad. The apparition went on to explain that one who becomes an apostle gains many abilities, as much as God wills. They can give additional rewards and even help. With that, everything became clear, so Tassan was now interested in the other side of the contract, that is, its shortcomings. After all, everything sounded quite good, and the ghost had an answer to that. Firstly, the soul of the apostle will belong to the god, and secondly, other gods may hate the player for this. After all, there are many gods in the labyrinth, and they all want different things. Rakiratus, for example, has many enemies. There are quite a few who don't like him, and they consider his actions a real shame. If Tessin goes lower, it is likely that they will try to cause all kinds of inconvenience. In addition, the apostle player will have to follow the orders of the god, since he gives him his power. Even if the apostle considers it unfair to himself, he cannot refuse to fulfill the order. After hearing that, Tessin was more inclined to refuse the apostle's contract. But he was restrained by the thought that whoever passes the labyrinth is guaranteed to be granted one wish, and thus has the opportunity to be freed from subjugation to the deity. The boy was convinced that he would succeed in passing the labyrinth. However, he never heard from Li the N about fulfilled wish. The explanation for this can only be if the girl's desire was a Bizor or Oberos. But if you think about that Li Taen, whom the main character knows, it is safe to say that instead of rewinding time, she would have chosen something else. Tessan did not know what to do to him. After scrolling through all the new information, the hero realized that something was wrong in the first points. At the words of a ghost, adventurers arbitrarily challenged the labyrinth in hopes of making a wish come true. But then what about people from Earth? The boy still didn't know many things, so he decided to put aside these thoughts for the time being and move on. After all, at the moment, it is better to focus on what he can do now. And the ghost was only too happy to clear this floor as quickly as possible to get closer to its goal. But then, the main character focused on neutralizing the traps. And for this, he decided to use the thief's keys. And success awaited Tizan. He received the special skill Disarm Traps. The boy thought that he would have to try at least 100 times to achieve the result. But everything turned out to be much easier, and 10 attempts were enough. The hero was not going to stop there, so he activated the newly acquired skill and continued to neutralize the next traps. Only this time nothing happened, and an arrow flew right by the boy's head. The ghost couldn't wait any longer. Again, he did not understand why the traveler uses unnecessary skills and wastes time when he can learn everything about the room thanks to the detection skill. In addition, he was convinced that nothing much would change with leveling this skill, so it was better to go through the room using agility, just like last time. But Tessin said he wasn't sure because he didn't really understand these traps. And to conquer the unfathomable, it's always better to have more options. The main character does not know where and when they will be useful, so he takes everything he can from this place. This is his formula for success. While the ghost was making sense of what was said, Tessin's mastery of the disarming traps skill increased by 1%. Mentally, the spirit of Tremplin San agreed with the position of the main character because he did not do it and he did not succeed. Working with traps was long and boring, but during this time the mastery of the skill increased by as much as 7%. Tassan received his reward, a +3 ring of compression, and now the third floor can be considered passed. The only person left to face here is the boss of the third level of the labyrinth. This floor belonged to the goblins, so it is not difficult to guess who the main monster will be. The walls of the room where the hero entered were completely painted, and the boss was supposed to appear from minute to minute. Just the thought of this flashed through Tizan's mind as the goblin lord stood before him. Ghost immediately noticed that the boss was angry, and assumed it was because Tessin had killed all of his species. Immediately, in the first second after appearing, the goblin lord attacked the protagonist with a wave. But thanks to his high level of dexterity, Tessin managed to avoid the attack and was already heading in the direction of the enemy. This time he was also going to use a magic wand against his opponent. The goblin lord was very surprised that the player had this item, and did not have time to avoid the blow. For a while the enemy lost his orientation in space and could not continue the battle. Therefore, the main character decided not to delay and delivered the next blow, which caused 21 points of damage. At that moment, the system reported that the effect of the magical confusion did not work, and the boss of the third floor quickly came to his senses. As soon as this happened, the monster immediately began to attack. Letting out an eerie roar, the Goblin Lord swung his staff to strike at Tessin's head. But, as the main character expected, due to the large equipment, the enemy was too slow for him. Therefore, even before the impact, the boy managed to jump. Again, the enemy looked puzzled. Tessin, meanwhile, struck him with several powerful blows from above with Rakiratus' ceremonial sword. The ghost of Tremplain San was bored. It was obvious that the Goblin Lord was not a rival to the main character. Although before he was simply incredibly strong, Tessin defeated the labyrinth boss again. And this time the battle did not cause any difficulties at all. He immediately began to receive a continuous stream of notifications about the increase in characteristics. And as a reward, the boy received a potion to increase strength, as promised, and an old wooden cane. The magic of this item was +3, but this was the first time the main character had seen such a thing. The ghost immediately noticed that the traveler was very lucky. When using a magic cane, the magic power increases. Tremplain San was already used to the fact that the boy himself knew everything, so he was a little surprised when he started asking about magic. But for Tessin, the fact that he could master magic was completely new. The ghost couldn't even think that a boy, who was not the first to meet monsters with magic, could not know such a thing. Until this moment, the main character only knew that he could use the magic inside the cane. Even Li Tae-an never used her magic. But in order to master it, you need to figure it out yourself, or learn from others. The first option was practically impossible for Tessin, but the second one sounded quite realistic. Now the protagonist thought that there was someone in the labyrinth who could teach him magic, but the corresponding NPC is only in solo mode, and it was hidden where even Li Thay could find it in. This explains the fact that no one could use magic, and most likely there is no way to learn it right now. The ghost was already hurrying the traveler to go to the 4th floor, but the boy still needed to visit the god of death and strife. Although things were going very well, there was a strange feeling, so Tessin decided to check his rewards for the 3rd floor. The list included level up reward, interception reward, and 3rd floor clearing reward. But the secret reward was missing, and so there was something else hidden on the 3rd floor. Spirit Tremplain San was not happy about having to wait again, as he wanted to get to the 10th floor as soon as possible. Kang Tessin took a close look at the painted walls, and was now almost certain that there was another secret room. The protagonist decided to ask the ghost if he knew anything about it, but Tremplain San couldn't find any secret room on this floor, so he couldn't help. Most of all, Tessin didn't want to go through the entire floor again in search of the secret room, because it would take too long. But leaving such a weighty reward is not the best decision. Focusing his gaze on the wall paintings, the main character noticed that all the goblins were looking in the same direction, and despite the fact that the ghost convinced the boy that it was a dead end, he still decided to test his assumptions. Tessin approached the place that the gazes in the pictures were pointing to and used the diffuse trap skill. And he was not wrong. In just a moment, the wall began to collapse and a passage appeared right in front of the player. The spirit of Tremplain San just had time to marvel at the traveler's achievement. But the hero explained that only in this place the wall was made of the same material as the wall with traps in the previous secret room. The guy just decided to try and he got lucky. But what were the goblins trying so hard to hide? Stepping inside, Tessin saw the former goblin Lord Hag, Hava, in front of him. The boy was confused by the fact that the system called the monster by name because he had never met such a thing before. The ghost had a bad feeling. He didn't understand why a creature of this level was here at all. The title Lord means that he is the king of his tribe, and this monster already reached for his giant sword. Although he is alone here, the abilities of this monster go beyond the boundaries and limitations of the tribe. In his terrible husky voice, the Goblin Lord said that he felt no hatred for the boy, because they were just toys to be controlled. However, the goblin has the role of a monster here, and therefore he is forced to act accordingly, that is, to kill the player. He decided to demonstrate his strength and swung his sword. With just one blow, the monster managed to crush all the columns in the hall and damage Tessin. And it was not easy for the boy. If he hadn't had time to activate the glide skill, he would have already died. It was the strongest attack he had ever faced. A doubt crept into his head, whether he could even compete with this character. But then Tessin noticed that the enemy was going to strike again, so all kinds of thinking receded into the background, because it was necessary to immediately resolve the situation. The main character immediately rushed to attack, but the Goblin Lord blocked his blow. Although the boy put all his strength into this attack, the opponent's face did not show the slightest strain or worry. It was simply unimaginable power for a 3rd floor monster. Although the player attacked, he now went on the defensive, because he could barely withstand the onslaught of the enemy. When Tessin realized that he could no longer resist, he decided to retreat and take a different approach. At the moment, the main character's strength is 37. In easy mode, this would be enough to clear everything up to the 50th floor. But now he can't handle the third floor monster at all. As the Goblin Lord raised his longsword again to deliver another blow, Tessin began to think more actively about how best to deal with him. And then he got the idea to just get closer to avoid the attack. The monster immediately appreciated the ingenuity of the player, but it was not the first time he had encountered such tricks. So the Goblin Lord knew how to deal with such. He instantly changed the position of his hand on the sword and aimed the hilt at the hero. In addition, Kag Hava applied strong strike, and he was so strong that Tessin's slide could not withstand. The main character received an unimaginable blow, and although he managed to survive this, his movement was slowed down by 10 seconds. The situation was critical, because Tessin could not even retreat in such a state. The only chance to save yourself is to somehow hold on for 10 seconds. This same state also prevents attacking. That is, the main character turned into an easy target. But he was not going to give up, so he used the skill counterattack and automatically deflected the enemy's blow. All this took 5 seconds, so the Goblin Lord didn't hesitate and struck again. Fortunately, Tessin once again managed to avoid the fatal blow by dodging, but he did not manage to stand up correctly, so he fell. 3 more seconds remained to be endured, and they seemed simply endless when the deadly sword hung over the body again. To save himself, Tessin once again had to use slide. And although the attack was not a single one, he was lucky to be saved. Only this time there was no injury. The main character received 46 units of damage. As soon as the delay time applied by the Goblin Lord expired, the boy instantly rushed deep into the hall, finding himself behind the opponent's throne. The goblin was closely following every movement of the player, whose actions were very alarming. Tremplin Sand's excited spirit began to urge the traveler to abandon the crazy idea of continuing the fight and run as fast as possible to leave this floor. The ghost knew very well that it would be possible to return here after gaining strength. But Tessin did not want to listen. He was going to finish what he started. The spirit of the warrior did not give up either, stressing that there was a lord in front of him and that the player of the third floor could not defeat him. Tessin himself would like to listen, but by choosing safety, he will get nothing. The floor reward will be reduced if he abandons the fight now. The maze is arranged in such a way that the reward for the previous floors decreases as soon as the player moves to the next floor. Experience and gold will be reduced by 80%, and the special reward will disappear altogether. Therefore, to get all the rewards on this floor, you need to do the impossible. The ghost was just tearing up, repeating that the boy was too arrogant and reckless. He didn't understand why someone who had always been careful and worked so hard to raise his skill levels would now decide to challenge such a monster. In response to this, Tessin said that he did not understand what the ghost was talking about because he always tried for such a situation. He seeks to collect all the rewards not to avoid danger. It's not about survival at all. The main thing is the tests in which one's own life is at stake. Everything the player did to get the reward also matters, and he did all those things to increase his chances of winning. The system warned that the hero is facing an opponent that he cannot defeat, but the fact that he does not give up has increased his fighting spirit, and also increased his becoming. He will not lose heart during the fight. And before all that, Tessin got eyes that see the opponent's weaknesses. The main character knew for sure that there are no invincible monsters on the third floor, because there must be a certain plan. And only now did the boy realize that the Goblin Lord had never risen from the throne, and therefore he could not walk. The hero also mentioned that the system called him a former lord. Whatever it means, this monster cannot rise from the throne, so there is a chance to win. The goblin appreciated the courage and tenacity of the boy, and because of this he decided that he would fight with all his heart. He was terribly interested in what methods the young player would use to win. And Tessin began to act. He touched the wall with his hand and activated a breath hold attack. Then he concentrated all his strength in his fist and hit it against the same wall, hoping that his plan would work. This caused a strong tremor, and the remains of the columns began to fall. The Goblin Lord did not expect such a turn. He tried to throw the danger away from him by swinging his sword, but he couldn't avoid all the debris. In general, the monster liked the idea of the attack, but he thought that this move was not well thought out, because the main character did not take into account the fact that the debris would fall on both of them. But this was not the last surprise. Tessin picked up the magic staff and activated confusion. Magical energy clouded the former Goblin Lord's mind, and he lost his vigilance. The protagonist then used a fire stick to deal as much damage as possible in one attack. The magic of the Goblin staff quickly dissipated, and the system determined that the confusion failed to activate. But at that moment, Fireballs and fragments of columns were already flying from all sides at the monster on the throne. The monster's mind became clear again, and his rage ignited with new power. He wasn't going to give up. With just one swing of the giant sword, he managed to neutralize everything that flew at him so rapidly. But all the same, Tassan managed to deliver a fatal blow with his bloody sword through the back of the throne. But the goblin was only interested in how the boy managed to escape from the falling fragments of the ceiling. The main character admitted that thanks to the forced battle skill, no one can stand in his way here except for the Lord. Even the ruins that will fall on both of them will not be able to cause the slightest damage to the player. While telling the story, the boy was already preparing to shoot with a bow. After all, when he touched the throne, he realized that powerful charms protected him. And to win, all Tessin has to do is come up with something with the Goblin Lord's weapons and tricks. But when the hero discovered that the throne was not simple, because after such a blow, hardly anyone would have managed to survive, the monster simply moved away from the player on it. The Goblin Lord was amazed at how cleverly the main character managed to use his skills. He considered Tessin a fine warrior, and he was ready to thank the gods for the fact that he was his last opponent. The spirit felt it. Previously, he had only seen Tessin defeat opponents weaker than him. But now, for the first time, he can see him in battle against a truly strong opponent. That is why he had hope. Although Lord Hag-Hav was quite adept at avoiding the player's attacks, and always tried to have his back turned to him, Tessin did manage to meet him face to face again. Now the main character with confidence and with new strength delivered a powerful blow to a strong opponent. The Goblin Lord's throne flew back and crashed with him. Thus, all of his magical power was gone. And this time the monster did not forget to praise the boy for his ingenuity. But there was one more obstacle before completion. If Tessin can't get close, he won't be able to deliver a fatal blow either. And Hav was not going to let him approach him for a single step, continuously swinging his sword. Noticing the traveler's burning eyes, the ghost warrior tried to stop his mad intent again. But it seemed that Tessin did not want to listen. He purposefully approached the enemy's deadly blade. The guy took this hit and took 462 points of damage. This strike was not compatible with life if it were not for the skill Resist. The Goblin Lord struggled to swing his sword again, not understanding what was happening, and the explanation was simple. This skill can nullify an attack that could lead to death. In addition, the main character becomes invulnerable for exactly 1 second, and that is more than enough for him. Therefore, Tessin immediately rushed at the monster to deliver the decisive blow. This was exactly the kind of situation where a potion was indispensable. It is not for nothing that the main character bought it before the Rakiratus quest. He did manage to get to his opponent and get an absolute victory, piercing the Lord's heart with a sword. Before his death, the monster still managed to smile sincerely and call the boy simply an incredible warrior. The system awarded the player the victory and began to calculate the reward for the seemingly impossible task. Tessin gained a skill according to the enemy's strength, and also managed to raise 2 levels and stimulate spiritual growth, thanks to which he received the special active skill Strong Strike of the Goblin Lord. After reading the description of the new skill, the protagonist realized that the amount of damage caused when using it depends on the amount of spent mana. And as always after a hard fight, this was not the only reward. The system also assigned the player acceleration. In the past life, he barely managed to get this school, so he was incredibly happy with his success. The real treasure turned out to be a secret reward, a potion that increases the level of skill mastery. Now Tessin will not have to work hard on it for several days. But he decided to postpone it for now. The hero continued to get rich and increase his powers, and when he put on the Master's Chain, which increases attack, strength, defense, dexterity, and intelligence by 3 units, he noticed that the ghost behaved too quietly. And the fact was that the spirit of the warrior, looking at the characteristics of the main character and the previous battle, sincerely recognized his skill, but did not speak about it. Things were going very well. In one moment, the boy became stronger. He made the right choice when he decided not to give up. And if everything goes like this in the future, then already at the 5th level in the solo mode, it will become equal to the indicators from the past life. The ghost wanted to say something, but changed his mind, hurrying the hero to move on. But first, Tassan needed to complete the quest, so he went to the altar of the god of death and discord. And there he noticed that the spirit of Tremplain San was very frightened and was hiding behind him. But at the same moment, Rakiratus checked the player's actions and was completely satisfied with the fight, so he was already preparing a worthy reward for him. Tessin felt that the god of death and discord knew about the hidden Goblin Lord on the 3rd floor. After all, this alone explains why he gave such a task. A message again appeared in front of the player with an offer to become an apostle of Rakiratus. And this time, without hesitation, the boy reached for the cancel button again. The apparition anxiously tried to persuade the traveler to take his time, but it was too late. The deity's sphere of influence began to shrink, and the system reported that the player received the protective cloak as a reward and mastered the skill that will always be active, namely, protective cloak boost. The ghost looked surprised from behind the hero at the rewards because it was the first time he had seen such a skill. Protective cloak boost is intended to prevent health loss and increases according to the increase in stamina. This skill has a stat of 10, and like the second such stamina, it will not decrease even if the boy takes damage. Then it turns out that Tessin can do even this. The fog cleared, and Rakiratus said in farewell that he was looking forward to the next meeting. Only now the ghost breathed a sigh of relief. He was not so afraid even when he was dying, and he was convinced that the player's attitude towards this creature would also change when he found out who he really was. The fourth floor quest began as soon as the traveler entered the landing. To pass it, you need to kill the boss of the fourth floor, and the promised reward was black gloves. Li Taen said that this floor belongs to orcs. They have strong bodies and quite good intelligence. But behind the first door, the hero came across a dazzlingly shining structure, the altar of Balthazar. It was also built by the followers of the deity, and it is through this place that Balthazar exerts his influence. The ghost said that this is the god of victory. Unlike Rakiratus, he is ordinary, not good, but not bad either. As expected, the deity offered a test, and the hero agreed. These creatures like such brave players, so Balthazar, delighted with the choice, began to read his experience. Only in this way can he review the traveler's memories and evaluate him fairly. In order to get more spectacles, the god of victory proposed a difficult test. But Tessin was not happy about it, because he already had the experience of difficult trials with Rakiratus. The ghost believed that the boy liked Balthazar, and advised him to accept the test. Besides, with such powerful skills, the guy will most likely be able to cope. So that Tessin would not be appeased at the expense of deception, the spirit of Tremplain Sand said that the gods do not like to break contracts. It is just that Rakiratus is an exception in this regard. After listening to the advice of a temporary companion, the main character made a decision and agreed to the test. Balthazar was very pleased. The sphere of his influence began to decrease sharply, and the system reported that the god of victory had already received consent from the residents of the 4th and 5th floors. The 4 option was supported by 20 orcs, and only 1 was against it. As soon as the message disappeared, the earthquake began. Unable to stand on his feet, Tessin fell to the ground. The 4th floor was changing. The boy still did not understand what those messages meant and what was happening now. But then I realized that it was the gigantic mechanism of the labyrinth that started to work, and the gears began to spin actively, which caused the earthquake. Neither Tessin nor the ghost had ever seen such a thing, and so, as soon as everything stopped, both immediately went to the door. What the main character saw behind them did not fit in his head at all. The maze turned into a straight line. Balthazar participated in its creation, so he can change it. Although it was obvious, the ghost was surprised. He was now afraid that the god of victory might prepare an impossible task for the traveler, when he even changed the floor for this. That is why he asked if the hero was ready to go there. But Tessin had already accepted the challenge, so he wasn't going to just stand there and watch. He went forward to quickly find out what he would have to deal with. And already in the first room, a giant orc, swordsman monster met him with a fierce look. It turns out that the monsters on the 4th floor have not changed, unlike its structure. But the orc swordsman immediately prepared for battle as soon as Tessin appeared. And this may be related to the vote that the god of victory conducted. As soon as the monster swung his sword, the protagonist also charged, armed with Rakiratus' ceremonial sword. Tessin managed to block the enemy's blow with a shield, but he could not avoid a 4-point damage. Remembering his new abilities, the main character activated the protective cloak to collect personal health points. And then the boy began to deliver blow after blow, sparing no effort. His dexterity allowed him to evade the attacks of the clumsy giant and deliver unexpected blows. Tessin noticed that this orc was much stronger than the one he met in his past life, because from so many wounds he should have died long ago. Watching the battle, the ghost assumed that the essence of Balthazar's mission was to defeat all the orcs one-on-one. Obviously, the god of victory deliberately made the monsters stronger for the task. But even this was not an obstacle for the main character, armed with powerful skills. Tessin used Strong Strike and hit the orc swordsman in the chest. The first monster of the 4th floor and the quest of the god of victory Balthazar have been defeated. The player felt justified, because this battle seemed too easy to him. But the ghost did not see anything strange in this, because with his characteristics, such an opponent is not a problem. In addition, perhaps stronger orcs will appear in the next stages. And Tessin liked this prospect, because thanks to strong rivals, you can significantly raise your level. And there are 9 more such rooms with monsters on his way. But the main character did not even notice how he cleaned 3 more rooms on the 4th floor. Orc swordsman could not resist such a strong player and fell dead from his sword, and with each victory, the boy's level increased. Comparing the fight with the Goblin Lord, Tessin didn't feel anything special fighting the orcs, and now there are only 5 rooms left. As the level increased, the protective cloak also became stronger. 1 unit of this skill corresponded to 10 units of dexterity. Satisfied with his result, the protagonist went to the 6th room on the 4th floor. And this time, behind the door, an orc was waiting for the player, armed not with a sword, as in the previous rooms, but with a spear. Already from the first seconds, the monster managed to knock the weapon out of the hands of the main character, which was quite unexpected. But Tessin reacted quickly, and before the orc could hit him, he activated the skill counterattack and struck first. The player's characteristics far exceeded those of the orcs, but the boy still couldn't kill them with 1 hit. He assumed that it was a difference in technique and skills. These monsters do not attack recklessly, but follow a methodical technique. Tessin therefore concluded that the simple repetition he practiced would lead to nothing. To get such a skill, the main character will have to find a person who will teach him. The ghost guessed that the boy intended to learn fencing, but when the traveler asked why he was so surprised, the spirit did not explain anything, but only hastened to move on to the next room. In the 7th room, the monster was much fiercer. However, Tessin was ready for this and once again coped with the task. The 8th and 9th rooms also met the main character with a new portion of unrestrained rage. But the traveler, although he spent a lot of effort, nevertheless came out victorious. The ghost was no less pleased with the boy's success, so he followed him, smiling contentedly. Now Tessin was waiting for a meeting with the boss of the 4th floor, and he was already approaching the final door. He managed to cope with the other residents quite quickly, and now the boy was only worried about how to find the hidden rooms here. And the ghost could not help in this, because he himself encountered such a thing for the first time. The main character decided to once again walk through the rooms of the floor in search of secret prizes. But first he was going to deal with the last and strongest enemy. The guy pushed open the door, and an orc warrior appeared in front of him. The boss was as Tessin imagined him to be. Everything was repeated here, so the player thought that there should be no problems and prepared for battle. But suddenly to his left, the main character heard strange sounds that were similar to nose blowing. The girl in green clothes sat in the corner of the room and quietly cried, not understanding why this happened to her. The ghost recognized her and immediately asked why the girl was here and how she managed to survive at all. The young lady turned sharply when she heard the familiar voice of warrior Tremplen San, and was very surprised. And then, at the same second, she rushed to the player and hid behind him, begging for help. Very quickly, the stranger explained to Tessin that because of the labyrinth's sudden change, she was thrown here. And then this terrible orc suddenly appeared in front of her. For some reason, this story really made the ghost laugh. He immediately informed that all this happened precisely because of whom she is now asking for help. The girl was stunned by what she heard, because it is hard to believe that a player who has just entered the dungeon is capable of such a thing. The protagonist realized that this time there would be an NPS instead of a secret room. But at the moment, his main task is to deal with the boss of the 4th floor. It seemed to the girl that Tessin was going to certain death, heading towards the orc, but the ghost assured that everything would be fine with him. At first, Tessin was worried that the orc would not harm the girl, but when he noticed that the orc did not take his eyes off him, he realized that she was not interested in the monster, and that his target was the player. Having come as close as possible to the enemy, the main character used acceleration. Thanks to the skill, Tessin managed to pass the enemy unscathed even when he tried to strike. The enemy's blade slipped right behind the boy's back. Then the hero immediately attacked using strong strike, and he managed to injure the monster. The orc warrior very angry. He roared in an eerie voice, his eyes blazing with hatred. Entering the berserker mode, the monster began to deliver blow after blow, but he could not hit the boy because he was too fast. Then the main character activated acceleration again and approached the enemy. And while the monster was swinging his sword to strike, Tessin activated the strong strike skill. This attack was so strong that the orc could not even stand on his feet. And the girl was again stunned by everything she had just seen. This time, the boy won in just 2 strokes. Under the boss of the 4th floor, the player's level increased significantly. While the ghost was proud of the traveler's achievement, the girl tried to understand how the adventurer from the fourth floor managed to defeat the orc warrior with such ease. Again, Tasana was asked the question of who he was. But the hero calmly said that he is an ordinary player, and then he himself decided to find out who the stranger in green clothes was, who was asking for help. The girl was somewhat confused, because she did not know for sure whether it was possible to trust the player and tell the truth. But when she looked at the ghost, he gave a sign that Tessin is a worthy person. Then the stranger admitted that her name was Lilith, and that she could summon magic. Then she added that she came here to learn more about great secrets. From the surprised expression on the hero's face, the girl understood that the boy came from a world in which there is no magic, and considered such a world very strange. Although in reality not everyone can learn magic, there must be an innate talent. The girl doesn't have it, but she wanted to learn it more than anyone else. And that is why she came to this place. Lilith already has some success. And in order to demonstrate them to the hero, she waved her hand, and a golden illusion spread from her palm. In the labyrinth, people can make their dreams come true. In just a second, the sorceress managed to recreate the starry sky. This impressed the boy so much that he just watched him for a while without saying anything. Lilith thanked Tessin for saving her, and immediately apologized for not having anything to offer him in return. It is on the shoal. In addition, it lost all its catalysts and even ingredients. But the main character believed that the girl could still be useful to him, and he meant magical power. Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. She did not expect that the boy would want to learn magic and from her. It was so unexpected that the girl even wondered for a while whether this was even possible. And then she apologized again and said with regret that she had risked her life to learn magic, so she believed that she would not be able to fulfill her savior's wish. Tessin was ready to refuse, but he still wondered if he should start persuading the sorceress. But then a ghost intervened, and asked why Lilith didn't even try to teach him. She has nothing but magic, and it is clear that the girl values her skills very much. But if you look at it from a global point of view, then this is generally a trifle. The ghost believed that the rescue was worth paying for the skill to which the girl had devoted her life. Besides, it will also only be for the better for her. Then the spirit of Tremplin San asked how many floors Lilith had already passed. Tears again filled the eyes of the sorceress, and she admitted that she had overcome only 9 floors. The ghost thought so. With her skills, it will be difficult to go further. And then he pointed to Tessin, and emphasized that he was going to continue taking the labyrinth by storm. Moreover, he was recognized by the gods, because of which the dungeon changed. The spirit of the warrior is simply convinced that the main character will reach the greatest depths, and can even save those who are in the abyss. Accordingly, it will be a great opportunity to learn such magic that you could not even dream of. Lilith realized that the ghost was right. Left alone at the same level, she will not be able to develop further. And the spirit of the warrior was satisfied, because he managed to convince the sorceress of mutual benefit. The girl once again reconsidered everything, and decided that such a chance should not be missed, so she announced that she would teach Tessin magic. The mood also improved from the fact that now you don't have to be alone, and moving forward together is much more fun. But, remembering the fact that Lilith got here against her will, the sorceress repeated again that she has nothing, which means that now she simply will not be able to teach anything. The girl said that there will also be orcs on the 5th floor, and it is not much different from the 4th. Then she offered to meet in a secret room on the 6th floor, where she was before changing the labyrinth, and Tessin liked the idea, so he agreed. Lilith clapped her hands in high spirits, and a transparent tablecloth covered the girl, erasing her presence. Seeing this magic, the ghost understood how the sorceress managed to pass through the 5th floor. Tessin tried to feel the presence of Lilith, but nothing happened. She perfectly managed to cover her tracks. Then the main character turned his attention to the ghost, and asked why he decided to suddenly help. The reaction was immediate and emotional. In order not to explain, the spirit of the warrior began to rant about the fact that he can be nice sometimes, and there is no need to complain about it. In fact, Tessin really didn't quite understand the reason for the change in the ghost's behavior, but he knew for sure that attitude had changed after defeating the Goblin Lord. Calming down a bit, the spirit of the warrior explained that he simply saw potential in the boy, and was thus simply trying to make amends. The ghost did not explain what fault he wanted to make amends for, but only said that he would continue to help from this moment on. To bring the subject forward, the warrior spirit hastened the player to finish the challenge, but Tessin was going to refresh himself first. At the same time, the main character checked the chat and found out that Kang Jun Hyuk and Lee Taeyen successfully passed the 1st floor. although they did not acquire all the skills that the hero talked about. But besides them, no one even tried to do it. Next, the boy decided to deal with his awards. For passing the 4th floor, he received black gloves with protection +5. Also, the hero received an engraving scroll, which gives the equipment a special power. Fortunately, the meeting with Lilith was equated to a secret find, and therefore the reward was excellent. Tessan immediately cast an engraving scroll on Rakiratus' ceremonial sword, and his attack increased by 5 units. In addition, he is now able to restore 5 units of stamina after killing an enemy, and there is even a chance to knock the enemy back after being hit. This award turned out to be incredible, even too good as for an accidental find. With new powers and items, and together with his companion, Tessan went to clear the 5th floor. For defeating the boss this time, they promised a dazzling decorative blade. But before the start of the test, the main character looked into the sales counter, and there he was met again by a surprised merchant. In his opinion, the boy went through the task too quickly. However, this time Matt Barrymore was alerted by a chaotic noise on the floors, but he guessed that it was somehow related to another quest. The main character was going to first sell some things to the merchant, and then buy a coupon to expand the inventory. But then the boy's attention was drawn to a jar with golden contents, and he asked permission to look. It was pollen of blessing, which is collected from the wings of fairies. Rumor has it that whoever uses it can receive a blessing. Matt Barrymore was surprised by the main character's interest because, despite what they say, no one still knows whether it's true or not. The merchant said that one person tried to bathe in sawdust to become more lucky, but slipped and fell. There were also those who applied pollen to the weapon, but this only made it shine. Tessan asked if the ghost had heard anything about it, but the ghost immediately denied it, because he had never bought such a thing. In the past life, many were interested in the possibility of blessing. They believed the rumors and rushed to the sales counter to buy magic pollen. But after no one managed to get the desired result, this substance began to be treated as garbage, and so it was until Tessan found a use for it. The guy asked how many such jars Matt Barrymore had, and he said that he bought only 3 because there was no demand for pollen. And what a great surprise it was that the main character wanted to get them all. Given the experience of previous generations, the pollen of blessings is nothing more than expensive junk. Only Kang Tasan knew very well that this substance gave a chance to control small probabilities. The boy said goodbye to the merchant, and the ghost impatiently asked why he made such a purchase. But the hero was not going to tell in advance, so he said that soon, the spirit of the warrior will see everything with his own eyes. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of the player that Balthazar was satisfied with the result, and was waiting for an opportunity to give him an award. Tessan took this as a reminder to clear the 5th floor as soon as possible. After reading the contents of the message, the apparition called the traveler an impressive fellow, as the gods are willing to go out of their way to increase their influence by granting him favor. But the hero did not know that intervention in the zone of influence was so important. Tremplin Sand's spirit was stunned, because everyone knows that gods only care about their influence. In no case will they go to increase the zone of influence for the sake of believers who worship them. And they give only minimal rewards, passing it off as something valuable. The ghost hoped that he had clearly explained to the protagonist how valuable he was to the gods, and at the end he added that he could be proud of himself. Tessan now did not understand what he had done to deserve such treatment, because he only performed tasks because they were rewarded, and he never did more or less, but exactly as much as was needed. In the first room of the 5th floor, the main character was met by an orc warrior. He was exactly like the boss of the 4th floor, but it didn't matter to the player, so he immediately rushed into the attack. But the enemy managed to block the first blow. And then the boy decided to act more decisively. The engraving applied to the sword of Rakiratus was filled with energy and fighting spirit of the hero. In response to Tessan's attempt to inflict damage, this time, the orc warrior decided to attack. But the protagonist noticed that the enemy had opened up, and activating Strong Strike along with consecutive attacks, struck first. But at the last moment, the orc warrior managed to put the sharp tip of the spear in front of him, and repel the attack again. A second attempt to hit the enemy also failed, but Tessan considered it just plain bad luck. He was not going to give the enemy another chance, so he immediately decided to move on. The main character activated Strong Strike again, and this time decapitated the first monster on the 5th floor. It was a great result. Although the opponent was equal in strength to the boss, the boy managed to defeat him quickly thanks to the engraving scroll. Heading to the next room, Tessan thought that when the first room had such a strong monster, then the boss of this floor promised to be simply amazingly strong. But on the other hand, the stronger the opponent, the more the one who defeats him gets. Therefore, It was this battle that the hero was looking forward to. With each subsequent room, Tessin could feel how it was getting harder and the monsters were getting stronger. He managed to clear 5 rooms already, but there was still a lot of work ahead. The player was given strength and enthusiasm by the thought that when he cleaned this floor, he would not only receive a reward from God, but also learn magic. Remembering this, the boy decided to use the chance and ask how the ghost knows Lilith. And for starters, the warrior spirit informed that there are no lifespan limits in this labyrinth. The sorcerer girl was already here when Tramplin's son entered the labyrinth. She also nearly died from the orcs on the 4th floor. But the warrior felt sorry for Lilith, so he decided to help. It was quite strange because since then about 100 years have already passed. It turns out that all this time the girl tried and still could not clean the 10th floor. She came to the labyrinth in order to learn powerful magic, but due to her meager talent, she was unable to achieve even a shred of enlightenment. The ghost really helped Lilith because he was very sorry for the girl. However, he had no idea that the sorceress was still alive. Tessin understood that there are those here who live not for the sake of conquering the labyrinth, but for personal reasons. Perhaps there is even more NPS here than the hero thought. The wooden door opened with a piercing creak, but no one entered. This sound attracted the attention of the goblins because they were already expecting the player. Then, a tiny pebble rolled into the room through the crack. This caused even more interest in the creatures. When no one entered the room, one of the goblins decided to go out and pick up a pebble lying behind the door. However, Lethi was already waiting for him, lying in wait, ready to attack N. As soon as the monster took a step outside the room, the girl grabbed him with a ribbon and delivered a fatal blow. It was hard work, but in this way Lethi N managed to lure out all the goblins and deal with them. She immediately shared her success with Kang Jun Hyuk in the chat, and the boy appreciated her ability to trick in the fight against strong opponents. And Kang Jun himself, Hyuk, has already found the altar of Rakiratus, the god of death and strife. When the player reached out to him, a message from Tessin appeared right in front of her, warning her not to do so. Among all the gods here, it is better not to associate with Rakiratus. Although the boy really wanted to know what the reason was, he did not go against Hyun's instructions. And Lethi An was surprised at the young man's interest, despite the known danger. She had no doubts about Kang Tasan's advice because it was the only way she managed to survive. The boy agreed with this opinion and immediately thanked the savior. But, for some reason, this kind of correspondence really annoyed the easy-level player, Choi Yoon-hyuk, and he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction in the chat, believing that everything written is a clear exaggeration. Li Tae. This attitude made him very angry. No one had the right to judge what they had to go through and how they survived. Choi Yoon-hyuk justified his words by saying that defeating the one and only rat on the 1st floor, which is a regular mob, is not as difficult as they describe. This topic has been supported by many people. They did not want to read such blatant lies. Only those who have experienced it on their own skin understand how important such words of support and sharing of experience are. Kang Jun-hyuk couldn't stand it and wrote that easy players can't even imagine how hard it is for them. But the leader of the easy level wrote that there is no need to worry, because they themselves chose such a regime. Players from all levels are pissing, only solo mod writes all the time. Judging by the messages and what was happening in the general chat, the main character realized that it had already been a month since he entered the labyrinth. Now is the time when everyone from the easy and normal levels has finished adjusting. Now they're being careful so no one should die, but this peace will eventually become poison for them. And now they are looking for a way to release the accumulated emotions. And instead of directing their anger at the giant monsters that swarm the place, they chose to target the single players who stand out the most. The main character realized that in his past life the situation was not so sad. Most of the aggression was directed at Kang Tae-san. Jung Yoon-hyuk didn't understand what was so big about him. Personally, he considers the main character to be the biggest clown. Easy Leader continued to scoff at Tessin being thanked even when he advises fighting monsters on health units. To some extent, the main character expected this. In a past life, he had to deal directly with this person. But then he was nearby and could stop the monster. And now he has probably already founded a guild and conquered easy mode. A lot of people need an enemy, and that's why he chose one from solitary mode. People from different levels cannot meet, and, judging by the words of those who are at the solo level, it is almost impossible to pass it. And that's why Jung Yoon-hyuk is convinced that such players will not be able to take revenge. But he doesn't know about one thing. Tessin sent a message to Easy Leader with a proposal to meet in a month. And it scared him quite a bit. Then the hero closed the system and went to clean the last room of the 5th floor. and the ghost kept trying to ask what the boy was doing. As soon as the traveler entered the room, the boss, the leader of the orcs, Lathrin, appeared in front of him. It was somewhat unexpected because Tessin was expecting at least a lord, but the spirit of the warrior considered it logical. Haghua's appearance was an anomaly. The leader is also quite a strong opponent. As the final mob, it is quite difficult to defeat, and most adventurers will not even be able to put up a decent resistance. But the ghost was calm for the player, because he believed that this monster did not pose a threat to Tessin. When the hero faced the enemy, the leader said that he was glad to welcome the great warrior, and then thanked him for his strong fighting spirit. He believed that the gods were worthless at all, but Letran admits this. Then the monster inquired whether his comrades, of whom he was proud, had departed from this world satisfied. And the boy answered that yes. All the orcs Tessin fought met their death with a smile, that is, they were happy. And only now did the protagonist realize that they were all more interested in fighting him than killing him. And the leader confirmed the player's guesses. He saw no sense in simple murder. They are just slaves imprisoned in this place. They don't even know when they will be released, so their only entertainment is a proud battle. That is why they are not going to trample on someone who can free them and give them a noble death. Letran simply cannot allow this, and will not allow it. He wants to die with dignity. So he asks the warrior to show his true strength and give him death. After these words, the orc leader activated Recharge and used Wrath. Now it will be much more difficult to overcome it. Tessin himself wanted to help the monster fulfill his wish, so he also prepared himself. Lying on his back in his last moments of life, Letran laughed. He couldn't believe that there was such a big difference in strength between them. Now the leader of the orcs only wanted to know who Kang Tessin really was, because he did not look like the adventurer from the 5th floor at all. What was most surprising to him was that the boy knew absolutely nothing about swordsmanship, but could already use air weapon mastery. Even the movements and behavior of the main character stood out. They are definitely based on his own experience. Letran laughed loudly again and admitted that it was a glorious battle, and he would accept a dignified death. As the body began to dissolve, the orc chief wished the warrior victory, and at that moment the system reported that Balthazar was very pleased. The area of influence of the god of victory began to increase dramatically, and a blue glow reproduced the reward of the belt of martial spirit. He has 3 units of defense and the same number of attacks. Also, restores 5 units of mana and stamina after each victory. In addition to this, Tessin received the permanent proof of victory skill, thanks to which he can choose one characteristic and increase it all the time. It turns out that the hero will receive a status after each new victory. After thinking carefully, the player decided to choose mana for this skill. Immediately after the awards, a message with the Apostle's contract appeared in the system window. But Tessin, without thinking for a long time, rejected the offer. Surprisingly, Balthazar was satisfied with the player's choice and was looking forward to the next meeting. The gods were generous with gifts, and suddenly, 2 chests appeared nearby. The ghost assumed that one of them contained a regular reward and the other contained a reward from a secret room. Since the layout of the labyrinth has been changed, it is quite obvious why these 2 chests ended up here. The basic reward for completing the 5th floor, as promised, was a dazzling decorative sword. Its attack is +5, which is exactly the same as Rakiratus' ceremonial sword. In the next chest was the sword of self-sacrifice. Thanks to it, you can accumulate health and save it. Ghost was stunned that Tessin was given a secret reward just like that. The protagonist decided to check how exactly the sword works, so he raised it to his wrist, and the blade absorbed 20 units of health. Its effect was similar to some kind of potion, so this item will be very useful in critical situations. Another secret reward was a secret cloak. Tessin was very happy, because this thing allows you to hide for 1 second, but the cooldown is an hour. The guy immediately put on a raincoat, and he really worked. Now, no one will be able to find him, except for monsters that have the detect skill. But equally, clothing will be very useful in many situations during combat. Therefore, Tessin decided that it was better not to take off his cloak just yet. With swords in both hands and high spirits, the protagonist was ready to move on. The ghost circled the boy, saying that having 2 blades was cool and that his sword art was similar. Tessin was surprised to hear that Tremplin San had swordsmanship skills, and the spirit of the warrior told that he himself developed his style based on the art of swordsmanship of the great Karwut Empire, and thanks to this, he was nicknamed the Master of the Sword. This achievement was impressive, so the main character expressed a desire to learn this art as well. But the ghost said that with his current characteristics, Tessin would die if he used it. And this is even with a strength of 150, it's just that this skill is considered high level. However, the spirit of the warrior believes that in time, the boy will be able to master him. But before that, he advised the hero to focus on delving into the labyrinth and increasing his strength. And when he succeeds in doing so, the ghost will bequeath to the traveler everything he has. During the conversations, the main character did not notice how he got to the 6th floor. For killing the boss of this level, an engraving scroll was promised. From the very first steps, Tessin was convinced that everything here was as described by Lethi and. It is difficult to wade through the swamp, and the clearing was complicated by the fact that the swamp is not an obstacle for local monsters. It only slows down player movements. At first, it was very quiet in this place, but in just a few seconds, a shrill scream spread through the spaces, and monsters appeared from behind the trees. The main character realized that he was too deeply stuck in that swamp and could not move his legs at all. However, it was not a problem for him. Tessin used his staff and generated a fire attack. The swamp could not withstand the strength and skills of the main character and dried up, and his detection skill increased to 4%. The monsters did not expect such strong resistance, and while they were somewhat dazed by the fire, the player decided to finish what he started. Tessin grabbed the giant lizard by the throat and threw it incredibly hard to the ground. Thus, one enemy was finished, and the player's mana increased by 1. The ghost thought that was too small a reward for victory, but he was more interested in how the boy had guessed that the swamp was also considered an enemy, and the boy admitted that it was accidental. Another monster lizard was already trembling with fear before a collision with the player, because he saw with his own eyes that he would not be able to cope with him. The boy noticed that something was wrong and turned to the enemy, asking why he was not attacking. And when the lizard dared to attack, a sad end awaited it. The chances of victory were 0. Having finished with the inhabitants of the swamp, the main character calmly continued on his way. The ghost was dying of boredom watching the boy effortlessly clean the floor. But after the trials the player had to go through, ordinary monsters were no match for him. Suddenly, the spirit of the warrior let out an exciting cry. He noticed a bulging brick and realized that it was Lilith who had left the mark. It is clear that the monsters do not guess that this is some kind of sign, so the girl acted wisely. The main character walked up to the wall and clicked on the brick, moving it into place. To Tassan's right, stone blocks began to move and a staircase was formed, at the end of which a sorceress appeared. The girl happily greeted the guests in her secret room. But when the poor girl studying magic found herself in her space, she instantly turned into a formidable magician. However, it did not last long. In a misunderstanding, the ghost asked what the girl was doing, and she said that she was simply creating the image of a great sorceress. The ghost stealthily asked Tessin not to play along with Lilith's eccentricities, who had already begun to tell what magic is. Unlike other skills, magic cannot be learned on your own. You need to learn this from someone, or earn it. That's why things that can't be done with skills are available with magic. For example, controlling fire, changing space, or overcoming time. The value of magic is simply enormous. Then Lilith remembered that if Tessin is her student, then he should address her with respect. However, the ghost did not like such pathetic habits at all. The guy decided that the ability to master magic is much higher than all kinds of pride, so he agreed to call the girl by her title, that is, teacher. But the spirit of the warrior did not expect this at all, and simply demanded to stop talking like that. Lilith did not understand the reason for this attitude of the ghost, but decided not to pay attention, and continued. She said that magic is a big mystery. Then she raised her hand, palm up, recreating the flame, and asked what exactly the boy was seeing. Tessin said it was some form of flame, and the sorceress expected such an answer because this is exactly how those who do not possess magical skills answer. They see only a natural phenomenon. But this is not surprising because the hero came from a world in which there is no magic. There is another very simple way to learn magic. You need to make a contract with the god of magic. Lilith was lucky in this regard, because such a god himself found her. The ghost reported that this was a very rare occurrence. Gods usually don't do that. This happened to Lilith because of her insanely great desire to learn magic. And although the girl was proud of it, the spirit of the warrior did not intend to compliment her. Tessin doubted that the god of magic would offer him a contract, as he had already turned down offers to become an apostle several times. But it was not a problem. Lilith came and put her hand on the boy's shoulder, saying that there was no need for a contract with the god because he had her. The poor woman who wanted to learn magic poured it into the main character in just a few seconds. In the labyrinth, there is a great advantage. Someone who has magic can transfer his skills to someone who does not have them. Tessin received the much-desired skill, magic, and although the skill of owning it was still equal to 1%, he could already create small sparks. The hero also received Gift of Magic and Removal of Magic. The girl again recreated the flame in her palm and asked what the boy was seeing now. The player said that now it really looks different. He had a feeling he had never experienced before in his past life. Now he felt what magic was. At this point, the preparations were completed, so it was possible to officially begin the study of the various types of possession. The easiest way to learn magic is to extract it from the item that has it. It can be a tool or a stick. Lilith was very surprised when she saw as many as 2 such items in her student's possession. This made the learning process much easier and faster. The main character raised his hand over the magic wand and cane and activated magic withdrawal. In a matter of seconds, the fireball and random magic attack skills were concentrated in T-Sun's palms, and the items with such power turned gray. The guy immediately tried to generate a fireball in his palm, and it succeeded. It was a new and very interesting feeling, and Lilith sincerely rejoiced at the success of her student. The first way to master magic is to learn it from someone who already has it, and the second is to pay tribute to the god of magic. But the second method is available only to those who have signed a contract, so it is not suitable for the main character. And therefore, Lilith offered to pay tribute instead of Tessin to learn the skills, and then teach this skill to the boy. Thus, the main character will need, as before, to simply clean the floors, collecting materials for tribute. And he liked this idea. And the sorceress was jumping for joy, because now she will finally be able to learn new magic. But then the player expressed a desire to learn something else that the girl already knew, namely, the invisibility spell. And the mood immediately changed. Lilith said that it could be learned, but it would have to be paid for. The fact is that the girl did not learn this skill herself, but received it upon request, and therefore she cannot teach someone of her own free will. The sorceress will have to obtain permission by offering a tribute to the god of magic. Then it turns out that when Tassan wants to learn a spell that Lilith doesn't know, he will need to bring 2 tributes. The first for the girl to learn it, and the second for the hero to teach it. The boy had already begun to think about what would be better to give to the god of magic, weapons or armor. The girl said that it should be something valuable, special, and unique. And without delay, Tessin opened the system and began to demonstrate everything he managed to collect. After evaluating all the items, Lilith concluded that this would not be enough for even one spell. Even quantity does not save, because magic requires values. Then the protagonist showed the necklace around his neck and asked if it fit. Surprised by the presence of the Lord's item, the girl assumed that it should be enough to get an entry-level spell. Tessin then asked what Rakiratus' ceremonial sword would be enough for, and Lilith was convinced that the god of magic would like it, but he would try to trick her, and was unlikely to allow her to learn anything more than low-level spells. Rakiratus could like such a situation. It was the first time the sorceress had ever seen the gods being talked about so calmly, but the ghost said that the boy was always like that. Tessin's last offering was an old wooden staff that was endowed with magic of 3 units. Clapping her hands with joy, Lilith informed that for this, you can confidently ask for a spell for a beginner. It turns out that the value of this item is equal to the Lord's necklace. That girl explained that the fact is that the gods love things that touch them. The sorceress took the old stick and asked what kind of spell the traveler wanted to learn. Invisibility is high level, so it's not possible to get it yet, but many other spells are available. Magic models appeared in front of the hero, a fireball, but the guy already has it. A frozen arrow that has the opposite effect of the previous one. A basic search that tells you how many enemies there are and where they are in the next room. A covering curtain that helps to be less visible and not attract attention. And the last spell is the creation of provisions. It creates porridge and water, but it does not taste like food. As always, Tessin made a quick decision and chose the last spell. For Lilith, the choice was unexpected because she was almost convinced that the hero would choose an ice arrow. The boy explained that there was no time limit here, so he could come back here at any time, and ice arrows were often found on magic wands. The ghost supported the traveler, because he also believed that porridge was better than goblin meat. Then the girl waved her staff in front of the protagonist's offering, and the emerald light of the star shone above her. At the same time, Lilith spoke words in an incomprehensible language, and an eye appeared in the fog. Tassan felt the heavy gaze of the god upon him, and from the way the eye squinted, the player realized that he was smiling. The creature then began to drain the old wand's magical energy, absorbing the tribute. And in a few minutes, everything was over. The thick green smoke with ghostly energy dissolved as if it had never been there. The system reported that the player received the Create Provision spell. Its use required 5 units of mana. Lilith was stunned that the god of magic so easily agreed to receive the spell and expected him to make her go through some difficulties. But the fact was that the gods are very demanding of outsiders. Tremplin-san also went through some difficulties when he tried to learn magic. But their cases are different because there are no gods who hate Tessan yet. The sorceress asked if the protagonist wanted to learn another spell, and he said there was one. But he didn't have the tribute to get it right now, so he'd have to come back later. The two then agreed that the player would now go scavenging the floors, looking for something of value, and Lilith would follow him. Walking further up the floor, the main character used his newly acquired magical skills, honing his skills. Now using magic has become much easier. With just one swipe of his finger, he could create a fireball and burn everything to the ground. The ghost was very happy that he managed to help the main character. Now cleaning the floors will be much easier, and when you manage to get a valuable item, you can immediately go to Lilith and learn new magic. Only Tessan was interested in something else now, and was looking intently at the system window. The spirit of the warrior had already thought that the boy had entered the shared chat again, and when he looked, he saw that the hero's defense level had increased significantly, and now this indicator was 35. Tremplin-san's spirit was already dying of boredom, so he began to hurry the traveler to move on. But he, without explaining anything, began to take off his clothes. It looked quite strange. The ghost had no idea what the main character was up to, who said only that he wanted to get something. But what kind of skill is this anyway, to get which you need to remove all the protective armor? However, Tessan did not explain anything further, but advised the apparition to just watch in silence. When the lizard monster standing behind the tree noticed the player without armor, he immediately understood that he was a defenseless victim. And just in a matter of seconds, the creature rushed at the main character at breakneck speed. The boy patiently waited for the moment. Even when the enemy's weapon was already very close, the player continued to remain calm. Only when the trident dealt 20 points of damage did the traveler grab a weapon to defend himself. Now the size of the protective shield was only 15 units, and the enemy fell from the side. Tessan took a hit that should have done 50 damage, but ended up taking less than half. The ghost still did not understand what it could do, but the player received a notification that he received a special skill that will always be active: resistance. And due to the fact that the guy's health did not decrease with the first hit, he also received a special skill that will also always be active: reset the first hit. Tessan will now not take health-reducing damage while being completely defenseless when attacked. The lizard monster recovered from the first blow and charged again, hoping to hunt down its prey. The conditions for obtaining such a skill were not simple, but they had to be fulfilled. And the main thing is that the traveler is ready to do it. When the trident dug into the player's body again, its effect was simply reset due to the activation of the newly acquired skill. Then it was the protagonist's turn. He grabbed the monster by the throat and threw it into a tree with all his might. The boy owed his success to Rakiratus, because it was he who gave the hero the skill Protective Cloak. Stunned by what he saw and the logic of everything that had just happened, the ghost admitted that the traveler's skills were insane. The always active skill Null First Strike completely nullifies the enemy's first attack, but this skill can only be used once per battle per opponent. The name of the skill fully justifies itself. And it doesn't matter what attack the enemy uses, it will disappear as if it was never there. And the point is not that the blow will be blocked, or it will be possible to evade it. Everything looks as if this attack did not exist at all from the very beginning. No opponent can bypass this school. Ghost suggested that without the protective shield skill, the hero would not be able to get first strike reset. But it was not so. Just then the player would have to sweat a lot. Tessan had to go through many difficulties in his past life. And only after hundreds of tests and thousands of attempts did he barely get this school. The boy used his self-sacrifice knife and restored his protective cloak. It's a good thing that cloak points don't count towards health. Thanks to this, the main character can use other skills. For example, the constantly active skill Resistance reduces the damage from the next attack of the enemy by half. Now the ghost understood why the traveler wanted this skill so much and hoped that they would now continue their movement through the floors. But Tessan was in no hurry. And then the spirit of the warrior came with a startling realization that the boy was going to get a nullification of the second, and possibly further attacks. But all this seemed simply impossible. The first time everything worked out because the player received only 20 units of damage. Given that the protective cloak gives 35 units of health, Tessan will not be able to withstand 2 attacks with the same success and will take direct damage after spending all the protection of the cloak. But the main character was completely calm because he had already calculated everything. And for second strike nullification, he has Blessing Pollen. The ghost was in a deep misunderstanding. He did not believe that it could help in any way and watched in surprise as the traveler actively sprinkled himself with the golden substance. When all 3 jars of magic pollen were emptied, the protagonist opened the door to the next room of the labyrinth. The lizard man monster, noticing the defenseless daredevil, immediately rushed to attack. However, as soon as the trident got close to the boy's body, the weapon began to dissolve due to the effect of the skill Nullify the First Strike. The ghost, who was carefully watching everything, said that this attack is unlikely to be counted by the system, and therefore, to achieve the goal, it is necessary to withstand 2 more attacks and not lose health. The creature was enraged by the fact that it could not harm the enemy, and rushed at the player with even greater hatred. This was the first attack on the way to gaining the skill, and the main character lost 17 points of damage. The ghost couldn't believe his eyes. The boy managed to take less damage than last time, and he still had 18 points of protective cloak left. The fact is that Tessin has long understood the specifics of the attack. It is affected by accuracy, evasion, defense, and of course luck. The system works so that the damage has a range of randomness, 10%. If the attack is 30 units of damage, then its limits are between 27 and 33, which depends entirely on luck. Tessin took the second blow and used up all the health points contained in the Cloak of Protection. He managed not to spend a single unit of his own health. Of Blessing played its role, which gives control over tiny probabilities. The main character used all 3 jars of magic pollen at once, so he took the least amount of damage from the attack. Thanks to all these tricks and accurate calculation, Kang Tae-san gained the skill of Second Strike Nullification. The monster continued to attack. Only this time the boy did not stand still, but jumped up with lightning speed. And then he delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's chest. The lizard man monster failed to block the attack. And that's why he went to a long distance, getting well for nuts. It is unlikely that he will have to meet the main character again, because the probability of survival after this is 0. Satisfied with the result, Tessin glanced at his opponent. He did not expect that it would turn out so much. This time, compared to the past life, the hero managed to easily acquire such important skills. And the ghost only wondered at the boy's way of thinking. The player knew well where to aim. With both swords, he crippled the enemy's heart. He had already hit the weak point of the lizard man several times with 100% accuracy, and thanks to this, he received the skill, Strike at a Vital Point. This skill is not difficult to acquire if you try to hit the weak spot again and again. However, the hero received it until now due to the fact that he was busy with constant trials. The warrior spirit also knew very well that the new skill was very important. It will come in handy on the deep floors of the labyrinth. And if you increase the mastery of possession, then you can increase the damage 3 times. Eventually, all the monsters on the 6th floor were killed, and Tessin stood in front of the boss door again. But before entering, the main character decided to refresh himself. He used magic and recreated porridge with water for himself. Compared to what a traveler in the labyrinth had to eat in general, any porridge tasted pretty good. In parallel with the treat, Tessin pondered whether the magic attacks would not interfere with each other if they were used almost at the same time. The ghost caught the boy's intention and said that there would be no expected result because the next attack will work only after the first one ends. That is, magic works alternately. Tessin had previously asked Lilith if magic in the labyrinth was considered a skill, and the girl said that it is a little more complicated, but in general he is right. But this was enough because the boy knew well how skills work. The player recreated the fireballs in both hands and tried to combine them. He thought about a sharper form to change the attack, but magic doesn't work that way. The ghost told the traveler that his plan was high-level magic. If it could be so easily controlled, spells wouldn't have ranks. Although this is unlikely, Tessin decided to make sure of it from his own experience. He created 3 fireballs and threw them in front of him. Each of them had its own power and time of action. The boy hoped that by recreating a similar effect as he did with the rocks, he could learn new magic. When the main character recreated the fireballs again, after that the ghost gave up hope of convincing him of something. It turns out that these balls cannot be combined, and they hang over the palms like this until the player gives them an order. Then the boy launched 1 bullet and noticed that its force at rest and in flight was different. Another idea occurred to the main character, and the warrior's spirit, seeing the spark in the boy's eyes, burned with curiosity. Tessin first replenished his mana reserves with the potion, then decided to test his theory. With renewed enthusiasm and strength, the boy once again created a ball of fire in his palm. Then he threw the magic weapon forward with all his might and rushed to run alongside, trying to outrun her. And the boy managed to do it because he does not need dexterity. Besides, the reward for success was very valuable. Reaching the point of intersection with the fireball, Tessin instantly created another one in his palm. At the moment when these 2 balls reached each other, the incredible happened. The ghost's jaw dropped as he saw the magic come together. And the main character did not stop there and continued to repeat the previous actions. He launched the fireballs over and over again and caught them with the same fireballs in advance, increasing the magic each time. This continued until the power of the flame achieved simply spectacular results. The system reported that the hero had managed to learn the Fire Blast spell, and Tessin was incredibly pleased. Behind the door of the last room on the 6th floor, a lizard warrior was waiting for the traveler. Their battle started quickly, but the hero had a trump card up his sleeve. This time, Tessin decided to work on his skill in using magic, so he almost immediately used Fire Blast. Surprisingly, the floor boss was able to fend off a fire attack of even this strength with his swords. Seeing that this was not enough, the main character decided to use all the magic he knew. And now the lizard warrior was suffering from mental attacks, namely despair and madness. The boss of the 6th floor could not withstand a new batch of magical attacks, and it was also very difficult to get out from under their influence. Maddened, the monster fell to his knees and screamed terribly, holding his head. In this state, he could not see that at this very moment a layer of fire was flying at him again. Now, in addition to mental pain, the lizard warrior suffered from physical pain as well, receiving incredibly severe burns. Tessin continued to attack the monster so that it did not have time to enter the berserk state. Again and again, he attacked with powerlessness and confusion. Harm notifications kept coming. The ghost felt sorry for the opponent who, no matter how hard he tried, could not resist the player due to spells and influence on the mind. And so the lizard warrior fell to the ground, and the system announced Tessin's absolute victory. Up until this point, the main character had only used magic as support due to various limitations. But with such progress, you can go far on just one spell. And the ghost knew that it was quite possible, because Tessin was not the only one who managed to reach such a level. It's time to get rewards. For defeating the boss of the 6th floor, the traveler received an engraved scroll, and the secret item this time was a staff of Ice Heart with +8 magic, which Tessin decided to put in the inventory. Also in the chest was an amulet of a warrior, which adds 3 units of strength and 1 unit of dexterity. But in comparison, the Lord's necklace was still better. Therefore, the hero thought to put it in the inventory as well. The boy had already collected some things and decided to exchange them for a new spell. And despite the ghost's hope to descend lower, Tessin went to Lilith. Again, the main character's sense did not let him down. He had enough objects for offering tribute. And this time, Kang Tessin received the Ice Arrow spell. When the transfer was complete, the boy felt a cold tingle on his fingertips. And he found a sorceress in a rather unexpected place. He had no idea that similar safe zones would appear after cleaning the floor. The player thought it was just another ordinary room. Laughing, the girl said that she is very good at finding places where monsters cannot reach. After activating the new spell, one thought flashed through the main character's head, and a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The ghost guessed what Tessin was thinking, and supported him this time. He thought that the ice arrow would be able to do the same thing as the fireball. Only Lilith did not understand at all what it was about, and what such an idea these two were talking about. The spirit of the warrior invited the sorceress to go outside, and there Tessin demonstrated his success in pumping the spell. Lilith's jaw dropped in delight, and the ghost added that the boy had learned this by himself, without any outside help. Stammering, the girl barely managed to ask the boy how he managed to learn a high-level spell, and so quickly, when she managed to learn only 1 invisibility in 100 years. Tessin was very surprised at the reaction of the sorceress, because for him, it was not difficult at all. On emotions, Lilith explained that in magic, the difference between spells and their levels is incredibly large. Novice spells merely simulate magic so that it can be placed on staffs, and high-level spells cannot be placed anywhere at all. In despair, the girl fell to her knees and, with tears in her eyes, asked how this was even possible. And Tessin was going to tell, because he saw no secret in this. The joy of the sorceress knew no bounds. But everything changed significantly just a few minutes after the first attempt. Thrown away by the fire, Lilith lay on the ground and couldn't understand why she couldn't do it. But later the girl realized that this is because magicians never pass difficult strength tests, and therefore their endurance is at a low level. The girl was not going to be upset for a long time. She thanked the hero for opening a new way for her. Now she will be able to experiment and find her own option. Lilith, smiling again, reminded the player of the valuable items needed to learn new spells. Going down to the 7th floor of the labyrinth, the main character decided to check his characteristics. Most of the stats were significantly higher than the player's past life stats. He is now in his best form. At the entrance to the 7th floor, the ghost said sadly that the time of their journey together was coming to an end. And probably, at this level, everything can work out. Tessin was happy that he would finally be able to learn the art of the sword from a glorious warrior. The spirit of the warrior wanted no less than this, because he had already convinced himself many times that the main character was worthy of receiving this skill. Karvuth Empire values strength highly, and that's why weaklings were despised there. The powerful burden them so much that they begin to take their work for granted. The procedures in the royal family are the same. Tremplin San had to turn his sword on his brothers to win the throne. The warrior had 6 brothers, and he was the strongest among them. In the labyrinth, it was often asked how the heir managed to stay alive in the barbarian world. But this was his only and unique world. And now Tremplin's son can't go back there even if he wants to. And it will not be possible to save this world, because the warrior has lost his chance. And so his spirit wants to make amends by leaving a tiny memory of the world he came from. Listening to the story, Tessin had already found a suitable place to learn the art of swordsmanship. At first, the ghost explained that his art was from a special world, so it specialized in force. There is simply no defense in this technique, because the best defense is an attack. That is, you need to stop the enemy's sword by hitting it with your sword. The tactics were quite interesting, however. Tessin knew very well that there were certain types of attacks that could not be blocked. But the ghost explained that the reason for such situations is only that the attacking force is much greater. After voicing the basic nuances, the warrior spirit again asked if the traveler was ready to learn, and the boy saw no reason to refuse. Then the ghost placed its hand on the main character's chest and sent a raging storm that scars like claws. The slashing thunder sword is the only remaining reminder of the world of Tremplain San. Tessin's breath was taken away when he met the wielder of the high-ranked skill-slashing storm sword. It was a very strange feeling. The boy felt for the first time the true power of a warrior who has been accompanying him for a long time. The protagonist opened the system and saw that the mastery of the new skill was 0. This is because it was handed down from a broken world. The system reported that only one person possessed this art. If the skill was passed on by a living Tremplin San, then his skill would be 100%. But in the current form, the warrior can only transmit the school itself. In this case, the boy will have to learn by himself. But the ghost was not going to stand by and was ready to try his best to help. Training has begun. And while Tessin practiced the moves, the spirit of the warrior gave instructions all the time. He repeated everything so that the boy did not block, but counterattacked. When the target is the opponent's heart, you need to bend your arms and move to the left. And then you need to use the flexibility of your body. Tessin tried his best, but it was quite difficult to understand everything in words. It turned out not at all what the ghost expected. Eventually, the warrior's spirit sank into despair. He could not have thought that the situation would come to a dead end from the very beginning. But in the end, the ghost forced himself to calm down and explain that it's not that the boy doesn't have talent, it's just that you need to show movements when explaining, and the ghost can't do that, so it's difficult. In addition, the hero has absolutely no experience in this field. Tessin then suggested that mastery is also a form of experience, and experience cannot be obtained from someone. When the task seemed impossible, the main character remembered that as a reward for defeating the goblin Lord Hagua, he received a potion of skill enhancement and did not use it. And now it's time for him. This potion can increase the level of skill mastery by 5%. It was not the first time that the traveler had surprised the ghost with its ability to find a way out of any situation, and now it remained only to hope that it would work. As soon as the hero emptied the bottle, he immediately felt an incredible surge of strength and energy, and the system reported an increase in the level of mastery of the skill, Sword of Slashing Thunder. Even the spirit of Tremplin San felt such a familiar energy of his own art. Tessin picked up his swords again and performed the element as if it were his own style. Trembling ran through the ghostly body of the glorious warrior when he saw such familiar movements. A wave of memories covered Tremplain San's spirit, and he saw not Tessin in front of him, but himself from the past. And the main character continued to practice what he could neither do nor understand just a moment ago. The player's joy knew no bounds. He managed to move from a standstill, and now he was not going to stop. The ghost was even more pleased with this. He was not mistaken, deciding to pass on his skills to Tessin, whose diligence even touched the warrior's spirit, and he thanked. Only it was so quiet and uncertain that the hero did not hear. Then the boy went to the shop. But the further he moved through the floors, the more Matt Barrymore did not see the logic in his purchases. This time the traveler acquired a rusty sword with +1 attack power, and after thanking the merchant, he went to clean the floor. Sword of Slashing Thunder requires practice in real combat to understand. That's why Tessin made the previous purchase. The lizard man monster launched attack after attack, sparing no effort, each time trying to drive the trident into the player's chest. Only now the hero understood the battle in a different way. With each enemy attack, he saw several response options. Even with rusted swords that had little attack, the boy had no difficulty in defeating the lizard man. Crossing his swords on the enemy's neck, the hero managed to defeat the 7th floor monster with one blow. And thanks to this victory, the mastery of the Sword of Slashing Thunder skill increased by 1%. The ghost praised Tessin for a job well done, but advised him to move his wrist 3 centimeters for an even better result. A long battle was made short thanks to the skill, Sword of Slashing Storm. Therefore, the main character decided to clean the entire floor in this way. In the ensuing battle, the warrior spirit also coordinated the traveler's movements. He emphasized that, when attacking the enemy, one should not forget to take steps back. And when you need to turn your body to the left, it is better to put your left leg a little further. Tessin immediately tried to work it off but retreated too far, and the ghost immediately reminded him that even retreating steps should be used to attack. With each onslaught, Tramplin San cheered and encouraged the boy to act more decisively. After a long training session, the main character lit a fire and fell asleep to recover his strength. Quite unexpectedly, the ghost discovered that he admired this boy and considered him unusual. As soon as Kang Tessin gained the skill, he immediately took 12 hours to practice his moves in battles, and then devoted another 6 hours to practicing the art of swordsmanship. And all his rest is a dream. The player did not find such long training sessions boring and tiring. On the contrary, he had fun. It was much better than repeating that suffocating and unknown future. It is for this reason that the boy is trying so hard now. Ordinary people don't think like that. The ghost became interested in what he had done before in his life, and considered the traveler to be a psycho. However, he liked this madman more and more. The time of rest passed and the main character started to develop again. He gathered a handful of stones and threw them in front of him. Then with mad speed he swung his sword several times and cut each of them in half. It had been 4 days since Tessin had mastered the Slashing Thundersword skill, and now he was much more confident in controlling his body. Now he knows exactly how to better react to the attacks of opponents. But something was equally missing. And it was at this moment that a lizard man monster approached the training place. Therefore, the boy decided that instead of thinking, it is better to delve into training. But when Tessin concentrated on his goal, the apparition suddenly asked him to close his eyes. Then he said to move forward step by step. One must purify one's mind and follow the path of the sword. Right now it is necessary to rely on your feelings and predict the movements of the enemy, becoming the beast himself. Tessin listened to the ghost's advice and everything around went dark, except for the image of the enemy. He attacked the monster with 100% accuracy, crossing his swords across his chest. The boy then completely freed his mind and struck another blow, feeling the energy of the beast. The lizard man was defeated, and the mastery of the Sword of Slashing Lightning increased by 3%. It was the first sword of the Wolf Fang Slashing Lightning sword art, and Tessin had mastered it. There are still many swords that will need to be learned, but nothing will work now, because there are 2 weak opponents here. Even if they were already on the 10th floor, it would still be difficult to do it. However, Tessin tried very hard in learning the first sword, and managed to master it perfectly, for which he received praise from the spirit of the glorious warrior. Now the mastery of the skill has reached the 12% mark, and there is only one person who possesses it. And Lethi and, by force, barely overcoming the vomiting reflex, tried to eat. She terribly disliked lizard man meat, but it was too expensive to buy food at the store. The girl, with a bitter sense of the impossible, remembered the food that was on Earth. She desperately wanted to try pizza again, or corn and cheese. And in general, any earthly food now seemed exquisite to her compared to what she had to eat in the labyrinth. As soon as Lethi and thought about it, suddenly several system messages flashed in front of her. It was something unreal. The messages were about the start of a special mission, Return to Earth. In a week, all labyrinth players will go home. The task of the mission is to survive and return, and the reward will depend on the results. In addition, it is impossible to refuse the quest. Li Tae-an immediately went to a meeting of solo players in the digital space, as a lively discussion began. Everyone shared their impressions of the opportunity to return to Earth. But at a time when most couldn't contain their emotions of joy, Kang Jun-hyuk saw no good in this. He already understood well how the labyrinth was arranged and was sure that those who sent them here did not intend to do anything good. Some did not accept such a reaction of the guy, and already wanted to find out why it was him against such a wonderful opportunity. Therefore, the young man immediately reminded that the reason for which everyone got into the labyrinth is that the Earth was attacked by monsters. And then the happy faces of the players changed because the horror that was barely survived was still very well remembered. In the meantime, the main character followed the chat, and in parallel, worked on the ice arrow spell. The ghost did not understand that there could be so much interesting in that chat that it was constantly followed. And Tessin said they would soon be outside. Not understanding anything, the warrior spirit assumed that the boy was talking about a place protected by broken people, but that was not the point. All this time, Tessin used the ice arrow spell and increased its level. The traveler achieved the desired result, and he didn't explain what was going to happen soon because he didn't have long to wait. From this moment on, the hero will try to conquer the labyrinth even faster. After clearing the secret room on the 7th floor, Tessin got a rune of dexterity, which increased this indicator by 10 units. Defeating the floor boss, the elite lizard man monster, was also easy. As a reward for this, the main character received a tattered man's earring with plus 10 mana. The player also got thick leather armor that increased defense by 8 units and dexterity by 2. After that, Tessin again went to Lilith for new magic, and this time the traveler learned the basic detection spell, which requires 2 mana. Now the hero will be able to detect the placement of objects. As soon as the transfer of the spell was complete, the sorceress asked when the boy was going to receive the new magic. But first, he planned to master all the spells known to Lilith. Descending to the 8th floor, Tessin was constantly monitoring the situation in the joint chat. And this began to annoy the ghost because he did not understand the reason for such interest and considered it already an addiction. To calm the spirit a little, Tessin explained that the fact is that the player, who usually writes a lot, disappeared somewhere. The main character was convinced that the easy-level daredevil was now going crazy, as he did not expect such a future at all. But the main character was already looking forward to seeing him next week. It was time to move on, and now Tessin faced the spaces of the 8th floor of the labyrinth. The reward for passing is the rune of Marnius, and this time the traveler will have to fight with flying monsters. Tessin had only managed to take a few steps when the black shadow of the feathered monster covered him. The hero also sprung into action instantly. He performed several jumps and ended up in the air next to the creature. And then he delivered a powerful sword blow to the enemy's back, using the art of the sword. It was the only and decisive blow of the Markandi monster. Local creatures live by their instincts, so it is not difficult to catch them. Tessin never thought that he would need the sword art against animal-like monsters, as it was made for fighting humans. The main character's plan was to clear this place as soon as possible in order to use it to learn something new. Therefore, he used the Fire Blast and Ice Arrow spells, destroying several opponents at once. In general, using magic was very convenient. Moving on, the traveler noticed a large bowl of water on one of the islands. It was the altar of Oman. This god tests adventurers and enjoys when they discover new powers and talents. It was exactly the god that the player needed now, and the request for testing did not make me wait. Tessin was waiting for just that, so he immediately agreed. Crystal clear water started pouring out of the bowl as soon as the main character agreed, and in a moment he was surrounded by a wall of water. It was hard to imagine what kind of test this god would prepare. When the space closed, a black resin-like liquid began to flow from the same bowl. And later the image of a warrior was formed from her. Tessin did not know what kind of creature it was and what to expect from it. But that will not be easy, we can say with confidence. That is why the hero decided to keep his distance at first in order to gather some information. But when the enemy began to attack, the boy was surprised that he was so slow. Tessin swung his sword, decapitating the creature, and the system immediately marked the first test as passed. As a reward, the hero received a unit of dexterity. But the task was so easy that it felt like a trick. As soon as the first victory was won, the black liquid began to pour out of Oman's cup again. A creature similar to a warrior was formed from it, just like the previous time. Only this time, the opponent was with a sword and a shield. This creature was faster than the previous one, but for the main character, it did not create any difficulties. Therefore, he dealt with the enemy again in a matter of seconds, performing a direct blow to the head. Tessin has already understood that the essence of the test is to increase the complexity. For the second victory, the boy received a unit of strength. The ghost explained that the first 2 trials were for adventurers on the 1st and 2nd floors of medium difficulty. Thanks to this task, you can find out which floor the current level of the hero is suitable for. Curiosity lit up in the player's eyes because he himself was very interested in how far he managed to go. The boy also passed the 3rd level lightning fast and received a unit of intelligence as a reward this time. For passing the 4th test, Oman gave the main character 2 units of dexterity. The 5th level brought 2 points of power, and already on the 6th test, the creatures began to use their skills. The shadow struck the hero with a sharp blow, but Tessin managed to stop the weapon with a blow of his sword. At this point, the player also decided to apply an auxiliary force. He activated the Ice Arrow spell. but the enemy managed to react and put a spear in front of him, trying to block the attack, but only the attacking force greatly exceeded the strength of the Shadow Warrior, so it broke through the defense and destroyed the creature of the Ordeal God. The 6th level is passed, and the hero has received his 2 mana points as a reward. Taesan noticed that his mana was restored after each challenge, and it was just wonderful. Now he could freely try anything he wanted without limiting himself, and the hero decided to defeat the next opponent with fireballs. This victory brought the hero 3 units of power. And now the creature from the 8th floor was supposed to appear, and the boy was already preparing to meet it. A volley of fire attacks hit the enemy from the current floor, and he failed to deal with Confusion and Ice Arrow. For the 8th level, the player received 4 units of mana. It was still easy for him to pass the test, so his curiosity grew with each passing second. But several minutes have passed in waiting, and still no one has appeared from the bowl. Then the ghost couldn't stand it and laughed loudly. He understood what was the matter. The challenge level does not exceed the floor the adventurer is on. If the hero wants to continue the test, Oman will have to pay a certain price, and he, it seems, is not ready to increase his sphere of influence for the sake of it. The traveler was very surprised, because before the gods did not give up their decisions. But the spirit of the warrior had an explanation for this. The fact is that Taesan is special. Moreover, now the gods were under pressure. Oman wants to see the player's potential but doesn't want to take a loss. It all took a very long time, and the main character could not wait so long, so he decided to go further to clean the floor. But as soon as he turned around, several messages from the God of Trials appeared. He offered an enhanced task, and the zone of influence began to expand dramatically. It already looked like some kind of circus. The ghost did not hold back his emotions, and Taesan did not even know how to react to him. Oman also had mixed feelings, but he still dared to test the player's strength again. Taesan accepted the offer of the God of Trials. From now on, he will be able to see the shadows of enemies from floors he has not yet reached. And he was looking forward to it. The altar of Oman once again recreated the black liquid, and a new shadow appeared in front of the main character. It was a completely different level, a new power, in the fight against which the boy used the first sword of the sword art of Wolffang. And he defeated the opponent of the 9th floor, receiving 4 points of strength as a reward. After that, the system reported that spiritual growth had been activated, and the skill of repelling the attack had increased to 3%. All these stat boosts made the hero very happy, but he would like to know what kind of creatures are coming to fight him. The 10th level enemy was an archer, and he was already preparing to shoot sharp arrows at Taesan. But the boy was still thinking about who these shadows were. It doesn't seem that the opponents in the trial are any specific people, but they have their own history. Perhaps these are those who went through the task and failed, or those who made a contract with a god, or even those who fell down and sold their souls to avoid disappearing. But one thing can be said for sure. All of them are nothing more than the shadows of various warriors who were lost in the endless history of the labyrinth. Taesan activated Fire Blast and directed it at his 10th opponent in the Trials of Oman. But the shadow managed to avoid the magical attack, so the hero prepared to use the Madness spell. Immediately following the mental attack, he activated several ice arrows and froze the approaching enemy. The 10th test was successfully passed, and the reward of 5 units of strength did not take long. The ghost informed Taesan that these shadows were no ordinary toys of the gods. They each have their own unique moves, and their fighting styles are also different. The main character reached the 13th level, and already here the opponents were actively using their skills. The shadow from the 14th floor, after noticing the player using skills, relied too much on them, so her movements were a bit strange. However, it was for this reason that it was much easier to defeat than the previous shadow. Starting from the 15th floor, the characteristics of the opponents equaled the strengths of the main character. Therefore, in parallel with the use of the Sword of Slashing Thunder skill, Taesan activated the spell Fire Blast. The enemy was quite strong, so he had time to react and jumped back to avoid being hit by fire. And Taesan took advantage of this chance. He activated the acceleration skill and instantly caught up with the shadow. As soon as the hero was nearby, he used the skill Strong Strike and destroyed the enemy. Although this shadow was stronger, the player has many more trumps up his sleeve. For a victory over a stronger opponent, the reward also increased. This time, the boy received 6 units of strength, 5 agility, and 4 mana. Spiritual growth also increased. Such generosity surprised Taesan a little. After making a brief evaluation of all the rewards, it turned out that the boy had gained about 60 units of statistics. But the ghost explained that everything is like that only in the case of Taesan. He himself became interested in how much stronger the main character will become by the end of the test. Step by step, Taesan overcame new opponents and had already reached the shadow from the 18th floor. At this stage, it was necessary to use the first sword, Wolf Fang. The enemy was seriously wounded and immediately attacked the protagonist. Tessin pointed his swords at the enemy, but this did not stop him. A shadow hung over the boy's body, thrusting a sword into his back. But the opponent did not know that the player has the skill, Nullify the first hit, so he did not manage to achieve any result with his self-sacrifice. And the traveler struck a decisive blow and ended this round. The ghost considered this school cheat, because the activation notification appears only after the attack. Accordingly, as long as opponents and guessers have no idea about this skill of zeroing, they cannot react in any way. The test continued, and now the shadow of the warrior of the 19th floor appeared. Tessin felt that the attacking force was overwhelming, and he could barely withstand the onslaught of the shadow. And at that moment, the system announced that the enemy cannot be defeated. But the boy did not pay attention to the disappointing forecasts. He passed the system test without losing faith in himself. Then he immediately activated forced combat, lust for fighting, and contempt for the strong. Having gone through many trials, Tessin had many reinforcement skills against dangerous opponents. The main character managed to repel the first attack of the enemy without any problems. This time he relied on swordsmanship techniques, but the boy had to retreat as the shadow activated its storm skill. It allows the owner to rotate 270 degrees and deliver blows at the same time. But this technique also has weaknesses. The opponent will no longer be able to stop, and his back will not be covered at this moment. So Tessin activated acceleration along with strong strike, and drove his swords into the shadow's back. Thanks to his skills, the main character managed to easily get rid of the enemy from the 19th floor. But one could expect that such situations would not be repeated again. A level 20 shadow appeared instantly. Now Tessin will have a hard time. From the very beginning, the enemy activated the skill, Absolute Victory, and hoped that it would break the confidence of the player. However, the main character passed the test. He remained steadfast against the mental attack thanks to his tenacity, and this was exactly the difficulty he had hoped for. Two powerful warriors rushed to attack each other, investing maximum strength in the first blow. However, Tessin's opponent failed to make an attack, because the boy decided to use mirroring the blow. But it did not help for long. The shadow was very strong and reacted instantly, delivering the next blow immediately. In response to this, the main character resorted to magic and activated the Madness spell. But the shadow reacted again and used the skill strike back. The boy was lucky. The counter skill pushes the enemy back a distance proportional to the attacker's stats. The hero mastered it rather late. After all, there shouldn't be much health left in the shadow. That's why Tessin got up sharply and activated acceleration, approached the enemy, and dealt him a strong blow. Again, the hero did not have time to react to the return blow, and this time received 210 units of damage. Only now the player decided to use the secret cloak, and for a moment disappear from the field of view of a strong opponent. During this time, Tessin managed to run behind the shadow and, swinging to deliver a decisive blow, said goodbye to the enemy. Thanks to the first sword of the sword art Wolf Fang, the protagonist managed to pass the 20th test. Catching his breath after a difficult fight, the boy fell to the ground, and the system began to notify that the player's strength increased by 20 units, agility by 13, intelligence by 10, and mana by 14. The traveler did not even have time to get up when a shadow began to rise again from the black liquid, extending its arms towards him. Tessin with difficulty managed to barely defeat the previous opponent, so it was even scary to imagine the strength of the next one. Therefore, the boy put down his weapon, and raising his hands up, said that he did not want to continue the test. Fortunately, Oman listened, and the shadow of the 21st floor disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Now the god of trials was thinking about the result that the player had shown. The status of the main character has reached impressive figures, and the system determined that Tessin is in perfect condition. Only the ghost thought it was inappropriate at all for an adventurer from the 8th floor to defeat a shadow from the 20th. Oman's forces began to dwindle noticeably when it came time to issue awards. But in a moment, a certificate ring appeared on the player's finger, which gave 5 units of attack and 5 units of defense. And since Tessin managed to pass the test of strength, the god decided to give him additional rewards. And it was the passive skill Proof of Limitation. Now, if the main character will fight with an opponent of his or approximately his level, all his stats will increase. Following the awards, the god of trials offered the boy the contract of an apostle, but he immediately refused. A sharp response was followed by a sharp reaction. The water from Oman's bowl splashed right into Tessin's face. After that, the god lowered his water walls and promised the hero that they would meet again in the future. Tessin found it very valuable that he was able to find out what level his current power level corresponded to. and he decided that this ordeal should be told in the chat, especially to the two who follow, and listen to his advice. It's time to move on. In the secret room, the main character managed to get a palm protector with +6 protection and +3 agility. Without any difficulty, the boy defeated the boss of the 8th floor, Markand Rutia. In this battle, he felt the strength he had gained in the ordeal of Oman. Usually, people become stronger in a more adequate way, but the ghost thought it was the hero's spiritual strength. In addition, the new school of the God of Trials made him much cooler. The 8th floor reward, Rune of Marni, grants attributes based on the probability of using a runic weapon. Only Tizan decided to put the item in the inventory. And the secret reward for discovery was a passive skill that greatly surprised the hero, Research Acceleration. Thanks to him, every time an enemy attacks, the damage will drain a certain percentage of the enemy's stamina. This skill will be of great benefit in protracted battles. Tessin had already collected everything he could on this floor, so he went on. And there are 4 days left before returning to Earth. Goblins lived on the 9th floor. Only these were not the same monsters as before. The combat abilities of creatures of this level are much better, and their defense also gave a certain advantage. As soon as the creatures saw the player, they immediately attacked him. The main character still handled the opponents with ease, but he had no idea that the goblins could be stronger than the lizard man. The ghost said with confidence that the monsters were training, and their coach is most likely their leader. And who exactly, it is not difficult to guess. Lord Hagwa is the former goblin leader, and the current one is on this floor. There are 3 days left before returning to Earth. Tessin reached the boss of the 9th floor Hobgoblin Elder. This monster had a staff with skulls, endowed with magic. And for the first attack, he used this very thing. Only the main character decided to use the secret cloak, and at the same moment disappeared from the field of view of the enemy. 1 second was enough for Tessin to deliver a blow that proved decisive in this fight. The boy knew that this was not all, so he approached the wall of the room and activated trap detection. In the secret room on the throne, as before, sat Luther, the Goblin Lord. In his hoarse and creepy voice, the monster asked if Taisan was the one who defeated Hagwa. When the boy confessed, Luther said that the former lord had fought against a monster, that is, against a warrior, the type of the main character, and died satisfied. Therefore, the Goblin Lord thanked the player for this. But Taisan did not understand why he was doing this because it was this monster that moved Hagwa from the position of lord. Then Luther explained that he was destined to be killed, but he wants to leave at least something in memory of himself before fate comes true. Obviously, dying as a Goblin Lord is better than just being one. Whatever goals this monster was pursuing, Tessin believed that it had done so because of its greed. Standing up, the Goblin Lord admitted that even though he knew this day would come someday, he still felt strange right now. However, he has to accept it. As soon as the monster finished speaking, it immediately attacked the protagonist, who stopped the blow with his swords. This battle was fierce. The deafening sounds of clashing weapons were heard all around. Luther's hands were already shaking with tension. He couldn't keep up with Tessin's skills and couldn't stand up to his fast movements and swordsmanship. The main character already thought that the Goblin Lord was going to surrender when he so sincerely recognized his superiority. But the monster was only enraged, and swinging his swords, made the traveler jump away. Then Luther shouted that he was not worried about the fact that he had no chance of victory, because he was ready to do his best. He wants to decorate the remaining time. Tessin was also ready to go all out, so he activated the first Wolf-Fang sword and charged again. The blow was so strong that Luther, flying away, broke the wall with his body. The monster still couldn't believe that there was a warrior capable of pushing him back so hard, but he was satisfied. That was enough. The boy took improved arrows that had 10 units of attack and received the title Kingslayer. From now on, when the main character fights against a lord, king, or elder, his stats will increase, and the reward will also increase. After that, Taisan went to Lilith for a new spell, and this time he learned Invisibility, which requires 4 mana and hides traces of presence. At the merchant's bench, the boy bought a lot of all kinds of potions, and Matt Barrymore again did not understand why he needed it. He believed that the player was simply throwing money to the wind. Taisan left the spaces of the 9th floor satisfied. For the sweep, he received boots of increased speed. Their defense is 7 units, agility is 5, movement speed is increased by 10%, and action speed is increased by 5. In addition, the hero also received a secret reward, a shining ice sword with an 11-point attack. A strange feeling enveloped the boy, because he had not changed his weapon for a long time. And finally Tessin reached the 10th floor. It was this place that caused the ghost to accompany the hero, and therefore the time of their joint journey was coming to an end. The spirit of the warrior asked if the boy had still forgotten about the quest he had given him, and the player assured that he well remembers that he must take revenge on the one who vilely killed Tremplin San. Then the ghost dared, and this time confidently thanked the boy for the fact that thanks to him, the glorious warrior left a trace of his existence. The Karvuth Empire was destroyed, and its last inhabitant died in its wake. Everything is over for him, but the spirit of the warrior is happy that he managed to leave at least a memory of his home. The ghost was sorry that he could not teach Tessin the second sword, but he was sure that the boy himself could handle it one day. The spirit said goodbye to the traveler early in the morning and admitted that he had a good time. And Tessin decided to postpone his answer because he was still not sure about the future. In the first room of the 10th floor, a gigantic monster attacked the traveler, whose footsteps shook the ground. He wanted to destroy the player with a fireball, but the boy was much stronger and faster than the ogre, so, grabbing him by the paw, he threw the giant to the ground. Tessin's current level allowed him to practically not strain in battles against ordinary mobs. Later, the secret room was found. The main character used the skill Detecting Traps, and his skill increased to 2%. Although the ghost already knew something about the boy, he still did not understand why he decided to bother with detecting traps when he could simply destroy them. But that made sense. Success awaited Tessin, and he received a blue ring as a reward for the secret room. This thing added 10 mana. And now it remains to defeat the boss himself. The ghost said that when the fight with the main monster of this floor is over, and the hero enters the secret room, he will be met there by the monster that killed Trample San. If successful, the player will complete the quest of the glorious warrior. Before entering, the protagonist opened the inventory storage and took the Marneus rune and the engraving scroll from there. He then applied these two items to the shining ice sword. Thus, lightning attributes were built into the weapon, and now there was a small chance to slow down the enemy. Tessin asked if the ghost was considered a creature from the labyrinth, and he said in surprise that technically yes, because he is dead and tied to his grave. The spirit of a warrior can be in this place only thanks to the main character, but its roots do not change from this. This is exactly what the boy wanted to hear. Whatever it is, the ghost is tied to the player through a quest. And therefore, until it ends, the spirit will continue to follow Tessin. I wonder what will be their priority then. A player bound to this maze or a ghost bound to it through a quest. Tramplin's son did not understand what the main character meant at all, but the wall in front of them had already begun to crack. There are 0 days left before returning to Earth. Later, in the gap that appeared, the Earth and the outer space surrounding it became visible. The ghost was in a complete misunderstanding. He didn't know anything about the world Tessin lived in, so he was a little scared. And the system announced the start of a special quest, and asked to get ready for a rush. At one point, all the labyrinth players, like shooting stars, returned to planet Earth. The smell of the grass here was different from that in the labyrinth. The hero also noticed a very strong smell of asphalt, which is characteristic only of this unique place. Everything was exactly the same as last time. Tessin was lying on the ground and trying to regain consciousness. The ghost that moved with the player was trying hard to figure out where they had gone. He had never heard of such a place. When the spirit of the warrior calmed down a bit, the boy immediately went to the nearest supermarket. The smell in the room was simply terrible, but this is not surprising because most of the products spoiled within 3 months. There is not much left suitable for consumption. Fortunately, there was canned corn and goulash. Tessin immediately placed pieces of canned food on Rakiratus' sword, and activating a fireball, fried them. It was a moment of pleasure, a taste of a past life. But while the boy was enjoying earthly food, the ghost was even more surprised by everything that surrounded him now. Everything created and obtained in the labyrinth belongs to the hero. However, you can take something with you as items when you return to Earth. Therefore, the player's right to private property takes priority in the final decision. Tessin was not sure until the end that he would be able to take the ghost with him, since he is not an object, but a creature. But everything turned out for the best. The spirit of the warrior gazed with delight at the expanses of the Earthworld. He kept asking what kind of objects were scattered all over the streets, that is, about cars. And the boy explained that they are like carriages with horses, only they can move without animals. There was still a lot of interesting things for the warrior spirit around, but now Tessin decided to ask a question. He wondered if Tremplin's son knew anything about the hole that had formed in the sky. It was this incomprehensible formation that was the reason for which the main character went to the labyrinth, and what is still destroying his world. The ghost thought for a while and said that he felt a completely different power. Only in order to better understand, he needs to come closer. While the attention of the two was fixed on the sky, Tessin was also watched by a green creature that, picking an opportune moment, rushed to attack. But it was not possible to harm the main character because he immediately grabbed the creature by the tentacle. The boy thought that the ghost might know something about the monster he had just caught, so he took his time to deal with it. After examining the creature, the spirit of the warrior assumed that it was a servant of God, but the energy was felt in a completely different way. He seems to be one of them, but a very strange one. It seems that the creature came from outside, but it is not clear who needed to create such a creature. But one thing the ghost could say for sure, its creator is incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than Rakiratus. When the matter with the monster was resolved, Tessin activated a fireball and destroyed the attacker. The ghost had already guessed that the boy had brought him with him only to ask such questions, but the hero did not hide it. After all, there are advantages in this for Tremplain San, because he managed to see another world. Suddenly, a system notification appeared about the start of a special quest. Tasana needs to hurry to the City Hall of Anyang. The main condition is to stay alive. The description was so concise that even the ghost noted it. So far, Tessan has not met a single living soul. It became interesting how many people chose the option that unexpectedly appeared in front of their faces. Most likely, most decided to stay on Earth, hoping to hide and wait for rescue from management. And this surrounding emptiness is the result of their choice, because there is nowhere to hide and hope only on one's own strength. Suddenly, the ghost wondered why Tessin was moving so slowly when his skills allowed him to reach his target much faster. And the guy explained that he just wanted to meet someone. At first, the ghost thought of those two from the solo mode, whom the hero so diligently taught everything, but it was not about them. Li Yun and Kongjun, they will also meet Hyoku soon, but not yet. And at that moment, the boy in armor greeted Tessan, asking if he also received the quest to move to the city hall. He did not know the main character, so he was interested from what level. But while Tessin stood as if buried, seeing his once again smiling and alive friend, Him Jung Yun introduced himself and invited him to join the group of survivors. In one moment, those terrible pictures from the past life appeared before the eyes of the main character. But he quickly dispelled those memories, and smiling back, agreed to join. Tessin thought back to the times he had spent with Him Jung Yun. Even in the most critical situations, this boy was always so cheerful. The young man led the main character to the people who were warming themselves by the fire. On the way, Tessan was not verbose, and only said his name. Everyone present was very happy with the return of the hard player and breathed a sigh of relief, because now they could not worry about safety. Him Jung Yun introduced the hero to everyone and assumed that he was from normal mode. Some were surprised because even among those who were at the voice level, no one had seen Tessin before. But everyone quickly forgot about it because there were a lot of people there. There were about 100 people present. They all seemed to be from medium and easy modes, and most likely, they do not see a ghost. As expected, the main character also did not remember anyone present, except Him Jung Yun. Since everyone had already gathered, the hard player announced that it was time to go to the city hall. Only those present began to express fears that they might come across a monster they would not be able to handle. But the young man joyfully promised everyone not to worry, because he would protect them all. Then almost everyone expressed their gratitude. They were so happy that they met a reliable person on their way. Him Jung Yun took his shield and sword and prepared to leave, and he was followed by those who hoped so much for his strength. Only the ghost did not understand how the labyrinth players could be so weak and cowardly. The hard player looked suitable for something to a certain extent. The spirit of the warrior strongly doubted that even this boy was capable of descending to the lower floors of the labyrinth. Why Tessin so wanted to meet this young man was also not clear to the ghost. And why did he even get angry with this bunch of weaklings? Suddenly, someone shouted that there was a monster ahead. Hiding behind the ruins of the building, Him Jung Yun prepared for battle. Then he said that he would be back soon and asked him to wait there, and he himself set out to meet the monster. This monster was an F rank, so even easy players could handle it. However, this is if you look at it from the side of labyrinth standards. In fact, only a player from the hard level can face these creatures. And first, Him Jung Yun rushed at the enemy with a shield. He then used his sword sharply and dealt a decisive blow to the first obstacle in the Earth quest. When the dangerous monster was destroyed, the young man urged everyone to follow him. People who hoped for protection and help did not stop thanking their savior. Only Tessan silently watched everything. The same thing happened in the future. Him Jung Yun dealt with all the monsters that stood on the way to the city hall. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was hiding in safe places and waiting for everything to be done for them. However, more and more often there were situations when monsters also visited safe places. But instead of joining forces and destroying him, everyone rushed in different directions in a panic. Almost in unison, everyone called him Junjina, but he could not come to help, because he was busy fighting another monster. In the end, whoever was the slowest became a potential victim of the bloodthirsty creature. Tassan was the only one among them all. He picked up a pebble and simply threw it at the approaching danger. In an instant, the creature was gone. And everything happened so quickly that no one even had time to understand what happened and where the monster went. At this time, Him Jung Yun tried his best to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible and help deal with the other one. He turned to the people in a flash and asked worriedly if everyone was okay. But the young man was surprised to be told that no one had killed the monster, but it had simply disappeared. It was impossible to believe. The boy knew for sure that no one but him, the hard player, could overcome the creature. Then Him Jung Yun turned his attention to Taesan, who was standing slightly aside. His behavior couldn't help but surprise, as most people tremble in fear when they see a monster for the first time. But the newcomer in their group was so calm, as if he knew something like this was going to happen. The young man once again scrolled through his name in his head and remembered that he had already heard such a thing. However, he could not believe that it was the same person. After all, Him Jung Yun decided to leave it to the guesswork, because only time will tell. Then he urged people to move on. There is still a long way to go before the city hall. Hard Player continued to defend those people, advancing in front of the crowd, and while he was doing this, Tessin continued to covertly destroy those monsters that appeared later. The journey continued. Only the ghost did not like this organization at all. He's just mad that all these weaklings like parasites don't even try to do anything and run away all the time. It's not even about battles where you can say goodbye to life. Together, these people could easily cope, but they do not show the slightest desire to do anything. Ghost couldn't believe that such cowards had entered the labyrinth at all, and took it as an insult to people like himself. Tassan had seen the spirit of Tremplin San in such a rage. Good thing all these people can't see ghosts. Some even fell into despair and began to cry because they simply could not overcome themselves and risk their lives to become stronger. And then Him Jung Yun said that everything is fine. You just need to be patient a little more. The spirit of the glorious warrior generally considered it a huge mystery that such people managed to live to this moment. Tessin decided to calm the ghost and explained that in this situation, the hero himself is more strange, because unlike him, almost everyone present chose the easy level of the labyrinth. But Tremplin's son didn't know that the light labyrinth existed. He knows only about the existence of one such in the whole world. Therefore, the main character told the ghost about easy, normal, hard, and solo modes. Each of them has its own configurations of monsters and bosses. The only common thing is that the shape of the floors is the same, and the 100th floor is the last. This was altogether a novelty for the spirit of the warrior, because his labyrinth was not divided in any way. It happens that dimensions break the gods, and in the end they return to their original form. The ghost suggested that this was possible if some creature that didn't know how to design the labyrinth was just carelessly copying it. This is the only way to explain the current situation. However, given the scale, it was quite difficult to do this. And why bother to create such things at all? It is likely that whoever did all this is at the level of a god, or even higher. If you think about it, all the monsters that appeared belong to Class F. If the unknown creature intended to just kill people, then it would be more logical to send monsters no lower than Class A. However, everything happens as if under someone's control, as if that creature is watching people. Then it becomes clear why it is said that the gods love it when mortals make great efforts. The ghost took hold of his again and began to hurry Tessin to move towards the goal, since he could no longer look at all these people. But the main character explained that there was no need for this, because there would be nothing to do there anyway, even if they got there first. The warrior spirit then wondered why the boy didn't help openly, if he loved helping others so much. But the hero admitted that everything is not as it seems at first glance. Tessin does not help everyone in a row, but only those who have potential. And the reason he does it is towards him Junjina, in that the hero hopes to make friends with him and reach the very end. In fact, the solo player will be excited about what will happen to the rest, but if they die, that smiling boy will go crazy. In a past life, Him Jung Yun also led people, but when he finally reached his destination, he was all alone. The day spent on the native Earth was coming to an end. Labyrinth players could watch the sunset again for a long time. However, this landscape no longer gave peace and tranquility, because now monsters were lurking everywhere. Everyone began to enjoy the treats. There were only monsters from the food, and their meat simply tasted terrible. It would have been nice to visit a store, but no one dared because they were afraid of encountering a monster. Therefore, All that remained was to chew what was left of the labyrinth. Suddenly, the two men turned their attention to Tisan, who was savoring the canned ham. Everyone would like to exchange food with the main character, but there was nothing to offer in return. Therefore, all that remained was to watch and swallow saliva. However, not everyone put up with what they had. A muscular man approached Tisan and began to demand that he share the food. He did not consider it necessary to introduce himself, because everyone knew him in normal mode anyway. This is the leader of the Athens Guild, Li Jang Chun, and he advised to give away all the food if the hero did not want to die when he returned to the labyrinth. It is not easy for someone who opposes the guild. Taesong said calmly that he wasn't sure if Li Changsyuk would be able to go back there. The protagonist has already forgotten about the Athenian guild. But now I remembered. These people abused their power and tried to conquer the labyrinth, and so the reaction of their leader was stormy. However, no matter how strong they were, they all died during the second return. Li Jang-seok wanted to teach Taesong for a moment, so he already swung to strike. But at this moment, Him intervened Jung Yun. The guild leader tried to explain that these were his personal affairs and should not be interfered with. He was not going to obey the hard player in everything just because he agreed to accompany them. But Him Jun Gin grabbed the face of the monster and silenced him like that. Li Jang-seok now felt that this boy was not an ordinary simpleton who did not understand anything, as it seemed at first glance. The young man knew very well what the blonde was thinking about him, and it was his right. However, do not cross the line. Still holding the Athens guild leader by the face, the hard player delivered a powerful blow to his shoulder. Li Chang-seok immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and the young man said that if he does such things, he will be kicked out of the group in the same second. People saw him for the first time. Junjina was in such a mood that they were not jokingly scared. Taesan came to the young man who had lit a fire for the night shift. He understood that the boy was more tired than anyone, but he did not give up. Then he said that those people were afraid of him. Also, they are afraid to stay at the end of the whole group. And Him Jung Yun explained that he simply had no choice. He had to do something. There are a lot of them, but there are even more dangerous situations on the way, and for the sake of survival, the young man must make them obey. Therefore, he thanked the main character because thanks to him, there was an opportunity to do this. Taesan then asked if Him Jung Yun really needs to go that far. The young man did not understand what was meant, so the hero explained that if the hard player had moved alone, he would have easily managed to reach the walls of the city. People who are destined to survive will survive, and those who are not will die. The probability of survival on hard mode is 1%. Therefore, the one who managed to live there at least a little gets understanding. Even if you help those who have no chance, in the end, they will die anyway. Taesan didn't understand why Him Jung Yun is so obsessed with people who will die anyway. Although the young man himself was well aware of everything, he did not want to put up with the cruel truth and abandon the weak to their own devices. But when the boy looked at the face of the main character, he had a very strange feeling. It seemed to him that Taesan was someone who had seen countless deaths. This look was incredibly sad. Him Jung Yun was now convinced that the newcomer was not from normal mode and grabbed his sword with trembling hands, asking who he was. But the main character just said in a calm tone that it was the first time he saw the young man like that and left. As he walked away, he added that he knew of the target the hard player was after, and promised to tell more when they reached the city. This conversation completely confused him Junjina. He had no idea who this Kantesan was. In the morning the next day, the young man came to the shelter and woke everyone up. It is time to continue the common path. In a few minutes, everyone was ready to go. There is not much left to go, so if you hurry, you will be able to reach the city in just 2 hours. But there is something they missed. First, monsters will attack only those who try to get into the city hall. Secondly, those who came here on their own are either already there or already dead. Everyone has to overcome this path on their own. And if so far, Him Jung Yun used to lead people behind him step by step, protecting them from danger, but now he simply cannot physically do it, because the monsters have become much more numerous. As always, by this point, all of the Izzies and normals began to run as hard as they could to save themselves. Him Jung Yun wasn't sure he could handle 2 monsters, let alone 3. But he was ready to give all his strength and do everything possible to save the most defenseless. The city hall was right in front of them, and the young man believed that he just needed to bide his time until everyone got there. Therefore, the hard player activated the skill Attack while holding his breath and prepared for battle. The monsters rushed to attack, and Him Jung Yun blocked the first blow. And when he restrained the monster with his sword, he decided to use a bag of peace powder. This thing explodes immediately after touching an enemy, creating a curtain in front of them. At one point, the three monsters retreated. The young man was glad that it worked. He only had a little bit left to hold on. And while the time of action of the powder has not passed, Him Jung Yun hurried the people to run towards the city hall. But everyone stood motionless, huddled in a circle, because two more monsters appeared from the other side. People begged for help. The joy dissipated instantly. The young man did not understand why they wanted to kill people so badly. It was hopeless. In Him Jun, Gyn has no more useful things left, and he cannot stand against all these monsters. And even if the guy manages to win, then everyone else will die. He himself will be able to survive. The strength and speed of the hard player is the same as that of the monsters. It will not be difficult if you dodge and move sharply. But all those eyes full of tears were looking at him. It was incredibly difficult to make a decision. These people had been following him all this time. The young man brought them here of his own accord. It was not worth rushing out words to betray them like that in the end. If you set out to protect someone, you should do it to the end. Now Him Jung Yun couldn't hold back his tears of despair. He didn't know what to do and blamed himself for not being able to protect people, if only he had more strength. The young man's body trembled. He is a good person, but he is not yet ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Suddenly, Tae-san asked if Gaeum was going Jun-geon to leave, and the boy became even more angry with himself, because he thought that the newcomer was also scolding him. But the main character said that he would not blame the young man, no matter what choice he made. He was just curious, and he kept wondering what happened that day. Tears flowed like a river. Him Jung Yun clutched the weapon in his hands and thought about not wanting to run away. Until this moment, the duration of the effect of the powder of rest has expired, and the monster rushed to attack the hard player. But only the young man managed to understand this, as Tae-san destroyed the monsters with lightning speed. All three were killed in a split second, and the main character said that it would be a little fun for the boy. Emotions of despair and disappointment were replaced by surprise and delight. No one expected such a development. And no one has seen the power of such scales until now. Before Tae-san could lower his sword, three more monsters attacked him from behind. But they did not succeed in realizing their intention, because the main character activated the Fire Blast spell and burned them all to the ground. After that, it was not difficult to get to the city hall. Many people met their friends and relatives there. But it was the first time such a large group had arrived there, so the audience became very curious as to how they all managed to survive. Someone guessed that Him Jung Yun protected all the new arrivals, as he was the only one from the hard mode. And the young man wanted to object, but Tae-san gave a sign that it was worth telling what had happened recently. The boy obeyed the main character and simply said that it was all small things, although he felt uncomfortable. Later, all the newcomers were led to the rest. The city hall was already full of people from different levels. At first, the population of Anyan did not exceed 500,000, but after all the events, only about 100,000 remained alive. Tae-san didn't really like crowds, so he tried to stay away whenever possible. However, I did not have to be alone for a long time. Him Jung Yun handed the hero a bottle of water, and said with a smile that he should congratulate Mr. Tae-san of solo mode properly at least once. In response, Tae-san noted that the young man was quite good at attacking while holding his breath. Thanks to the main character, Him Jung Yun managed to learn this skill. But he admitted that he did not fully trust everything that was written in the chat. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible to do something like that, but he tested everything on himself, and it turned out that what was written was true. And the boy was very grateful that thanks to Tae-san, he did not have to make that disgusting choice. The main character said that there was no need for gratitude because he only did what he wanted, and the idea of protecting the group and bringing it to the end belongs to the young man. Then Him Jung Yun grabbed Tae-san's hand and urged him to accept the gratitude. After all, the solo player not only shared useful skills, but also saved his life. And now the young man is ready to always follow the main character and is even ready to obey him for a long time. To stop this emotional explosion, the solo player threw a bottle at Him Jung Yun, asked him to stop talking nonsense and behave as usual. But this did not cause the slightest indignation. The boy looked at his idol with the same admiration. Of course, Tae-san knew that he was very friendly, but he did not think that he was so friendly. Just at that moment, another person approached them, and very apt, because she was looking for Him Jung Yun. It was hard mode mentor Kim Hui-en. She was going to clarify something, but first she decided to ask who it was next to the young man. The boy happily introduced his new friend. The main character well remembered the leader of the heavy level from his past life. The girl also recognized the guy from solo mode, who wrote a lot in the chat, when she heard his name. But she decided not to stop there and got down to business. At the moment, there are about 100,000 people in the city hall, but the problem is that out of all, only about 1,000 can speak out against the monsters. This happened due to the fact that the majority came from easy and normal modes. Another problem is the lack of food supplies and safe places to sleep. But the problems do not end there. Since it is not known which quest will start, it is necessary to choose a commander. And when for Him Jun, it is obvious to Gina that it should be Kim Hui-well. For some, it is not at all. A guy from easy mode named Choi Yoon Hyuk has gone crazy and demands to be given the role. Hard-level leader tried to explain that someone who can't stand against even one monster can't command, but the daredevil started shouting, claiming that Kim Hui-en looks down on the guys from easy mode. He even captured people to make his crazy idea a reality. Therefore, the girl decided that it is not worth doing recklessly and postponed the decision. Him Jung Yun immediately asked who was captured, and the leader of the hard regime named Li Tae-yun and Kang Jun Hyoka. Tessin couldn't believe that there were players from solo mode in captivity. How in the world did they let this happen? With their current specs, those two could beat even Him Jun Gina, so the main character felt that something was wrong. Kim Hui-an reported that there were no casualties at this time, but she was convinced that the situation should be monitored before intervening. But Tessin did not agree with such a plan. He wanted to trample that treacherous rat as soon as possible. But the girl also could not allow violence, so she tried to stop the main character. Tessin didn't think it was worth following the rules like that in a world that had collapsed. The laws are no longer valid. But Kim Hui-an also stood her ground and repeated that people should not kill each other even in such circumstances. The hero remained silent at this. He again saw before him the same, faithful to the rules of the hard-level player. She was always strict until the very end, until she died. It was the third return. She tried to save everyone by following the rules. The girl understood that the man opposite was dangerous, and was convinced that he was ready to commit murder. Then she assumed that he was roughly equal to him in terms of strength Junginu. That's why I was already going to take out my weapon. But Tasan acted in advance. He struck for 22 damage and the girl fainted. Him Jun Jian just had time to ask why Hyung did that. But the main character told him to just watch quietly. And then he activated the acceleration skill and disappeared from sight at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Choi Yoon Hyuk was unsuspectingly enjoying his power by the window. He was used to living like this, and did not pay attention to anyone, going to the goal. A turning point in everyone's life happened not so long ago. The poor thin man fell to his knees and begged only not to touch his family. But Choi Yoon Hyuk held a contract in his hand, which they say allows him to do whatever he wants if the debtor doesn't pay back the money. But at that moment, a strange sound, unlike anything else, was heard outside the window, which attracted the man's attention. The earthly world no longer belonged to people, and those who ruled it now found themselves on the same level as everyone else. Once inside the labyrinth, Choi Yoon Hyuk was not as confident as before and chose to run away rather than fight when faced with a monster. Fortunately, there were many players on the easy level, and this time the unknown boy destroyed the creature that was hunting the daredevil. He was friendly and believed that it was at such moments that one should help others. But only Choi Yoon Hyuk did not share this opinion, because he was only concerned about his own well-being. He didn't understand how you could be so kind and stupid. Later, at the first opportunity, the future leader of the easy level killed his savior and took all his gains for himself. There are no rules or laws in the labyrinth. It's a confined space, so even a small push can turn everything upside down. This place hosts high-level players, and in case of disagreements, they go to a truce or resort to violence. Sometimes you can lose your reward if you keep your mouth shut. In this way, the labyrinth is easy to control. And Choi Yoon Hyuk understood this very well and quickly. And now, having got to Earth, he was happy that everyone obeyed his word. Ta Li Tae-an could not come to terms with this, and tried to at least verbally appease the impudent. If it weren't for that trick, he would have died a long time ago. But now he's holding 2 solo players hostage, so he's acting like the king of the world. The girl's anger only made Choi Yoon Hyuk laugh. He admitted that she was very strong, but this time the goddess of luck was on his side. The self-proclaimed manager was really lucky. Not only did he immediately get to a safe zone near the city hall, but he also managed to avoid all the monsters. And even the ones he feared from solo mode turned out to be ordinary weaklings, no stronger than the guys from easy mode. Therefore, it was not difficult to get rid of them. This made Choi Yoon Hyuk understand something. Solitary mode adventurers seem to focus only on survival, so they aren't very strong. He was a bit busy when these 2 showed up. However, as expected, people should use their brains first. The easy leader put the sword to the hostage's throat and advised Li Tae-en with Kang Jun Hyuk to be obedient so that their friend from solo mode does not die. Now the girl regretted that she fell for Choi Yoon-hyuk's manipulation and was now being held hostage by an easy-level player. This ruffian also scoffed that such two strong players did not fight with him, but tried to save the hostage. He once again made sure that the hardest level was not as difficult as described in the chat. But at that moment, Taesong appeared and asked if Choi Yoon-hyuk really believed in this delusion. The impudence expression immediately changed. It was not difficult to guess who this voice belongs to, and before the eyes of the self-proclaimed manager, that message from the main character appeared again. Choi Yoon-hyuk became nervous and backed away as if he had seen a monster, and Lee Tae-yoon and Kang Jun-hyuk finally met their mentor. The main character's energy filled the entire space. It seemed that he was ready to kill this monster in human form with just one look. Easy Player's instincts just screamed of danger and he tried to stay away. So as Taesong began to approach, Choi Yoon-hyuk grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted that he would give the order to kill all the prisoners if the hero took even one more step. Immediately after that, a woman's voice was heard from the entrance, ordering to stop. It was Kim Hui-en, and she warned that she wouldn't stand by if the Easy Player crossed the line. And Him Jung Yun, who was supporting his leader, asked what the braggart was after. And he smugly said that he wanted power and security, and he promised to leave the prisoners alive only if these 2 points were fulfilled. The leader of the hard regime simply exploded with anger. She did not want and could not give power to such a scoundrel. Then Choi Yoon-hyuk said that the strength of the players at the higher levels does not mean anything yet. And the confirmation of this is that now they all can't handle Easy Player. And specifically towards Kim Hui-en, the attacker added that she is leading only in homework. From everything the girl had done, it was clear that there was no way she was going to kill people. So Choi Yoon-hyuk felt confident. He also thought that Taesan would not dare touch him with a finger in the presence of his comrades and everything would turn out as usual. But as if reading his thoughts, the main character said that everything was absolutely not as Easy Player had planned for himself, and grabbed the walkie-talkie from his hands. Then he demonstratively crushed it with one hand and threw the fragments in front of the impudent. Choi Yoon-hyuk didn't even blink an eye when it happened. He oppresses people, does not obey rules and laws. But he completely forgot that he can also become an object of humiliation. In a hysterical voice, the self-proclaimed leader wished Taesan dead, and feverishly thrust his hand into his pocket, activating the trap. At one point, the ceiling began to crack and metal beams began to fall directly on the main character. Him Jung Yun barely had time to shout his idol's name when he was covered by a mass of metal. And Choi Yoon-hyuk was happy that he managed to deal 20 damage to a player with such an incredible defense. He was convinced that no one could survive such a thing. But in a moment, the system received a notification that Kang Taesan had activated interception and the level of damage received was 0. And behind him, the hero himself began to climb out from under the rubble. Whole and unharmed, he pushed the metal beams apart as if they were ordinary garbage. Choi Yoon-hyuk, scared to death, began to call all his subordinates to kill Taesong immediately. Help didn't take long, and in a matter of seconds the room was filled with the Easy Leader's posy packs. But the main character has also prepared for battle, and has already picked up a shining ice sword. The atmosphere was heated to the maximum. Kim Hui-en, despite the restraint of Him Jung Yun, was still trying to stop Taesan, but it was useless. A crowd of Easy Players rushed to attack the protagonist, surrounding him from all sides. Taesan understood the girl's feelings, but he saw no reason to protect these scoundrels. The main character made a decision and was not going to back down. He swung his glowing ice sword, and the blood of his enemies spilled out. Now Choi Yoon-hyuk, who had been in control until now, was left all alone. This time his plan didn't work. Considering the number of people on his side, Lee Tae-yoon and Kang Jun-hyuk would definitely lose a battle against an easy level, but not Taesan. The protagonist approached Choi Yoon-hyuk, who was trembling in indescribable fear, and grabbed his face. And at this moment, the rest of the people were dying of boredom, cooling off in the yard. The ghost was also tired of the fact that nothing had happened for a long time. He was used to busy days. But suddenly, a strong blow was heard and stones started to fall from the building. People thought that it was a monster when they saw that the wall of the house was destroyed. But when they looked closely, they realized that there was a person behind all this. Only one ghost was happy that Taesan had finally started doing something fun and hurried to the scene. Choi Yoon-hyuk, who was standing on the edge of the ruined wall and holding onto the main character's hand to keep from falling, dared to ask why a creature like Taesan even existed. In a past life, an easy-level leader said the same thing, and this time he was even sorry, because for the second time the scoundrel will die at the hands of the main character. But this man will never change. So Tasan closed his fingers and crushed the skull of his bitter enemy. In his past life, Choi Yun-hyuk died in exactly the same way. He paid for all his crimes in full, and now he was flying down the building. The people watching everything below were stunned by these events and began to panic when they saw the body of the easy regime leader. In their minds, such terrible things were still beyond the realm of possibility, despite the fact that the world had collapsed. They did not yet realize that Tessin had saved them and were shouting "killer" after the boy. This time, the main character had no equal in strength, so he was not afraid of general disapproval and was sure that he did the right thing, because only he knows the future. But in the past life, everything happened differently. Back then, he was an ordinary easy player, and the same Choi Yun-hyuk was the leader. To defeat the enemy, the boy had to go through many difficulties. Enemies chased him everywhere, trying to kill him, and he barely managed to win after the long months he spent in the depths of the labyrinth trying to get stronger. But this time, everything turned out much easier. Tasan was torn away from his memories of the events of his past life by Him Jung Yun, who approached him a little timidly and uncertainly. He wanted to warn Hyung that Kim Huyen and the rest are now looking for ways to punish the lawbreaker. But the main character had to sneeze at it. He knew that soon all of them would no longer be able to speak so loudly and boldly. Slamming his hand on the table, one of the former officials said that they could not just let the criminal slip away. Despite the complexity of the situation, he defended the position that it is impossible to kill people. Everyone took turns repeating that Tessin should be punished according to the law. They missed the point that Choi Yun-hyuk was a rebel and committed an inordinate amount of crimes and emphasized that lynching should not be justified. Kim Huyan could no longer stand this banter, and standing up, hit the table with both hands. There was no sense in the words about punishment because even she cannot cope with Tessin. The former official tried to explain to the student that no matter what, you can't let everything go by itself. The girl was just burning with rage. It is simply impossible to solve anything with these people. Kim Hui-an invited former officials because she believed that they would be able to help solve this issue. But she had no idea that such people would be so incompetent in understanding this world. They didn't even try to go through the labyrinth. All they did was turn the food their followers gave them into pulp. The girl already regretted that she had invited them, because all that was said was just empty talk. If we think about the punishment for the violator of the law, then who will carry it out? Who will be able to handle Tasan's outstanding strength? Kim Hui-en thought of an option to anger the main character, and then he would change the target of his attack. But all the counselors present were only concerned about regaining their former authority. The leader of the hard regime thought that maybe Tasan sees her in the same light. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of everyone and all attention switched to the content of the message. This was a warning about the beginning of a special quest. In exactly 12 hours, the first wave will begin. The place of defense is the city hall from all over the world. The task is to kill all enemies and protect the town hall. People's reaction was not long in coming. Just a few minutes after the notification appeared to Kim Hui, people arrived, with questions about the plan of action. The easy mode players in a panic repeated that they would not go to the monsters, and the commander asked everyone to calm down, promising that she would find a solution and report everything. When the girl was going to bring this issue up for discussion with the officials, she noticed that there was no trace of them. The message about the beginning of the quest found the main character in the yard. He wasn't going to stand by, but he was sure that with Kim Hui's defense organization, Anne will manage on her own. In her past life, she led her group quite well. Suddenly, someone turned to Tasan. 2 players from solo mode timidly approached him. The hero was expecting their visit, so he was not surprised. Kang Jun-hyuk immediately thanked him for saving them and the rest of the hostages. And then he pointed his finger at the ghost and asked if it was not some kind of hallucination. Spirit Tremplin-san was surprised because he thought that no one could see him. And when Kang Jun-hyuk assumed it was some kind of quest, then the ghost said sharply that he had no desire to give it to these 2, so they wouldn't even be asked. At this time, Tessin fixed his gaze on Li Tien, and the girl, noticing this, cursed in place. Before his eyes, from the hero's memory, images of his past life appeared, where he last saw her dead. It is thanks to this person that he can now change the future. Only Tien did not know this, and therefore asked in surprise why Tessin was looking at her like that. The boy immediately looked away, remembering that the girl was still too young. In addition, she is also afraid of the hero. But he said that he was just very happy about this meeting. After that, Tessin immediately changed the subject by asking about the quest. Then he announced that he would teach both of them something before the first wave started. And Li Tien, with Kang Jun-hyuk, didn't expect him to tell them to draw their swords. The protagonist explained that the young man had become very daring. It is very good that he is not afraid of a challenge, but you need to know your limits. The situation with the girl was somewhat different. She is too timid. Thanks to this, she managed to survive. But one day she will have to give up possible rewards because of it. Tassan didn't want to see these two die, so he now challenges them to a battle that will be fought with equal stats on both teams. Both solo players knew and had already seen with their own eyes that they could not defeat their mentor, so such a proposal frightened them. On the systems that appeared in front of the players, there was an opt-out option, but Tassan warned that it did not work. Then he added that this fight will help to understand how high their level is. Kang Jun-hyuk was afraid to even try, because he knew for sure that the difference in their sexes was too great. But the main character reassured him, explaining that with the applied skill, the characteristics of the participants in the battle are equal to the characteristics of the participant with the lowest indicators. And Tessin promised not to use skills. The young man thought for a few more minutes and still accepted the fight. Only Lee Tae-an thought it was madness. The fear suddenly disappeared when Kang Jun-hyuk saw this fight as an opportunity. It was a chance to prove to his idol that he was no weakling. To beat Tessin with normal stats, but now their stats are equal. This is exactly the kind of reaction the main character was expecting, because he already had time to figure out the character of this young man. Jun instantly recharged, Hyuk charged. He swung his sword and struck first, but Tessin blocked it with his sword. The main character then flipped the weapon, so that it is now Kang Jun-hyoku needed to defend himself. The young man could barely withstand the onslaught, but the Hyung turned sharply and struck the enemy with 2 consecutive blows to the arm. Lee Tae-an began to worry about her friend when he took 8 damage. And while Kang Jun-hyuk hesitated, Tae-san continued to hit him from different angles, repeating to keep the young man fighting. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't block the mentor's blows. Then the protagonist decided to attack psychologically and told the young man to recognize himself as a weakling. And the provocation worked just lightning fast. Kang Jun-hyuk instantly regained his composure and began to attack more vigorously. But this time too it was not possible to harm the enemy. On the contrary, the young man received many more blows, and the weapon flew out of his hand. Falling to the ground, the solo player could barely catch his breath. He could no longer continue. But at that moment a sword blade flashed right in front of his face and stuck into the ground. Tessan sat down next to him and said that feeling, thinking, and detecting weaknesses are physical factors that make a huge difference between the two. Kang Jun's power Hyoka works on Earth, but it's not enough to survive in solo mode. In fact, this boy went missing in a past life. But this time he survived and follows the main character, although he still does not understand how the factors he named can make such a big difference. Taesang then decided that he would be Kang Jun's opponent Hyoku, until he realizes. After 30 minutes of repeated fighting, the young man fell to the ground again, completely exhausted. The main character asked again if the player understood what level he was at, and he admitted that he was at the worst level. It's very good that Kang Jun-hyuk does not doubt his own strength, but you need to know your limits. This is exactly what Tessan was trying to convey. Having finished with one, he turned his gaze to the other. Lee Tae-an already understood that it was her turn, but she did not want to fight with the mentor, so she immediately said that she understood how weak she was and promised that she would definitely not exceed her limits. But Tessan said that her problem was completely different and advised to prepare for a duel. Then he added that the girl would have time to react. When the system announced the start of the match, the main character rushed at Lee Tae-an in the attack. There were no other options but to defend herself, so the girl gathered herself and managed to block the blow. Moreover, she then repelled Tassan's sword, coming out of a defensive position. The main character tried to attack again, and in the turn swung to strike from the side. But this time too, putting in a lot of effort, Lee Tae-an managed to react and stop the opponent's hand. She then swung her sword and made Tessin jump back to avoid the blow. Kang Jun-hyuk was stunned by what he saw. At first it looked like the girl was moving erratically, but she managed to block all the attacks. Lee Tae-an looked scared and indecisive a moment ago, but now she was running towards the protagonist to strike him. Only Tassan reacted quickly. While the girl was swinging her left hand, her right shoulder came forward, and the hero took advantage of it. He grabbed the unarmed hand and, squeezing painfully, threw the opponent aside. The system again recognized the victory for Tessin. When the fight was over, the main character asked what Lee Tae would say to that end. That girl was just silent. Then she heard the conclusion that she is not as weak as she thinks, but she should not become too brave either. That was all about the training, so Tessin decided to move on to the next one, which was how to gain new skills and complete the labyrinth. The explanations continued until the dark of the night. The main character allowed to share the acquired knowledge with others and in parting, asked both of them not to die. There was dead silence for a moment, and the solo players looked at each other. The same thought flashed through both of them. Tessin asked what was the matter with Jun Hyuk explained that it was strange to hear warm words from him, because the young man considered the mentor to be a cold person. This surprised the main character. He explained that if he was really that cold, he wouldn't have shared so much useful information. There was very little time left before the quest began, so Tessin advised both of them to go indoors and rest. And the hero himself had to solve some other matters in those 6 hours before the start of the first wave. Kim Hui also forgot about Restan. She was still in the study, thinking about how best to place people for defense. It was just driving her crazy. But then suddenly someone asked what happened. The girl froze on the spot because she was convinced that no one had come to her. The commander did not even notice when the main character appeared, and was somewhat frightened by his presence. To lighten the tense atmosphere a little, Tesson recommended closing the window because those who are tall can easily climb through it. Fear gave way to surprise when the uninvited guest inquired about the state of the current situation. But the girl tried to pull herself together and said that she plans to place people on all sides of the city hall because they will attack from everywhere. In addition, it will be difficult to defend from the inside because there are many people there. Therefore, Kim Huyen will ask everyone to leave before the quest begins. Some refuse to fight and nothing can be done about it because all kinds of persuasion do not work. Then Tessin asked to leave one side for him. The girl almost fell from surprise. In this way, it will be possible to allocate people only on the other 3 sides. It all looked so unreal, so Kim Huyen asked if the hero would definitely manage, and he confirmed. The situation changed radically in just 1 second. The girl sincerely thanked, and Tesson, getting ready to leave, asked her to survive. The countdown to the first wave has begun. People left the town hall, but the mood was very depressed. They had absolutely no desire to fight and did not believe in victory. On the south side of the building, Kim Hui led the defense and her mood slightly raised the fighting spirit of the rest. Him was the leader on the western side of the city hall, Jun Gyun, and Li Tae in the east Yun and Kang Jun Hyuk. Taesan came to the defense of the northern side, as he had warned the leader of the hard regime. When the waiting time was up, a crack appeared in space. With every second, she opened her mouth more and more, encroaching on the world of people. And a glow in the form of a wall appeared between people. She divided the territory of the quest into zones. The digital barrier divided the city hall and the surrounding area into 4 parts. Following this, monsters appeared, rushing towards people to feed on them. In fear, people immediately rushed to the shelter, but they could not get inside because the walls were even in the city hall. Kim Huyan tried to calm everyone down and save the situation, urging people to return to their positions. However, no one dared to do this, and the manager took the first blow herself. Some lost their self-control so much that they simply fell and meekly awaited their death as the monster approached. But from his attack, Chung Junen took only 7 points of damage, not the fatal blow he had expected. However, the shock was so great that the boy did not immediately start a fight, but also sat motionless, trying to understand what had happened. Hui came to help and killed the monster. She shouted that the attack of these creatures is not very strong, so there is a great chance to survive and win. Seeing that everything is really not as difficult as it seems, the players remembered the promised reward, which will depend on the result, and only then decided to try to fight. In one moment, everyone rushed to destroy the advancing monsters, and they succeeded. Kim Huyen had no longer hoped that it would be possible to return the players to their positions, but now she could breathe a sigh of relief. They were hacked to pieces without any problems, and with Kang Jun Hyokum. One man noticed how fast these two were handling and said they were as strong as monsters. And the solo players laughed back because they knew for sure that the real monster was now on the other side of the building. A dozen monsters have already reached the northern part of the city hall, which was protected by Kang Tasan. But the main character with swords in both hands at one point cut the attackers to pieces. The ghost concluded that the difficulty of the task did not lie in the strength of the monsters, but in their number. All opponents were destroyed, but the quest did not end, and the whole reason is that each party must cope with the task. In order not to wait, Tessin tried to break through the digital wall, but nothing worked. It is clear that this barrier was created on purpose so that people from other zones could not interfere in each other's affairs. Therefore, the main character decided to wait. Eventually, all the monsters were destroyed, and the players joyfully shouted in unison about the victory. The special quest was successfully completed, and the system reported that everyone will receive rewards after returning to the labyrinth. But then, an ominous next message appeared about the start of the next quest. The second wave was already approaching. No one expected such a turn. Again, an ugly creature from an unknown world appeared from the spatial crack. Surprisingly, the creature was alone. For some reason, players thought that the monster's power level would be the same as the previous ones. Only Him Jung Yun suspected something bad, but he did not have time to warn the brave man, who hoped to quickly deal with the enemy and take his reward. The boy from Dispersal stuck his sword into the enemy's stomach and managed to inflict only 1 point of damage on him. But in response, the creature grabbed Choi Min-shik by the head with its tentacles and began to devour him, causing him fatal damage. People cursed in fear of the terrible monster. Their hope for victory was instantly extinguished. After finishing with Choi Min-shik, the ugly creature opened its mouth and began to howl unbearably. People standing nearby died on the spot, and the rest began to run away towards the city hall. Him Jung Yun tried to stop them, explaining that if they retreated now, everyone would die, and their battle would be in vain. But then the young man heard a strange sound and only had time to sit down, covering his head with his hands. He didn't even know what it was. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that all those who had fought side by side with him were now lying dead. Him Jung Yun had no idea how to win this quest, and the burning creature was advancing. And at this moment, Tessan was already sitting on the dead monster of the second wave, and thinking about the fact that it is so cruel that people have to risk their lives for the sake of victory. And many people had already gathered behind the wall, trying to pass through it to save themselves. Tessan could no longer just sit and wait for creatures from another world to destroy the human race. He must do it now. Therefore, the main character activated acceleration and went along the wall to bypass the barrier. He managed to find the place from where the monsters appeared, and where they then returned. Only this time, the creatures were not destined to return. Tessan destroyed everyone who was nearby and now stood in front of the portal itself. Almost immediately after that, a notification appeared about the start of a special quest in which you need to destroy the Black Swamp portal. It was smaller than the one in the sky, so the main character knew in advance that this would not be the end of the quest. But if this one can be destroyed, then there will be much fewer monsters. Tessan sped up and drove the sharp blades of both of his swords right into the middle of that black hole with all his might. A sound resembling a powerful thunderstorm spread around, and a D-class monster appeared from the portal of the Black Swamp. This monster was climbing out, and the main character was simply forced to jump away. The numbers in the monster's name indicate their power. The lower the number, the higher the rank. The monsters that created a full-scale attack with this wave were Class F and E, and had an 8-digit number. And the monster that just appeared has 6 symbols, and is marked as Monster 267511. In a past life, people were on the verge of extinction precisely because of the attack of Class D creatures. Then Tessan barely managed to get rid of it after the third comeback, but this time it was different. Without delaying for a moment, the main character rushed to attack, activating the Sword of Slashing Thunder. The player's hatred for these creatures was on fire, and the monster took 2 hits at 64 and 72 damage. Then the 267,511th monster grabbed Tessan with its claws and slammed it into the ground, crushing it with its mass. However, this did not bring any result because the player activated the skill Nullify the first attack, followed by the second. Following this, Tessan activated Ice Arrow, and the enemy's paw was covered in ice. And at the moment when the monster retreated, the main character made a jump and was preparing to strike the next blow. The monster hoped to swallow the attacker, but he drove his swords into the enemy's mouth, holding it open with his legs. Tessan immediately followed with a fire blast and blasted the creature from the inside. His endless reserves of stamina and acquired strength now allowed him to destroy such strong opponents quickly and without losing health. After the victory, the main character strengthened himself with a potion and was going to finish what he came for. He activated an advanced ice arrow and launched it into the Black Marsh portal. And this time he succeeded. The crack, which served as a passage for monsters, shattered into pieces as if it had never happened. And the system reported the successful completion of a special quest, and that the reward will be calculated after returning to the labyrinth. Tessan did everything he wanted, but suddenly, he again received the same message as a minute ago, a notification about the completion of the quest. And this could only mean that, on the other hand, they also coped with their task. With the last of his strength, Kim Huyen plunged her sword into the monster's body, which seemed invincible. But finally, it all ended. The girl looked around and saw how many people here said goodbye to life. Unfortunately, it was only when they saw hundreds of dead refugees that they realized there was no other way to escape than to kill the monsters. Most of them suffered a worse fate. They died in vain, without even having the opportunity to do anything at all. Kim Huyan scolded herself for not trying hard enough to become stronger. Then she could protect more people. Meanwhile, the wall that formed at the beginning of the quest began to disappear without a trace. Only now did people believe that this horror was over. Suddenly, the leader of the hard regime remembered Tessan and felt that she should help him. It does not matter that he is very strong. Such a monster cannot be stopped by himself. The girl jumped up and urged everyone to go to the north side to help deal with the monster there. She was so tired that she didn't even take into account that the fact that the wall disappeared indicated the death of all enemies. Hui's body Anne was shaking with exhaustion, but she kept going, despite the others trying to explain to her that it was over. She could not lose someone who in this situation is a great strength and support for people. But with the next step, the girl stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, Tessan was already nearby and managed to pick her up. Fittingly, the main character reported that the north side was cleared. Moreover, he even managed to do something more. The commander was happy when she saw that everything was fine with Tessan, and from his appearance it was clear that he did not have to risk his life. The protagonist did not object, and warned that there would be a constant threat to life, even in the labyrinth. Afterwards, the system congratulated the survivors on their victory, and informed them that rewards would be calculated based on the actions of everyone who participated in the battle. And after 48 hours, everyone will return to the labyrinth. During this time, people were engaged in burying the dead. Out of 100,000 people, only 30,000 survived. Kim Huyen admitted that Tessan was more suited to the role of commander than she had thought, but the hero said that he could not be. Moreover, he is a foreigner, and people love their leader more. A girl will not be able to protect everyone, that's a fact. But people know that she fought, risking her own life, and did her best. Only Taesong said that to Kim Huyen asked questions about the further plan of action. While walking, the main character put his hand on the girl's shoulder and advised her to switch to you with death. Gathering her thoughts, the leader of the hard regime accepted the post and announced that now in this world, civilization and laws have been erased. This world may disappear tomorrow, but this return will certainly not be the end. That's why they all have to survive. Survive for the sake of people who fought to the last and who died. It is necessary to survive, even just for the sake of learning the whole truth. In closing, Kim Huyan urged everyone to come back as strong as they can be. Kang Jun-hyuk and Lee Tai. They were in a hurry, because they were afraid that they would not have time to say goodbye to their mentor. It was time to return to the labyrinth, and the main character was about to enter the portal. Then very timidly, but the girl did ask if they would be able to see each other again someday. And the boy, also in his repertoire, said that at the next training session he would definitely beat Hyeon. Him Jung Yun also didn't stay away and thanked Taesan, but he promised to try to become even stronger. Commander Kim Huyen joined, and only asked the main character to stay alive. But these words belonged to Taesan, so he did not remain silent. And when the farewell turned into sentimentality, he wished everyone to survive and entered the portal. The journey between unknown worlds through many constellations and nebulae has begun again. But it didn't last long, and in a matter of seconds, the main character found himself back in the labyrinth in the alone mode. He found himself in front of the entrance to the boss's room on the 10th floor, but he was in no hurry to enter. And not for nothing, because almost immediately messages about accrued bonuses for a special quest on Earth began to appear. In total, Taesan received 482 points. They can be exchanged for anything. The system offered 3 options: exchange for gold, characteristics, or a skill or skill level. If you choose the first option, then the gold rate will be 1 to 10. That is, the hero will receive 4,820 gold coins. It was a good course, however. The player can always earn himself, so the effort is not worth it. The rate of exchange of points for characteristics is 5 to 1. In this case, you can get about 96 statues. This is important, but considering the hero's current average, it would also be a waste. The last option remains, exchanging a point for a skill level at a ratio of 10 to 1. This figure can be raised only with time, experience, and effort. That's why Tessan chose this option. When the skill level increases by 20%, the essence of the skill changes. This is the same as a skill boost. But depending on the skill itself, changes can be significant or insignificant. Tessan turned to the ghost, but it did not respond immediately. After returning from Earth, he is constantly thinking about something. But he had to break away from his thoughts because the main character asked what would happen if he suddenly increased the skill level of the skill Sword of Slashing Thunder. The spirit of the warrior did not quite understand how this could be done, but he thought that it would not end well. It is definitely better to develop the body. Whatever knowledge one has to possess, physical abilities are a completely different story. To make it easier to make a decision, Tessan decided to review all his skills again. All of them were good, but there is a chance that the hero will regret it if it turns out to be an adventure just for the sake of increasing the skill level. It turns out that it is very problematic to have such a large selection. But unexpectedly, the hero's gaze stopped at magic, the level of which was only 2%. It was the best option for using the points, but Tessan decided to consult on the matter first. And in the safe zone of the 9th floor, at that moment, there was a powerful explosion. It was Lilith who experimented with potions and made the wrong combination. She was not expecting guests, but the main character was already on her way. Later, the door opened, and Tessan and the ghost entered the secret room. The boy once again managed to stun the sorceress with the fact that he has the ability to suddenly increase his skill level. She could not believe that it was possible to interfere in the internal affairs of the labyrinth from the outside. Moreover, she is definitely not capable of this. The fact is that the level of mastery is regulated by the labyrinth itself. In this place, talentless people can become stronger, but at the same time, they are limited by the rules. In general, no one can change the rules, not even the gods. And since the main character talks about such a possibility, Lilith became very interested to what level he is able to increase this indicator. And Tessan said that, approximately, by 50%. Hearing such a staggering number, feelings of envy and surprise were mixed into one. This affected the sorceress so much that the flasks and test tubes on the table began to tremble from her energy. The girl tried to control her emotions and advised the traveler not to tell anyone about this, because people will try to kill him when they find out about it. Tessan calmly asked if everything was so serious, and Lilith thought that he was also mocking. She herself is ready for anything for the sake of increasing her skill by at least 1%, and now he is only 20. It is obvious that the higher the level of skill in magic, the higher the benefit from it. The main character's current level in this skill is only 2%, and this means that he does not even know how to use magic of the initial level correctly. There are basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and advanced levels, and in this labyrinth you can use magic of any level. But the quality of the magic used will vary depending on the skill level. The fact that Tessan managed to master mid-level magic at once was a unique case. Usually, only when the mastery rate is somewhere around 20% can you max out base-level magic and somewhere around half of entry-level magic. At 40%, one can fully use entry-level magic, and only at 60% can one fully control medium-level magic. On this, Lilith finished her explanation. The girl hoped that they would help the hero make the right decision. Tessan thanked and set off. And indeed, the received information helped him a lot. First of all, the main character spent his 100 points to increase the detection skill by 10%, and now it is 62. From now on, the player can see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures. He can also detect secret rooms and get information about his opponent. Sometimes important information will even be available. Tessan then spent 380 points to increase his magic skill level by 38%, and after that he got Magic Acceleration and Magic Explosion. Now the level of this skill is 40%, and the hero will be able to use magic correctly. There was even an opportunity to control fire, ice, and wind. To feel the difference, Tessan activated the fireball and noticed that it became larger, and the slight delay was also gone. Similarly, the boy tested the effect of Magic Acceleration and was amazed by the result. This skill increased both speed and power. So after the fireball, Tessan decided to test other spells as well. He activated Ice Arrow and then used the skill Magic Blast on it. The ice broke into many sharp shards and, like blades, cut everything in its path. The result exceeded the expectations of the main character, and now he could safely move on. He reached the boss's room on the 10th floor again, and as soon as he opened the door, the ogre fighter instantly appeared. Tessan decided to practice with the new magic, so he activated Fireball and Magic Acceleration. The flame hit the monster right in the head and dealt it 112 damage. But the main character was not going to stop there and continued to use magic attacks. This time, the ogre fighter had to suffer from the mental attack Confusion in combination with Magic Acceleration. To top it all off, Tessan activated Magic Blast and realized that it worked even with psychological attacks. The monster's body trembled. He still could not come to his senses after what he had experienced. But that was not all. In a continuous stream, the main character alternately used Fireball and Ice Arrow. And when all this mixture of magic spells approached the enemy, Tessan used the skill Magic Explosion. It was the final attack. When the flame went out, the system announced the victory over the boss of the 10th floor. As a reward, the main character received the ring of the ogre fighter. During this fight, he was convinced that he could descend to the 20th floor only through magic. And the ghost agreed, because magic is one of the foundations of this place. Tessan noticed that the spirit of the warrior had finished his thoughts and began to speak to him again. And then the ghost admitted that it was not quite so. He kept wondering why something like this had appeared. This was the main question, and the player hoped to finally find out who destroyed their world. Some mortals surpass themselves through trials. It does not matter whether they are guided by force or faith, but as soon as they reach a certain level in a certain area, they turn from mortals into superhumans. Only after their lives have been valued and given a sphere to be responsible for can they transform from superhumans to gods. Even if a superhuman succeeds in becoming great after being freed from mortality and possesses extreme strength, he still has limitations. It is for this reason that it is so difficult for them to recover from the use of the Force. Monsters came and invaded the cities of the human world, and besides, there were a lot of them. When superhumans interfere in the affairs of mortals, they experience a huge loss of strength. That's why it's considered crazy, and they usually don't do it. Tassan listened attentively to the thoughts of the ghost, who further informed that creatures capable of such things still exist. They can intervene in the mortal world without losing their strength. These creatures are from the past, and their names are long lost. They are born superhumans, old gods. The lifespan of these creatures was not determined from the beginning. That is why when they enter the world of mortals, they do not lose their strength at all. After finishing the story, the ghost admitted that he had never seen such in person. He learned about it thanks to folklore and local information. These creatures disappeared long ago, which is why they are called old gods. There are rumors that there was a war between the superhumans. It was because of such unclear moments that the ghost needed time to think things over. Most of all, Tessin did not understand why such creatures would attack the earth. But the spirit of the warrior did not know this either. However, he was sure that they couldn't send someone too strong there. Although they do not lose their strength, there is no doubt that they have their limits. Even if the ghost's guesses about certain restrictions are to be believed, why then did these beings send an apostle to earth, whom even Li the Shi could not overcome it? Then he could not even think that such a powerful creature would appear. At this point, the main character decided to end his thoughts and went on to conquer the labyrinth. He finally reached the place where the person who had vilely killed Tremplan-san was. When Tessan pushed back the screen, he saw inside the ogre, the sage, who was reading a book at the table. The monster instantly closed it and greeted the warrior. He knew this day would come, but it happened much sooner than he expected. To the great surprise of the ghost, the ogre, Sage, wanted to talk to him. He felt that he would not be able to defeat the adventurer that the warrior spirit came with, so he wanted to satisfy his curiosity first before dying. Tremplan-san's anger flared up with new force, but he controlled himself and said that he should do what he wanted. The monster did not expect such a response from someone who behaved so arrogantly and recklessly. Trample was rejected by the God-seekers, and even the Lost King despised him. Coming from a broken world, he was very soft. And he did not kill the ogre? Sage just because he was the only creature that listened to the warrior. It was entirely the warrior's fault. Ogre is a monster, and Tremplan-san is an adventurer. And the sage did only what the monster was supposed to do. The ghost no longer wanted to listen, and asked Tessan to deal with the monster, but the player was in no hurry. The ogre was surprised that the adventurer refused, because he believed that he was just a puppet in the hands of the warrior spirit. Approaching the monster, the protagonist asked where he got the weapon he was holding. Offensive weapons are highly valued because of their characteristics. This is something that an ordinary 10th floor monster simply cannot have, which is why Tessin was so interested. The ogre, Sage, had already realized that it was the player who had changed Tremplan-san. He wondered how a spirit managed to remain calm when there were simply countless creatures that hated his arrogance. And these are not only gods, but also other adventurers. It was the leaders of sins who gave the monster weapons and ordered to kill the warrior. They even threatened to kill the sage, so he had no choice but to do their will. The ghost was just mad with rage when he heard the truth. He began to hate his killer even more and wished him dead. And Tessan caught himself thinking that he had already heard about the leaders of sins from Lethi before N. The creatures were incredibly afraid to do it themselves because Tremplan-san was very strong. That is why they enlisted the help of the monster. Having finished the story, the Ogre Sage breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was ready to die. Tessan drew his sword and pointed the blade at the monster. But in the end, the sage said that although he was weak, he managed to survive for quite a long time in such a place. He used the loneliness of the players and built a close relationship with them with the help of eloquence. But everything eventually comes to an end. The protagonist did not hesitate any longer and dealt the monster a fatal blow. But the wise ogre smiled and said that strength is the answer to all questions in the labyrinth. And he sincerely hopes that Tessan will become so powerful that no one dares to even touch him, that he will conquer this place and become their salvation. The main character assured that it will be so. And the monster, falling to the ground, breathed his last and died. The 10th floor was completely cleaned, and the creatures of this world began to pay attention to Tessin. They watched him through the crack with good and hostile intentions at the same time. As a reward for the victory over the Great Sage, the main character received the weapon, Limit of Calamity, and now the ghost had mixed feelings. He didn't know whether to thank the monster or curse it. The task of the quest was completed, so the spirit of the warrior began to reward the player first, leaving feelings for later. Tessin received a relic of Cabot, a sword that absorbed the blood of his ancestors. This thing belonged to a world that is now destroyed, and it took countless lives of the royal family. The attack power of the sword is 20 units, but it can increase by another 10 when its owner fights with an opponent of noble birth. In the world of Tremplain Sana, this sword has a rather deep history. Even the great-grandfather himself died from it. Tessin could not have imagined that he would receive such a good weapon. After that, the ghost's anger flared up again. He could not accept the idea that someone who had gone mad and refused to go through the labyrinth stood in his way and justified his actions. Therefore, another additional task appeared. After realizing the truth, the spirit of Tremplain San wanted more revenge. He wanted everyone involved in his death to pay for what they did with their own lives. And the reward for the performance will depend on the mood of the warrior. It turns out that the ghost will continue its journey with Tessin if he agrees to complete the task. And he saw nothing wrong with it. In fact, he still really wanted to see how far the main character could go. There were no reasons for refusal, so the solo player accepted the additional quest of the spirit of the warrior. Meanwhile, the red-haired leader of Sin looked at the useful newcomers with interest. Half of the adventurers who bowed to the cruelty of the labyrinth joined forces and created their own group with the goal of conquering this place and called it Guides of Sin. But the way they chose to become stronger did not create a challenge to the labyrinth. Therefore, instead of submission, they decided to become parasites. They limited the number of floors that adventurers could traverse and created their own hierarchy and laws. When they find adventurers who break the established laws and refuse to be one of them, they simply destroy them. Tessin advanced rapidly and had already managed to overcome the boss of the 11th floor, the Skeleton Knight. And the ghost continued to tell him that the leaders, who make up the core and are considered leaders, are on deeper floors. And all the others, lower in rank, are scattered throughout the labyrinth. And this means that in the near future they may come across leaders of sin. For passing the 11th floor, the main character received 3 awards, and now he owns a backlash bracelet with +5 protection. It allows you to counterattack with a 1% chance. And also the Ogre's Ring, which in size was like a bracelet with a strength of +15, and the Ring of the Lion, which deals 3 units of damage to the dead. The player's path was long, so Tessin continued to move and was already descending to the 12th floor. The deeper the floor, the stronger and uglier the monsters became. And at the current stage, we had to fight with the decomposing hum. The main character struck only 1 blow, and at the same moment the creature ended its existence. The theme of the labyrinth changes every 10 floors, and therefore the main monsters from the 11th to the 20th will be the dead. The smell here is also appropriate, and the main character will have to endure this for 10 floors. Tessin opened the door of the first room and saw a statue in front of him. The system immediately reported that it was the altar of Mary. Unlike the altar Rakiratus, this one looked too simple. The hero would not even have understood what it was if the system had not notified. The ghost immediately circled over the statue and said that it is the goddess of choice, however. He cannot tell anything about her trials because they are in different conditions. One thing is known for sure. She is a very strong goddess. Also, the spirit of the warrior reminded that strong gods are usually very fickle. Tessin reached out to the altar wondering if everything was going to be okay. But in any case, now he has no time to be afraid or run away. Maria's sphere of influence expanded and she, smiling, offered the main character an enhanced task. The difficult level immediately alarmed the adventurer a little, but the ghost explained that simply, apparently, rumors about him had already spread among the gods, so Maria did not see the need to give an ordinary test. The main character, who is used to challenging difficulties, accepted an additional task. And after that, Tessin faced a choice between a large number of enemies and a small one. The guy was a little confused because he had never encountered such a thing before. But she was the goddess of choice, so it is obvious that one has to choose. It is not known which of the options will be correct, therefore, trusting intuition, the player chose few enemies. Following this, the next question appeared. Various enemies or several types? And Tessin chose the second option. Goddess Mary was pleased, and preparations for the test began. Suddenly, the walls in the room began to move and its area increased several times. In a moment, a portal appeared, and all kinds of monsters started to climb out of it. The protagonist realized that these creatures had not met him before. When the monsters surrounded the player, a red zone appeared around him. If Tessin gets out of it, he will lose. The test began and all the monsters charged, gaping their mouths. The main character instantly activated the breath hold attack, and with the help of the first sword, Wolf Fang of the sword art, he managed to destroy several monsters. Creatures were pressed from all sides. This fight was completely different from the kind of fight that the player prefers. It seems that this is the peculiarity of the goddess of choice. This time, Tessin even used the goblin to deflect the winged monster's attack and buy some time. But suddenly the hero heard sounds that were similar to spells, and through the crowd saw a dead man who was saying it. Using magic, the player quickly plunged a sword into the skull of a distant enemy. It became clear that the goddess wanted him to risk everything to win, so she simulated the worst situation a hero could wish for. But he will show her everything with pleasure. Tessin has activated Certificate of Struggle, and will now grow stronger with each defeated enemy. Onslaught of Large Rats. The main character burned with just one Fire Blast spell, and as he did so, the giant green monster swung its crude bat and was about to deliver a powerful blow. But since Tessin had no right to retreat anywhere from his zone, he had to defend himself. He blocked the blow by crossing his swords. It was quite difficult to withstand such an onslaught, and the player almost crossed the red zone, so he used Strong Strike and repelled the giant's attack. It was not possible to delay for a minute. While the main character was fighting monsters from one side, others were already advancing from the other. In addition, it was also necessary to fight against magical attacks. Another skeleton attacked from a distance. This time, Tessin did not have time to outrun the enemy spell, and a mass of ice arrows was already flying at him from above. Then the protagonist grabbed the snake by the tail and threw it directly at the lizard-like monster, which had already entered the red zone. Thus, the two found themselves directly under the ice damage zone, and Tessin only moved a little to avoid the damage. The task was not easy, but the player managed to destroy the first wave. But just as he managed to catch his breath, another one was already approaching. Monsters loomed like a colony of ants, and the main character was already prepared to continue the fight. There were so many enemies that it seemed like this task would never end. But Tessin managed, and at the first opportunity he sat down to regain his breath. All the monsters were finished, but the sphere did not disappear, so the task was not yet complete. A minute later, another enemy appeared. The knight was already approaching the adventurer. The red color of his armor indicated that he was a death knight. Tessin had heard about this from Lethi and this is the boss of the 20th floor. But ordinary monsters don't wear jewelry like Rakiratus' pendant, and this means that the knight used to be a man. Dealing with such a person is not easy, but it is possible. However, 3 more of the same opponents appeared after him. The main character realized that this fight would require a lot of strength and that it would probably not be without losses, so he immediately used the Sword of Self-Sacrifice and restored 5,000 units of health. Although Tessin was already very tired from this ordeal, he was not going to give up, and pointing his sword at his enemies, called them to battle. In a short time, the main character already had to use hovering 3 times to avoid damage from the swords of the knights who attacked at the same time. However, this skill cannot be sustained for a long time, as it has certain limitations. Therefore, Tessin decided to use the forced battle skill to increase his chances of victory. It was a case where you need to act instantly, and the hero immediately activated Strong Strike and rushed to attack. Only the knight reacted in time and jumped back to such a distance that forced fight did not work. These limitations simply made the task unrealistically difficult. Therefore, in order to catch up with the enemy, Tessin resorted to magic. He activated Fireball and Ice Arrow and applied magic acceleration to them. But this also did not give any result. The knight managed to escape and avoid harm. The main character concluded that the use of either magic or swordsmanship alone does not bring results, so it is necessary to combine them. One of the knights charged again, and Tessin allowed him to stab him in the chest with his sword. It was just a cunning plan. The guy did not receive fatal damage, and grabbing the opponent's hand, instantly activated Forced Battle. Now the other 3 knights cannot participate in the battle, because the sphere that appeared did not allow it. Following this, the main character used Breath Hold Attack, along with Strong Strike. And then he knocked the enemy to the ground with 1 blow, and the next delivered a powerful decisive blow. The system announced the victory over the Death Knight. This method worked, but Tessin was not going to act this way again, because he only had 1/10 of his health left. The protagonist had to immediately come up with a different strategy, because avoiding blows in a 1-on-3 battle is almost impossible. Tessin had a very difficult time. While he was striking one, it was necessary to block the attack of the other. For a long time, the player acted according to the strategy: blocking, sudden attack, and then hovering. However, it was more exhausting than productive. The hero's strength was almost at zero. Being on the edge, the adventurer began to look for another way. Then he wondered if his attacks were too rough. Slashing Storm's first sword technique, Wolf Fang, strikes with a storm of fury and rips the enemy apart with its claws like a wolf. But what will happen if you perform it more smoothly? The ghost immediately noticed the changes in the hero's technique and was surprised. Until now, the warrior's movements resembled ink spilled on a blank page. They are just as clumsy and heavy. Tessin continued to practice and realized that even when the sword moved more smoothly, it still retained its lethality. With each attempt, the player got better and managed to defeat one more opponent in this way. But the boy felt that this was not the whole truth, and tried even harder to sharpen his movements. With each new swing of the swords, the trajectory of the movement acquired grace and lightness. Now, even when both opponents attacked at the same time, their armor shattered into pieces. It was simply a stunning result. The ghost thought about teaching the hero how to do it, but he didn't expect him to be able to do it himself. Tessin delivered the final blow, and that was the end of the task. In this battle, he won much more than just victory. Looking at his sword, the main character asked the ghost to tell him about this technique. It was the second sword of the Slashing Storm fencing art, Dance of the Storm. If Wolf Fang is an aggressive sword, Storm Dance silently destroys the enemy. It reduces sharpness and strikes with optimal movement. The skill level of the advanced skill, Sword of Slashing Thunder, has now increased to 22%. It is difficult to say which of the swords is better. They are completely opposite to each other. This is what confused the opponents and helped a lot in the battle. Surprisingly, it seems that Tessin needs to push himself to the limit in order to learn something. Ghost planned to teach the player gradually, but his achievements are simply amazing. Now it's time to receive the reward for the past test, and Maria has already increased her influence. The goddess of choice was very pleased with the hero's honest choice and achievements, so she awarded him with a weapon of shape transformation and a special active skill, freedom of choice. Following this, Tessin received the apostle's contract, but as before, without even thinking, he refused the offer. Suddenly, the system reported the activation of Maria's unreasonable decision, and a black liquid began to pour out of one of the bowls of the scales. The goddess invited the main character and gave him a choice. Only both options were the same. The darkness began to actively absorb the space, and Tessin did not know what was happening and what to do about it. He glanced frantically at the system notification again, but there was simply no option to decline the invitation. Darkness enveloped everything, and the world turned upside down. The player and the ghost seemed to have failed and began to fall into obscurity. Later, when the hero landed, a notification appeared that Tessin was being welcomed to the Temple of the Deities. There was just impenetrable darkness all around, and the adventurer assumed that this is what the void of the universe felt like. The ghost still could not believe what had happened. He was sure that such an invitation was simply impossible. Tessin saw for the first time that the warrior's spirit trembled with fear, but he did not ask anything, deciding to first examine what kind of place it was. And later came across a majestic building with columns. There was no one around, and the hero decided to go in. But the ghost began to panic, and convinced that you can't just take it and go in like that. But Tessin did not stop, because he wanted to see such an outstanding personality with his own eyes. There were endless corridors, and precious stones scattered everywhere resembled a flower garden. And the ceiling here was so high that it seemed endless, and reached straight up into the sky. But what was most surprising was what was at the end of the temple. It was difficult to say with certainty that such a thing really existed in this world. Directly in front of Tessin lay the goddess of choice, Maria, who said she was pleased to meet him. But immediately after that, she showered the guests with confusion, despair, madness, and an instant death sentence. The main character managed to withstand all these psychological attacks, but the ghost wheezed as if he was about to die. It was all very strange. The hero felt sorry for the warrior's spirit, so he asked why the goddess was doing this to her invited guest. And she immediately, without saying anything, canceled all attacks. As soon as the torture was over, the ghost thanked him for the pardon. Then Maria said that a lot of water had already flowed since that unfortunate meeting. And then she introduced herself and added that she is the one who gives another chance to mortals who have done terrible things. Being next to the goddess, Tessin felt the power in every cell of his skin. This power is on a completely different level from everything he is familiar with. He kept wondering how many such creatures there are. After coming to his senses a little, the ghost dared to ask permission for one question. He wondered if it was possible to invite mortals into a god's temple at all. Until now, he considered it impossible. And the goddess confirmed that indeed mortals cannot withstand the presence of a god, but the gods can solve this problem from their side. And the reason Tremplin's son didn't get an invitation is very simple. He wasn't worthy of it. Then the protagonist intervened and asked if they thought he was worthy, and Maria said yes. And she wanted to look at him personally. The fact is that very few people agreed to pass the test of the goddess of choice. But even fewer people managed to complete them, not to mention the increased tasks, which no one could withstand at all, until Tessan came. Then the main character wondered what would happen if he did not answer honestly in court. Maria's mood changed dramatically, and she said that in that case she would not like him. And then she added that the ghost that accompanies the main character did the same thing in his life. Mary again turned her attention to Tessin, and wrapping her hand around him, asked him once again if he was sure that he did not want to become her apostle. And while he did not answer, she added that if he agreed, he would get everything he wanted. He will descend into the labyrinth as her representative, and then no one will dare to say anything against the hero. But Tessin doesn't need it. He was steadfast in his decision, so he politely asked Maria for forgiveness. The goddess respected the choice of the main character, and did not insist anymore. Suddenly Tessin decided to ask how much the goddess knew about him, and she said that she knows about the use of Bezoar Ouroboros. Then she called the hero a poor child who got into trouble and lost his way. They prevented people from getting to where they were supposed to go, and subjected them to torture. Tessan thought the goddess of choice was talking about the other modes of the labyrinth, and was convinced she knew something. But when the boy wanted to ask more, Maria signaled to be silent, and she explained that such stories require an appropriate fee, so she can't just talk about it. However, everything can change if the main character becomes her apostle. While Maria was waiting for an answer, a crack appeared in the ceiling and the debris of the building began to fall. Someone shouted in an eerie voice that it was not time yet, that the player needed to get stronger and go lower. The goddess of choice announced that trouble had come, and agreeing to meet later, snapped her fingers to return Tessin back to the labyrinth. Impenetrable darkness appeared again under the feet of the protagonist, and he fell into obscurity. And through the window formed in the floor, Maria kindly waved him goodbye. The same ferocious voice again menacingly addressed the goddess, but she did not care much and only said that she should not be angry, because it was necessary to take the first step herself. The last thing Tessin heard was that the unknown man also wanted to get to him. After this trip, the main character had strange feelings, and even more questions appeared. Tessan thought that in this labyrinth it was enough for him to just raise his stats. Lethe's characteristics were quite high-end, and Einzal had even higher ones. However, the power the player had just encountered was simply incredible. It turns out that other modes are just a fake. But if the player manages to get everything possible in this so-called real labyrinth, will he be able to stand up to the gods themselves? Because of the invitation, Tessin didn't even get to collect his reward, but now it's in his hands. The attack power of the new weapon is 15 units, and it can change shape. The player swung the dagger and it turned into a longsword, and the special active skill, Freedom of Choice, allows you to convert characteristics. Tessin immediately checked him for cloak and health, and he liked the opportunity. That should have been all, but suddenly the hero noticed some kind of glow from the side. It was a flower, a gift from Mary. The gods give such a gift to people they like, but it has no effect at the present time. Even the ghost didn't know what it was. But since it was given with good intentions, you shouldn't expect anything bad. Therefore, Tessin kept the flower for himself and went into the depths of the labyrinth. The 12th floor was cleared without incident, and the protagonist quickly reached the boss's room. The fight with the rotten ghoul was also not difficult, and for the victory, Tessin received gloves of power with +5 attack and +3 defense. Only they smelled too strongly and unpleasantly. Now for the hero, the usual bosses were too simple, and he did not receive worthy rewards from them. But there was no other way out, except to collect what was available. On the 13th floor, a large army of zombies with distorted faces and shriveled bodies awaited the solo player. The main character dealt with such in an instant and went further in search of rewards. Only zombies were not the only ones who inhabited the spaces of the 13th level of the labyrinth. Tessin was already being watched by the Master of Sin. But thanks to his detection skill, the main character felt his presence. In uniform and easy cleaning of Tisan floors forgot about time, but he noticed how the leader of Sin moved from the place of observation and was already heading towards him. In a moment, a red-haired man with a cloak landed in the room that the main character was cleaning. Thanks to the detection skill, Tessin immediately knew that the stranger was at level 42, that is, as much as 14 marks higher than himself. The man happily greeted the adventurer and informed him that he was a member of the Leaders of Sin Association. Then he took up the bugle and sounded the signal throughout the district. Because of this sound, all the monsters began to approach. Only now they were hunting not the main character, but the one who sounded the trumpet. The stranger said that he does not like to be interrupted, so he will take care of everything in the morning. With a smile on his face, the red-haired man destroyed the monsters one by one. Observing everything that was happening, Tessin already understood that Rebebus, the leader of sin, is undoubtedly strong. But that's all. Only the main character did not understand why he was destroying other people's monsters, and it was obvious that it annoyed him. The ghost recognized this Rebebus and called him a coward, because he always ran away when meeting a warrior. But now he openly ignores the spirit of Tremplin San. Tessin got tired of watching his own tasks being carried out, so he exhaled and began to destroy the monsters himself. Already from the first minutes of a cooperative battle, the ghost noticed that the player specially coordinates the movements so that the monsters come to him. Rebebus appreciated the skill of the protagonist, but was not going to give in and activated Strong Strike. Then he demonstratively hit so that the rest of the zombie monsters flew to pieces in different directions. It is obvious that the leader of sin was proud of himself and his skills. Having shown what he was capable of, he expected emotions of admiration, or at least surprise, from Tessin. But the player ignored this moment. He kept wondering why Rebebus was so frivolous. And it was strange that he, with his 42nd level, was fighting with all his might on the 13th floor. In the eyes of the red-haired man, the main character looked boring, and believed that he would not last long. However, with it, you can get permission to climb to the 20th floor. That is why he wandered in search of the area. The fact that this Rebebus spoke as if Tessin had already joined him. But he already decided to ask if the main character has a desire to become one of the leaders of sin. Before the answer came, the ghost quietly told the adventurer that it was only his choice, so let him do as he pleased, regardless of the quest. To sway the decision in his favor, Rebebus began to say that the ability to become infinitely stronger was a wonderful ability that only the labyrinth could grant. Therefore, only ignorant fools can think about destroying this place, regardless of all the favors received. But Tessin saw everything in a slightly different light. He believed that the leaders of sin simply decided to give up and not clean up the labyrinth. In response, Rebebus said that he would rather let go than surrender. In his opinion, this place is not intended for cleaning. The accursed gods of this place try to kill them during the trials, as if humans were their toys. Even in secret places there are traps that cannot be passed. To confirm, the Sin Master added that Tremplain San, whose spirit is with the hero, died as well. But the ghost immediately said that his death is at the hands of people like Rebebus. Of course, the leader of sin did not recognize this. He then continued that his group was formed to not die in vain and to grow stronger safely. They make the law and rule the order in this labyrinth. Therefore, if Tessin decides to join, he will have to give up the warrior spirit task, because they cannot accept someone who broke the law and attacked them. After hearing everything, the main character asked if it was true that the members of the sin leaders had to ask for permission to become stronger. And Rebebus confirmed. But at the same moment he explained that everything is not as the player imagines. The deeper you go down, the more dangerous it becomes. This is just a minimum security measure. Tessin pointed a weapon at the interlocutor and said that even the gods who created this place gave him freedom, and the leaders of sin create the law. Therefore, all this is empty talk that will in no way convince the hero to become one of them. In addition, the leaders of sin do not like the hero at all. Rebebus's mood changed dramatically and tension hung in the air. One fate awaits those who refuse the law. But the protagonist was ready to accept this challenge because he was used to acting based only on his own feelings. Leaders of sin seek new members for two reasons. The first is to send them down the path of sin. The second is to kill the adventurers who have given up before they become too powerful. Therefore, this is what Rebebus was going to do when he heard Tessin's rejection. His attack was so powerful that the slabs on the floor cracked from the shock wave. But Tessin didn't seem to feel it. He caught the opponent's fist with his hand and said that he was not sure that the Master of Sin could punish him. Stunned, Rebebus jumped back, yanking his fist from the hero's strong hand and trying to understand how the player managed to survive such a blow. But he decided to put aside his worries, because his opponent is just an adventurer from the 13th floor, and therefore he has no chance of defeating him. The battle continued with the Sin Master trying to do some damage to the player, but Tessin blocked all the attacks. The fact that Rebebus cleared the 20th floor already says that he is no weakling. However, the hero believes that he raised the level of skills with the help of many hunts. The red-haired man now had one question in his mind. Who is this adventurer? He had just managed to push back the enemy from the 42nd level. Moreover, the very next attack brought 12 units of damage to the leader of Sin. In this short time, Tessin has already realized that Rebebus has a high defense index, but that's about it. His movements cannot be called good. The ghost reported that he had heard rumors that this red-haired man was a commoner. He never properly trained in martial arts. Therefore, he assumed that the boy would be somewhere at the level of a third-class mercenary. Then he added that he is a miserable person who can't really do anything here, so the labyrinth has nothing to offer him. Rebebus angry, and he poured all his anger into the attack, activating Strong Strike in addition. In response, Tessin activated Reflection and was once again unharmed. After that, the main character instantly approached the enemy and wounded him, causing 6 units of damage. A kick to the stomach that sent Rebebus flying into the wall took another 6 points of damage. The leader of Sin found himself in a misunderstanding. He was sure that he hit the enemy and caused damage. It was similar to the Einzahl technique. But why did that old man, who does not put adventurers in anything, give the skill to the main character? Rebebus crazy, and he asked who Tessin was. The player pinned the Sin Master to the floor, pointing swords at him, and said that he was an adventurer just like him. The redhead managed to restrain the enemy's blades with his hands and get out of the dangerous position. This could not continue any longer. Rebebus could not even think that he would have to use his trump card here, but there was no other way out. As the enemy began to approach, Tessin realized that he was about to use the Blast Gauntlet. It was a secret feature that could only be used once a month. In addition to this, the Sin Master activated Strong Strike. Together, these two skills allow you to deal damage to the enemy, 5 times the basic attack. But Kang Ta-san had his trump card, and he activated First Attack Reset. Therefore, after the blow, he calmly asked if Rebebus had already finished. Until now, the leader of Sin has not encountered such a thing. His face softened when the main character managed to remain unharmed after this. He no longer believed that Tessin was an ordinary adventurer. Then who, in fact, was he fighting all this time? This guy is just a monster. Looking at Rebebus, who was now leaning against the wall, the ghost said that there was nothing special about him. He is an ordinary adventurer from the 20th floor. He wasn't so weak before, but since the red-haired man did not meet enemies with whom he could compete, he became weak, and his abilities regressed. Ta-san now wanted to ask the Sin Master a question, and he hoped that he would stay alive if he answered, but the main character refused. In this case, Rebebus refused to answer, but then a ghost intervened and said that the redhead would be used as an offering for superhumans. And it worked. The leader of Sin knelt down and began to beg not to do this. Now he was ready to answer all the questions asked, just to avoid meeting with superhumans. Tessin saw no reason to be so afraid, but he went to the chief and asked how many people were in the group of Sin leaders. But Rebebus did not know. He was allowed to go only up to the 20th floor. The deeper he descended, the more people there were, but he was never below 20. There is a possibility that there are hundreds of them all, and that's because most adventurers who reached this level agreed to join. This fact somewhat upset the main character. It turns out that there were not many people like him and the ghost. Ta-san then asked how they controlled the number of floors to which they were allowed to descend. After all, now that the player has broken the law, members of the group from the lower floors are likely to climb up after him, and the red-haired man explained that everything is divided into 10 floors. The 20th floor is the second tier, the 30th is the third, and so on. Each level has its own absolute rules. The deeper the adventurer descends, the less he will want to go back, because it affects his dignity. That is why they will not rise until there is an urgent problem. Tessin considered it a kind of delusion, but the ghost added that it had always been so. They all just revolve around a few powerful people. The group is weak, but together they will destroy anyone who betrays them. Nothing is known about the leaders from the lower floors of Rebebus, but there are many adventurers on the second tier, that is, this one. The redhead warned that it didn't matter how strong a player was, he definitely couldn't handle all of them. But Tessin sharply said that he should sneeze at all of them. His confidence matches his skills. Once Rebebus was the same as the main character, and now he was punishing himself for choosing the wrong path. The level of difficulty in this labyrinth varied it a bit. If he had refused then, could he have met his death more nobly? Tessin found out everything he wanted and then dealt the enemy, who was no longer resisting his fate, a fatal blow. At that moment, the protagonist's morale boost was activated, and all the energy of Rebebus rushed to the player. Instantly, the adventurer's strength is increased by 23, dexterity by 20, stamina by 70, mana by 40, and intelligence by 18. The mastery of the strong attack skill also increased by as much as 8%, and Tessin immediately felt an incredible surge of strength. Now it was time to find out how the other two solo players were doing, so the main character went to a digital meeting. Li Jang Yun and Kang Jun Hyuk managed to pass the third floor and have already moved to the fourth. Thanks to the points obtained when returning to Earth, their characteristics increased, so serious problems were avoided. Then Tessin asked how things were going on other modes, and the young man said that it was not easy for easy-level players. Perhaps this is because a lot of them died during the return. It was predictable and no one can help them. It was necessary to immediately adapt to the fact that death is now walking around. Nothing much has changed in normal mode, unless the players have become even more cautious. When the main character asked for hard mode, Him suddenly appeared Jung Yun, who wanted to tell the whole situation himself. Most people managed to survive after the quest returned to Earth. The appearance of Tessin at that time became a great incentive for them. Everyone is trying to become even stronger. Maybe even at the next meeting, Hyung will be able to notice many changes. It was just great news. Tessin was very glad that he was able to help ignite their fighting spirit. Then Kang Jun Hyuk decided to tell that he had found an altar to the god Balthazar on the fourth floor. But before taking the test, he asked Hyung's opinion on whether he should try it or not yet. Yi Taisang was convinced that the young man was enthusiastic about it, while Li Thien refuses even if he receives an invitation. But the girl said that this time she accepted the challenge. She listened to Hyung's words and decided that she could no longer remain a coward, and now she would be braver. It's hard to believe, but these two have really changed a lot. Especially Li Taen. Now she doesn't look like herself from her past life, and the hero wondered if it was because of him. The tests of the gods will be different for everyone, so Tessin could not warn what to prepare for, but he is not going to stop and change the decision, because he is sure that the players have thought everything through. All the main character wanted to say now was that they wouldn't die. Closing the chat, the adventurer asked the ghost's opinion about Balzar's trial, and he said that it is definitely easier than the test of Rakiratus. This reassured Tessin a little, but he was equally worried if they would both manage to survive. Continuing on his way, the main character managed to get the explosion gloves with an attack of 18 units. And he remembered the leader of Sin. Up until now, he had steadily improved by defeating monsters. But the first time he received such a powerful upgrade was when he defeated Rebibus. Perhaps it only works this way if you defeat other adventurers? Glancing at the dead Sin Master's body, the apparition expressed concern that the rest of the group would soon spring into action. Although this boy was at the lowest level, he was still one of them. And in the depth of the floors of the labyrinth, in the meeting room, the Burning Head was already informed that there were some small problems on the second level. One adventurer killed a member of the group. The chief asked if he had heard about the player from the 10th floor defeating the player from the 20th. And when the information was confirmed, he expressed sympathy that such a seductive talent decided to become their enemy. It is a loss for them, but they have no choice. Then he wrote an order for the other members of the second-tier Sin leaders to find the daredevil and get rid of him, and then calmly continued to discuss the strategy for passing the 74th floor. And on the 20th floor, among the members of the second-rank group, an active discussion about recent events was taking place. They did not believe that they were able to kill Rebibus, who was far from weak. Some even had their hands itching for the opportunity to take revenge. Each of them wanted to show what they are capable of. The order for the massacre was already in the hands of the leader of the second tier, and for completing the task, they promised to give the third rank. After this announcement, disputes began between the leaders of Sin, with a jostling for the right to deal with Tessin. But this dispute was resolved in the usual way. Whoever has the highest number on the dice will get priority in the task. Each one in turn, with the hope of victory, began to try his luck, and threw the dice. And when it finally mattered the most, Alduada got the right to be the first to get even with the main character. At this moment, Tessin continued to clear the 13th floor of the horde of zombies. When it seemed that there was nothing to be surprised about, the ghost was once again convinced that the main character is a really strong guy. After all, he defeated monsters that were supposed to be killed by using traps, and not by attacking directly. Having finished with the 13th, Tessin was already approaching the stairs leading to the 14th floor. But, suddenly, a fierce roar was heard from there. And in a moment, the second-level leader of Sin Alduat appeared, rejoicing that he managed to quickly find his goal. Tessin expected such a visit, so he reacted completely calmly to the aggressive leader of Sin. Alduata rushed to attack, but the absolute calm of the adventurer made him somewhat wary. The thought flashed through his mind that he could indeed be very strong but still remain a boy from the 13th floor. The attacker was driven by the desire to climb to the third tier, but in response he received a powerful blow. and it was so strong that Alduata almost broke the wall of the labyrinth with his body. Tessin expected a much stronger opponent, so he was surprised that this one did not even block the blow. But at that moment, the ghost remembered that there was one such noisy guide, and he was not very strong. The fact that the leaders of Sin reacted so quickly surprised the protagonist a little. But this member of the group seemed to him even more weak and stupid than Rebebus. Not understanding how this could happen, Alduata decided that the adventurer had used some nefarious method. Suddenly, the noisy leader of Sin burst into a bright flame. Tessin saw this for the first time, and in a moment, a werewolf in wolf form rushed towards him. The main character had no idea that people can turn into beasts. Alduata cried out in an inhuman voice that acknowledged the strength of the enemy, but now his end would come. In response, Tessin also said that the leader has good fortitude, but lacks speed, and delivered another powerful blow with his fist. With Aldoth's reincarnation, he sped up a bit, but it didn't make much of a difference. Do not stand in the main character's way. With a new victory, the increase in spiritual power was activated again, and the rest of the guides of the second rank froze in front of the stone, which showed that the fire of Alduat's soul extinguished. Everyone agreed that he died because he lost his vigilance and did not have time to transform, and without this, it is not difficult to defeat him. Therefore, the next one was going to go on a mission. It was Giuseppe, a man walking the path of magic. He was convinced that he would never lose his vigilance, but from the first minute of the meeting with Tessin, he got into trouble. The magician was angry that the main character attacked without warning, but he was not going to wait for the guide to strike first, because he knew very well why he had come. To put an end to this as soon as possible, the adventurer once again rushed to attack the wizard, but he managed to defend himself by activating the magic shield. It was the first time Tessin had seen anyone use magic like that. In response to the blow, Giuseppe became more active and used madness. But the system didn't even produce the result of the attack, because Kang Tessin dispelled the spell with unbreakable spirit. It was just amazing. The wizard now realized that the main character defeated Rebebus and Alduat not because he was lucky. The magical attacks continued, and this time the particle dispersion spell was used against the adventurer. Tessin found himself surrounded by many tiny ice cubes. This magical technique allows you to limit the enemy's movements. When it seemed that the main character was trapped, Giuseppe also used the ice arrow. But the traveler is not going to stand still, and in response activated the same spell. Only the power of the protagonist's attack outweighed the power of the enemy, so the magician had to dodge. Giuseppe was now completely stunned. Even the magical elite recognized his talent, but it turned out that Tessin, an ordinary novice, had a higher level of magic than him. No matter how amazing everything looked, the wizard continued to fight now for his own life, not the mission. And for this, he activated Lightning Strike. And, when a current of incredible power hit the adventurer, Giuseppe was glad that he managed to cause damage. But the system reported that Kang Tessin had used the first attack nullification and remained unharmed. And the main character realized that instant magic does exist. Trembling ran through the wizard's entire body as his opponent began to approach. And in a moment, the rest of the adventurers of the second rank noticed how the fire of Giuseppe's soul also went out. The next leader, who believed in his own powers, believed that the whole problem was that their opponent was being helped by a ghost, so he believed that this knowledge would help him. But not long after the young man left for the task, the fire and his soul went out forever. The swordsman Melantrez did not expect that his turn would come, but he humbly took his weapon and went to battle. When his existence ended, the leaders of Sin decided that they would no longer walk alone and sent the next 5 players. But the same fate awaited them. The leader of the group was horrified to realize that all this had happened within the last 2 hours. It's time to go to the next one. But the boy refused, explaining that he did not want to go there, because it was clear that something was wrong. The leader of the group himself understood everything well. The difference in strength between adventurers on the 13th and 20th floors is the same as between a child and an adult. But this player still managed to kill half of the members of the second-tier Sin leaders. It seemed that he was not an adventurer, but some kind of monster. Volant was forced to accept the invitation and become part of the leaders of Sin, under the threat of death. But now the threat to life loomed from both sides. Therefore, the man decided not to touch the main character and just sit there, hiding. But as soon as this decision was announced, a very familiar voice was heard from the depths of the 3rd tier. The leader of Sin of the 3rd level appeared, the demon Zagan, who contemptuously said that the 2nd tier had not changed in any way, and it is precisely because of this that they still cannot rise higher. As befits, the leaders of the 2nd level bowed and greeted the higher in rank. However, None of them liked that this demon kept going and getting them. Zagan immediately noticed that only half of the leaders of the second rank were present and asked where the rest were. And Volant reported on the situation with the adventurer of the 13th floor. But the demon did not believe this, and immediately punished the leader of the group for, in his opinion, a bold lie. Barely catching his breath, Volant once again confirmed his words, and announced that everyone who went on the mission was dead. A satisfied smile shone on Zagan's face, because this was a great opportunity to prove his strength by killing Tessin. The demon ordered everyone to take him to the adventurer, threatening to kill them if they refused. And on the 13th floor, after the fight with the 5 leaders of sin, the main character was waiting for the continuation, because the enemies flew as fast as butterflies to a fire. The defense and attack of these group members were quite high, but they seemed to have never fought together before. Their coherence was faltering. But this had its advantages. Thanks to these fights, Tassan quickly leveled up and recovered, and as a result received 11 levels. The main character is now level 39. However, due to this increase, the rewards for completing quests will be reduced. The ghost noticed that Tessin was upset because of this, but he did not see any reason for this, because even with such a schedule, it still turns out to be very profitable. After using the new magic spell, Dispersion of Particles, the adventurer did agree with the remark of the spirit of the warrior. Now it can cause a large number of ice particles to collide with each other and disperse into many tiny fragments. It had been a long time since the last battle, so the ghost assumed that the sin leaders had already learned that Tessan was not someone they could handle. But in a moment, footsteps were heard, and another one, completely different from those who appeared before, the leader of sin, entered the room where the main character was. The apparition immediately recognized the demon from the 3rd level and was somewhat surprised by his presence on such a high floor. Tessin felt the power of Zagan. He is noticeably different from those whom the leaders sent before. Assessing the opponent, the demon wondered if Tessin was the one who defeated the 2nd rank guides. He also felt that the hero's strength was superior to that of the adventurers from the 20th floor, and I doubted very much that this character managed to get it in only 13 floors. Such an incredible result could only be shown by a dragon, so Zagan asked if Tessin was sometimes one of those. The leaders of sin hiding outside the room knew very well why this question was asked. Rumor has it that dragons can travel through dimensions. This is a species that is best not touched unless you have reached the level of a high-ranking demon. Zagan is convinced that Tessin was strong from the very beginning, and this is because even the weakest dragon cannot be defeated unless his opponent has reached at least the 40th floor of the labyrinth. The main character did not know anything about this, but the enemy's caution spoke for itself, so he decided to say that it probably is. Zagan swallowed his pride and bowed to say that he had no intention of stopping Tessin in that case, and wished him luck in continuing his journey. The indignation of the rest of the group knew no bounds. The demon was so confident about the task and just retreated like that. But in a minute loud laughter rang out in the room. The ghost held back with all his might, but could no longer, and gave free rein to his emotions. Then said that Tessin had shown himself at his worst. The protagonist took the opportunity to ask if dragons were really such a strong species. And the spirit of the warrior explained that these were ancient beings who could even be compared to gods. Anger filled the demon's mind as he realized he had believed the lie so easily. The atmosphere suddenly took on an aggressive character, and the 3rd-rank guide had already activated the distorted vegetation of Decoravia in order to teach the impudent. From all sides, the main character was targeted by deep-rooted vegetation, which was entwined around in impenetrable thickets. There was no point in fighting this attack with swords, as the roots wrapped around the limbs, blocking movement. Therefore, to get rid of them, Tessin resorted to magic and burned the vegetation with a fireball. Then Zagan used Crow Spirit of Decoravia, and a whole flock of black birds rushed to the target. The main character tried to destroy the opponents with the art of swordsmanship, but there were too many of them. Not stopping the fight, Tessin asked the ghost if such an attack could be recreated with magic, and the ghost informed that the energy of a demon is radically different from the energy of a god that he uses. Zagan took this information as a help to the player, so he angrily ordered the spirit of the warrior not to run away, because it is only between the two of them. And when the ghost of Tremplin Sand said that he was not going to help Tessin, the demon was very surprised. He thought that there was a good relationship between these two, and did not expect that the spirit of a warrior would give in so easily. But he decided not to dwell on it and concentrated on finding the enemy. Besides, such a position was beneficial to the demon. Only the main character coped with the Black Crows, as the leader of the 3rd rank had already activated the False Flame of Marhosia in his direction. To counter this attack, Tessin used the crystal arrow, but its power had no effect on the demon's energy. A black flame enveloped the player's hand, but did not harm him as he activated First Attack Reset. Zagan had no idea that such a skill existed, so he was somewhat surprised. But already in a moment he generated the next attack, because he had already made sure that Tessin knew absolutely nothing about his skill. On his turn, the adventurer activated Reset Second Attack, but then took 2 more hits, dealing 24 and 36 damage. Thanks to this, Zagan believed even more in his victory, and continued to strike with satisfaction. He activated the school Despair of Nibiros, and black strands of impenetrable darkness began to envelop the mind of the main character. When the blackness completely engulfed the player, the demon had already decided that the battle was over. Despair of Nibiros is black magic that affects the deep mind of a person, and now Tessin felt its full effect on him. Demonic magic is quite difficult to understand. Therefore, the one who encountered it for the first time is unlikely to be able to resist. The ghost doesn't understand her very well either, but he is convinced that everything is different with Tessin, and he was not mistaken. In an instant, the black magic ball cracked from all sides from the sword strikes. Freeing himself from mental influence, the main character recognized that this was a pretty good skill, and finally decided to learn it as well. Zagan was simply mad that some adventurer out there managed to escape his attack, only thanks to the mental spirit. Still not giving up hope of victory, he activated the Crown Spirit of Decoravia again. This time, Tessin already knew that alone these birds were weak, but they won in numbers. And so this time, he decided to use Mirror Strike. This skill creates formless energy around its owner, and repels everything that is aimed at it. The fact that the protagonist had already figured out how to counter the enemy's skill simply drove the demon crazy. Gathering all his fury, Zagan reactivated False Flame of Marhosia, and this time the player beat him back. Thanks to the first meeting with this flame, he realized that when he came into contact with it, he only got burned, while he should have melted from the residual heat. Moreover, Tessin felt as if some substance in the form of flame, and this was discovered by someone who knew nothing about black magic at all. The demon became even more angry. Behind this, as should be expected, cracks formed, from which the distorted vegetation of Decoravia was to appear. The protagonist already knew in advance that the principle of this skill is exactly the same as that of other spells. Tessin decided to act as at the beginning of his journey in the labyrinth, that is, to try to predict the trajectory of the chutes, taking into account the position of the cracks. There was not much to do. The player took only 3 steps to the left and 2 steps forward. It was beyond reality. Zagan was stunned that the adventurer had managed to avoid all the chutes and come out unscathed again. When all the riddles were solved, it was the protagonist's turn to attack. The ghost's expectations were justified. Tessin simply understood the essence of the skill and made the most reasonable conclusion. And now, after the fireball attack, he dealt a blow after blow to the enemy, using the Sword of Slashing Thunder skill. Undoubtedly, the ability to understand obscure things is Tessin's strongest point. He was the one who realized that Trichoria and Stopping Magic were separate, and thus managed to learn entry-level magic. Then he realized that the movements of the sword in the Wolf Fang technique were quite sharp, and when he took it, he received the second sword of swordsmanship, Storm Dance. He even has a talent for capturing the essence of something, even if he sees it for the first time. But can it even be called a talent? He got it through thousands of repetitions and an effort so great that you can feel insanity. But this is Tessin's own way. Even in this battle against a level 3 Sin Master, he managed to win. But it was not the end. The player was in no hurry to kill the demon, because he was going to get some information for himself, namely, whether he could learn black magic. Zagan, without resisting, said that black magic is used together with demonic energy and mana. Previously, only one race possessed this energy, but the labyrinth changes the rules, and here, others can also use it if they meet the conditions. You need to find the goddess, who is also in the labyrinth. But Zagan admitted that she left them. She likes strong creatures, and it is not easy to like her and pass the test. It is almost impossible to get her gift. Tessin immediately asked if the ghost knew where the demon goddess was, and it turned out that she is not far from here, if the memory of the spirit does not betray him. Then Zagan asked the main character for a complete death, and not to use him as an offering to the goddess. Without hesitation, Tessin agreed to fulfill the enemy's last will, and only then dealt a fatal blow with his sword. Almost at the same second, the system reported an increase in spiritual power and level. In addition, the player received the dark magic of the entry level, False Flame of Marhosia. But in order to use this skill, the adventurer must first obtain demonic energy. Before continuing on his way, he did not forget about the rest of the guides, who in indescribable fear hid behind the wall. Tessin ordered everyone to come out voluntarily, until he himself took it upon himself to drag them out and kill them one by one. There was no way out, so everyone obediently, with trembling legs, fulfilled the will of the adventurer. Then Volant dared to ask what the main character needed from them, and when he said that the experience and characteristics, the leader's stock increased several times more. Tessin then admitted that this was what he had originally planned, but at his current level, it wouldn't do any good. Therefore, in exchange for the lives of the guides, the main character wants them to make sure that no one from their group ever finds out that he is alive. Volant and all who remained were caught between two fires. They will have to lie to their superiors. And to make things look more realistic, the player advised to mix the truth with a lie, and say that he died together with the third-level guide during the fight on the 30th floor. Tessin seemed to sense that these guides had joined the group against their own will, so he advised them to obey him if they wanted to stay alive. After weighing all the risks, the group decided to agree to the main character's terms. About a ghost, Tessin also did not forget, and immediately asked if he was not against the idea. But the spirit had to sneeze, because it was not an ordinary person who killed him. Taking this opportunity, the ghost asked the second-rank leader who was the scum that ordered Tremplain Sand killed. Volant didn't want to say it, but the spirit of the warrior insisted that he wanted to know the truth. But he did not expect that it would be Societa Gardenia is a woman from the ashes, and the one who inherited the line of the cursed kingdom. It was she who ordered the soldier to be killed. When Volant heard about this, he was even more stunned. This woman is the only one who maintained good relations with the leader. In the joint chat, Kang Jun-hyuk couldn't hold back his emotions of joy at the fact that he managed to pass the test of the god Balthazar. They also shared her impressions more discreetly, but with great surprise and the girl still couldn't believe that they both managed to do it. The point of the challenge was to overcome your greatest fear, and in front of the giant spider appeared, which immediately attacked her. In Kang Jun's trial, an elephant appeared to Hyoka. He was afraid of these animals because such giants can easily trample a person. Tessin considered these tests of courage worthy of the god of victory, and he immediately thought about what would appear if the hero had to go through it. Jun started to shine even more Hyuk when he mentioned the reward. Now he understood why Hyung asked to accept such tasks. The difference in remuneration was very large. So that there was no trouble, the main character hastened to warn that there are also capricious gods here. When the chat issue was finished, Tessin immediately decided to talk to the ghost. But he knew what the topic of conversation was about, so he didn't have the slightest desire to do it. But it was impossible to avoid this, because the main character did not want the mission, on which he worked so hard, to fail because of the pity of one participant. The spirit of the warrior relented and began his story by saying that it was not a very interesting story. He came to the labyrinth from a ruined world with only monsters left and no creature to communicate with. Society Gardenia was the only person the warrior could communicate with. The two of them felt a kinship because they had similar destinies. The ghost still cannot understand why she ordered him killed. That was all. And the spirit of the warrior immediately assured that nothing would change, so there is no need to worry. For Tessin, this was the most important thing, so the question was closed, and both continued on their way. The clearing of the 14th and 15th floors took place without incident, and ended with an absolute victory for the player. Before entering the 16th floor, the protagonist decided to visit Lilith, and she was very surprised by the adventurer's achievement. Tessin was a bit upset that he hadn't been able to do anything to improve his level in the last two floors, so after collecting a few magical items, he decided to go to the sorceress. With her staff in her hands and her eyes closed, the girl began to chant the incomprehensible spell again. And in a matter of seconds, the hero mastered the magic of the initial level, invisibility, and slowdown. Until this moment, Lilith had not seen the slowdown magic with her own eyes, so she could not tell anything about its effect. But she was incredibly curious, so the sorceress offered to test its effect on herself. This time, the girl was able not only to observe how the spell worked, but also to feel it. Lilith's movements and speech had slowed by about 20%, and she was already willing Tessin to dispel the magic. But the boy was using this skill for the first time, so he did not know how to remove the spell. For some reason, the sorceress did not think about this when she proposed to use the spell on herself, so the situation did not turn out for the best. This adventure made the ghost incredibly laugh, but he was glad that after 10 minutes the magic dissipated by itself, and Tessin learned the duration of the skill. And now the protagonist was at the threshold of the 16th floor of the labyrinth. Thanks to Volant, he knew that this was where the empty room with the blacksmith was located, so he immediately went there. As soon as the adventurer opened the door, he was met by a muscular man who was working near the stove. This was the same Harfin he was looking for. Lethi An said that he is a simple person who chases away dreams. He always seems cold and hardly shows his emotions. Koval saw in the girl only a business partner, but because of the scorn and insults she received from the local NPCs and gods, Thay An was very grateful for such a relationship. Returning to his work, without further ado, Harfin introduced himself and informed that there are only two things that can be obtained from local monsters: equipment and materials. Basically, materials are used to sell in the store or to make equipment. Therefore, if Tessin gives Harfin the materials, he will create the equipment that the adventurer wants. And since he sees the hero for the first time, this work will be free. Then the man glanced at the apparition, but there was no surprise in his voice or expression, even though they had last seen each other when Tremplin's son was still alive. Harfin explained that he simply always believed that the warrior would come down, and it didn't matter in what form. But judging by the noise the Sin leaders were making, he didn't think he'd be seeing another haunted adventurer. He knew that these two had come for a reason, so he immediately warned that he should be pissed off at who he was dealing with. Be it dead people or leaders of Sin, materials and equipment are most important to him. Therefore, there is no need to worry about exclusive offers. Everything was more than clear, so Tessin asked Harfin to start creating his equipment immediately. First of all, the main character needs wrist guards, and without delay, he immediately started providing materials for this. To put it mildly, the blacksmith was stunned by the amount of what the adventurer presented. But then he said to come to work in 30 minutes. Tessin could not have imagined that it would take so little time. But the fact is that all materials are not from deep floors, so they are quite easy to process. In order not to waste time, the main character immediately went to clean the floor. 30 minutes is more than enough for this. In fact, the player can do it in 10 minutes, but there was no hurry. Exactly half an hour later, Tassan opened the door of the blacksmith's room and he said that everything was ready. The work was done just fine. Ogre leather wrist guards added 13 points of defense. Taking off his gloves, the blacksmith warned that next time the work would be paid, but the price would vary depending on the value of the item. In conclusion, he added that he would save some materials for the next visit. There is no need to repeat Tessin twice, and the hero is already going to leave to get the best materials from the deeper floors. But the ghost took his time and asked if Harfin could do anything special. And the man said that of course he could, but he didn't have the materials for it. The spirit of the warrior had something else in mind, and knew very well that the blacksmith understood what he was talking about. He spoke about the equipment of special strength, which no one, except Harfin, is capable of making. These are things that are made from materials that cannot be obtained in the labyrinth, but are in a place where it is impossible to enter without permission. The conversation continued, but Tassan had absolutely no idea what the two were talking about. The ghost assured that the main character would manage. He knew well what this meant for Harfan, because he himself once told, but he did not doubt Tassana for a moment. Once upon a time, Tramplin's son came to the labyrinth to save his ruined world, and in this, he is similar to the main character. The fact that the player accepted the ghost's task meant that he could be trusted. However, he is still a novice who has not yet managed to reach the 20th floor, and therefore Harfin doubted that he could trust him with all his secrets. The ghost then reminded them that they had managed to survive the encounter with the Sin leaders when the blacksmith thought it was impossible. Moreover, Tessin managed to deal with a member of the third tier group, despite the fact that he was only on the 13th floor at the time. Harfan got up from his chair and angrily denied what he heard, thinking that the ghost was mocking him. But the spirit never lied to the blacksmith, and he wasn't going to this time. He was even somewhat upset that his words were taken that way. After a few moments of thought, Harfin said he needed proof that this adventurer was capable of defeating someone from the 30th floor, and for this, it is necessary to defeat the monster prepared by the blacksmith. Only then will the man accept the ghost's offer without question. And Tizan agreed to be tested. Left alone, the spirit of the warrior apologized for not consulting the player and explained that it was simply the most opportune moment to do so. Tessin was not against such pranks only if it could help him become stronger, although the boy still doubted whether it was worth it. But as soon as the ghost found out about it, he immediately began to assure that when Harfin recognized the strength of the adventurer, he would immediately become even stronger. Then he added that it would also greatly help to reach the level of the gods. And Tassan was surprised, because he didn't tell anyone about it. But it was difficult for the warrior spirit not to notice the sparkle in the main character's eyes when he met Maria. In any case, Tessin can gain invaluable experience here. The monster blacksmith's preparation time was over, and the man returned to the adventurer to report it. Following Harfin, Tessin got to the room where the sealed barlog was. But it was a very strong monster, which can only be found on deep floors, and the ghost knew this very well, so he began to express his displeasure. The blacksmith instantly calmed him down, explaining that this creature is very exhausted and weakened, so its strength is equal to the boss of the 27th floor. Before starting, Harfin once again asked if Tessin agreed to undergo his test, and the hero confirmed a second time. Then the man broke the seal, and the monster broke free from the shackles that had restrained him until now. In a moment, a winged and horned monster, which did not seem weakened at all, rushed at the main character. From the start, Barlog activated demonic energy release to disrupt the opponent's mental peace. But Tessin decided not to risk it and avoided it by using evasion. Following this, the main character used the slowdown spell, which not only affected the enemy's movements, but also confused him. Then, in turn, he generated a fireball and an ice arrow, increasing the effect of the explosion. Harfan could not believe his eyes. No matter how weak this Barlog is, it is equally difficult to deal with him, but Tessin does everything with a bang. It was very strange. Even if the adventurer is really very strong, he should not go beyond his gender. Only now did the ghost think about it himself. Indeed, Tessin's skills are mostly outside the standard range, especially increasing spiritual power. This skill not only increases your own stats, but also allows you to use enemy skills. Therefore, it is an order of magnitude higher than all existing skills. But can a mortal possess something like that? While the ghost wandered in thought, Tessin was actively fighting the monster and had already won. After some thought, Harfin decided that he would allow the main character to enter his world. It would be impossible to guess that the blacksmith is capable of such a thing without the help of a ghost. Until now, Tessin had no idea how exactly he would get the special equipment. Without delaying more than a minute, the man waved his hand in the air and a glow appeared in that place. Then a black crystal formed, and Harfin revealed that his world was destroyed in a special way, so he could send an adventurer there with the help of the same crystal. In the labyrinth, the conditions are quite good, but the blacksmith here is limited in the possibilities of creation. However, only he, the master of the destroyed world, knows how to deal with the materials there. Therefore, if Tessin manages to bring them, Harfin will create something stronger for him. After thinking it over, the blacksmith asked the protagonist to bring wild roots from the Grey Forest. Then he added that when the adventurer descended to the deeper levels of the labyrinth, he would allow materials to be brought from the deeper parts of his world. The system reported the start of an additional task. Harfan handed the main character a map and said that when he got to the Grey Forest, the boy would understand how to get the roots. Then he grabbed the crystal in his fist and began to say a spell in an incomprehensible language. In a moment, a portal appeared in front of Tessin, shining with a dazzling blue light, and in its depths, cosmic space could be seen. When the main character took a step towards the new world, Harfan warned that that world would try to kill him. Tessin and the ghost went to the specified place through the spatial streams. And all these paths led to a ruined world. It was a completely new feeling for the main character, but the ghost explained that it would be like this while the world was traveling between the stars, so it would just have to wait a little. Tessin will enter the ruined world for the first time. Although the Earth is also a world that is on the verge of destruction. That is, there is a high probability that this star can become the future of the Earth. Wondering how different they are. As soon as the main character opened his mouth, something foreign got into his throat and he almost suffocated. It is not known if it was poison, but the player had to apply breath hold. The guy ran his hand and felt nothing. It turns out that there is no air here. Otherwise he would have felt at least a slight breeze. Lowering his eyes, Tessin noticed that his legs were entwined with gray strands and were trying to drag him into the depths. Hostility was felt from all sides. The player stomped his feet to chase away the enemy dust and moved forward. Everything around was gray and desolate. This star itself is trying to kill all living things. Fortunately, there was some oxygen here, but with each step, the star took away 2 or 3 health points from the hero. It became clear that extra movements attract the star's attention, and she begins to more actively oppose the living. This world is dead, and that's why Tessin began to search more actively for what he came for. It was extremely difficult to navigate in this place. And while the main character was trying to understand the map, someone attacked him, slicing his cheek and causing 4 units of damage. Taking the opportunity, the player asked the ghost what was the difference between him and the travelers. But the spirit corrected Tessin and called the NPCs contractors. And here everything was simple. The fact is that some are free, and others are limited. Travelers are free like the main character, while contractors are bound to the labyrinth and, accordingly, cannot travel. Instead of fulfilling wishes, NPCs made a deal with a sorcerer, so they are now tied to the labyrinth. A warrior spirit's desire for revenge, Lilith's desire for the path of magic, Einschal made a deal to find the goddess. The seller and the blacksmith are also no exception. That is why they ask travelers like Thyssen to complete their tasks. There are several ways to become a contractor. The sorcerer contacted the ghost himself. But who he is, this sorcerer, the spirit of the warrior could not say. He only said that the hero himself will find out when he gets confused on the lower floors of the labyrinth. The conversation was interrupted by a strong wind, which, together with streams of blue light, began to swirl around Thyssen. In just a moment, the wind intensified and, mixing with the sand, turned into a powerful storm. There was no doubt. The star is really trying with all his might to kill the hero. Thyssen activated evasion and cover, but could not avoid the health damage. The storm took 4 or 5 units of health from the adventurer. This was no ordinary storm. She did not move anywhere, but stood in one place, circling the clearly trained Thyssen. There was no point in continuing to defend myself. Therefore, the main character decided to attack and already took up swords. He delivered 2 powerful blows, but the situation did not change. Therefore, it is necessary to look for another way out. Hope remained for magic. Thyssen activated Fireball and Ice Arrow and aimed at the elemental. However, that didn't help either. The explosions rang out, and the storm remained in place. Is it impossible to destroy it? Then the main character resorted to a new spell and applied Slowdown. Fortunately, the wind speed decreased, and Thyssen took the opportunity to activate acceleration and escape from the storm's influence. Having found himself at a safe distance, the boy stopped and noticed that the storm began to decrease, and later it completely disappeared. It turns out that when the element cannot hit the target, then its existence no longer makes sense. Unexpectedly, the system reported the activation of Increased Spiritual Power, and Thyssen gained a new skill, Awakening. There was no description of this skill, so the main character did not quite understand how it works. The ghost didn't know anything about it either. But when he looked at the notification again, some memory flashed in the depths of his memory. But he was not sure of his guesses, so he said that he would tell when he had collected his thoughts. After that, the star began to fight more actively with the only living creature in its space. Thyssen now had to run and fend off the stones that flew endlessly at him. Here, 2 swords of the Wolf-Fang and Stormdance swordsmanship skills came in handy at once. And the stone blocks continued to fall on the main character, who now had no peace in this star. Catching his breath from his breath hold, Thyssen landed to catch his breath. Zora managed to break through the main character's defenses, and he realized that there was no end to this. Suddenly, the adventurer noticed some inexplicable thing on the cliff, which looked like a cluster of energy. Without thinking for a long time, Thyssen activated acceleration, and, pushing off the rock with all his strength, headed towards the phenomenon. The guy guessed that this whole situation was because of the new skill he had acquired. Therefore, in order to survive, it is now necessary to act even more decisively. As the protagonist approached the energy pool, the attacks became even more aggressive. There is no doubt that he is in the right direction. While Thyssen fought off the obstacles, the phenomenon receded. But he managed to get close enough to make one last dash. Therefore, the hero exerted all his strength and executed a powerful attack, thrusting both swords into the target. The deed was done, and the energy dissipated around the sword blade as if it had never happened. And the system immediately appeared in front of the player. Spiritual power increase was activated again, and the mastery of the new skill Awakening was increased by 2%. In addition to this, the system message also mentioned the skill Wish, but also without any explanation. The word echoed in the ghost's memory again, but he still hadn't organized his tiny memories. In Harfin's world, the star itself is trying to destroy everything, and her desire is to prevent any living creature from surviving, which means that it is the desire of the world itself. And Thyssen managed to resist the very desire of a star. In addition, she also takes away his strength, not only physically, but also in general. When the star's level of extortion is low, it will not be able to take anything away. In addition, the skill of increasing spiritual power is an order of magnitude higher than the destruction power of this planet itself. It gives strength inherent only to superhumans. The ghost was pulled from his thoughts by Thyssen, who drew his attention to the Grey Forest. Tremplin's son also took root here. Thinking about the equipment that can be obtained thanks to the root of a local plant, the main character rushed to get it. Without regret or delay, he cut down the shoots that were hostile towards him and moved on. This vegetation looked simply gigantic compared to that which grows on Earth. As expected, the Grey Forest also had no desire to kindly receive guests, so its shoots actively began to weave around the protagonist's legs as soon as he stopped. In response, Thyssen activated reflection, and thus bought himself time to find a target. But the time of the skill quickly passed, and it was not possible to find where the roots of this plant are located. Therefore, the player had to dodge the following attacks. Swinging his swords in all directions, the adventurer rushed to search. Along with that, he activated psychic acceleration. It was difficult to notice even something under such strong pressure from the enemy, and without knowing how it should look. But later behind him, the main character felt black energy. And when he turned around, he noticed a place where the chutes were bunched up. It was unknown if this was exactly what Harfan needed to create the outfit, but he wasn't here to ask. As Tessin rushed towards the black energy cluster, the ghost tried to warn him to be careful. But focused on becoming stronger, the protagonist no longer heard the words of the warrior spirit. At that moment, he activated First Strike Reset and continued to move without stopping. Finally, he reached his target and delivered a powerful blow to the place where the chutes were gathering. And he was not mistaken. The main character managed to get what Harfan asked for. He coped with the task again. And after that, spiritual power increase was activated, and the mastery of the new skill increased by another 1%. Now it was time to go back, and the ghost decided to remind Tasana about it. A cross-shaped black rift appeared in the sky of the ruined world, and the adventurer realized that this place simply wanted to kill him incredibly badly. But this time it won't work. The boy said goodbye to the star and went through the portal back to the labyrinth. When the glow of the portal appeared in the blacksmith's workshop, he realized that the additional task was completed. Tessin took the route, but did not see anything special in it. He was ordinary in appearance. But only those who did not live in Harfan's world say so. A random root is special. If it is grown in a special environment, there is a chance that it will germinate, and then it can be used. To get closer to the point, the main character took out his sword and asked if it would be suitable for the job. Harfan was somewhat surprised when he saw a familiar weapon. The ghost wanted the blacksmith to connect it to the root. And then he explained that thanks to the successfully completed task, now the sword of the Karvot Empire belongs to Tessin. Although reluctant, Harfan agreed to fulfill the warrior spirit's request. Only, to begin with, he needs to clean the root, and only then it will be possible to combine it with a weapon. So there is no need to leave the sword, and the blacksmith will need 2 days for this. The main character did not waste time and continued to go down the floors, destroying monsters. Without too much difficulty, he defeated the boss of the 17th floor, Dullahan, and was rewarded with blood dew earrings with +10 strength, +10 agility, and +5 defense. It was also possible to obtain leather armor here, which absorbs lava drops and has +20 protection. The boss of the 18th floor, Mage Skeleton, was also no match for the main character's current level. On the 19th floor, Tessin had to meet with the boss Leech. This dead man also possessed magic. But even he was unable to resist the power of the main character and after a short battle died from his sword. With this victory, Tessin finally managed to raise his level, which has now reached the 42 mark. The boy was about to leave for the next floor when he suddenly noticed black energy filling the space nearby. The ghost knew it was the altar of the demon god. He is a demonic entity himself and controls all other demons. Lucifer's altar looked pretty creepy. A giant skull loomed menacingly over a spring that was oozing purple liquid. For the find, Tessin received an increase in intelligence by 3 units and mana, not 10. The player asked if the ghost knew what kind of trial might await him, but the ghost did not know, and therefore had never encountered such a thing in his life. But the spirit of the warrior darkened that the gods give trials that suit their domain. It is not necessary to be a person from a demonic clan, but do not forget that Lucier's requirements are quite high. After thinking it over, Tessin decided that he would come back here later, and the warrior spirit thought that the boy wanted to be tested with a strengthened sword. But the thing was that the hero knows nothing about this god, and he also knows little about demonic magic. Accordingly, it is difficult to imagine what task he will prepare. Therefore, Tessin went to clean the 20th floor and reached the boss in a few minutes. He already knew in advance that he would be the Death Knight, and how to fight with him, the hero also knew well. The swords of the opponents collided in a duel, and sparks flew in different directions from the force of the confrontation. Only this time Tessin had much more power, so much so that the enemy's sword broke from his onslaught. The results of the battles simply stunned the ghost. It seemed like they were just running through the floors at breakneck speed. Looking through the many system notifications, the player felt that not everything was found on this floor. And he was not wrong again. A strong premonition led the main character to a wall with a convex brick. Moving it as expected, the passage to the secret room opened and a long tunnel stretched out in front of Tessin. From the depths of the secret room came monotonous sounds, similar to clicking, and the adventurer put his hand on the weapon in a premonition. Later, the silhouette of a knight began to approach, and the ghost realized that this opponent was of the level of a lord. In just a moment, the system confirmed the warrior spirit's guesses. The Black Knight is indeed the Lord of the Death Knights. And first of all, he turned to the ghost, saying that all the time he heard stories about him from the sage, but considers the warrior pitiful and weak. To the ghost that these two were seeing each other. But the Lord of the Death Knights believed that contract workers still had the right to great freedom. Then he turned his attention to Tessin, and felt that he was really strong, and that it was unlikely that this battle would turn out to be a victory for him. The protagonist got ready and took up the weapon as soon as the enemy threatened to fight. Although death is so obvious and inevitable for the Lord of the Death Knights, however, he was not about to run away by throwing down his sword. 100 years have passed since a traveler entered this secret room. But the knight longed for battle and rushed to the attack. Already from the first blow, Tessin felt that it would not be easy for him this time either. The level of the enemy was higher than the 25th floor, which means that ordinary players cannot defeat him. He was also quite fast. The player did not have time to react and received a strong kick in the chest. Fortunately, the main character managed to use the first attack reset and was not damaged. And the Lord noted that this skill is amazing. Then he plunged his sword into the floor and split it open. And after that, he directed the stones at Tessin. But this time, the boy managed to avoid a blow. The enemy has complex techniques, but he is quite bulky, and therefore not agile enough for the main character. Jumping on the chimney, the player managed to get close to the Lord of Knights, and he instantly dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The Black Knight did not even have time to realize how this happened. Tessin admitted that the enemy was strong, and that ordinary players would not be able to deal with him, but the boy was not ordinary. When it seemed the matter was done, in response the main character received a powerful blow to the face with a metal fist. But the boy was not confused and immediately launched another attack, striking with two swords. Watching the fight, the ghost tried to understand why Tessin was not using his usual skills. He can use magic or acceleration, but for some reason he does not do this. But the boy did not begin to explain anything, and only thoughtfully remained silent at the remark of the spirit of the warrior. Meanwhile, the exhausted Lord of the Death Knights repaired the damaged helmet, through which half of his face was already visible, and again pointed his sword at the player. Attacking, he thanked the protagonist for the opportunity to participate in such an interesting match. Tasanu deftly dodged the blow, and the knight admitted that he had been waiting for this day for ages. Without further ado, the opponent swung for a side kick, but the player bounced and landed on the opponent's sword. Then he pushed back hard and rushed towards the Lord of the Death Knights, preparing to strike. But when the adventurer got closer, he noticed that the enemy was smiling sincerely. He thanked the traveler again. The battle is over. The exhausted knight was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect that the main character would not use his skills on purpose. And the reason for this was that Tessin considered himself similar to the enemy. Taking off his helmet, the Lord admitted that he had no desire to rely on fancy skills, because he was a knight, and wants to fight only with a sword. However, all this was just his stubbornness, and he had no intention of taking it out on anyone. But thanks to such a fight, the knight can now leave in peace. He would like to say he was free now, but he wasn't. Suddenly, a man in armor asked if Tessin knew why people like him were tied to this place. Of course, the main character did not know. But everything was quite simple. For some, the labyrinth is a place of opportunity, but for others, it's not about that at all. It's a pity, but the knight could not tell the whole truth. But he was sure that the traveler would be able to reach the deepest floors. And then Tessin will find out about everything. Who are they and who are magicians? And when this happens, the knight asked only to show compassion to those of them who could not escape. Strong. After these words, the Lord of the 20th Floor Death Knights, Valorant, dispersed into the glowing blue dust, leaving behind only a sword stuck in the ground. As a reward for the victory, the main character received a helmet with a defense of 22 units. It also increased the speed of actions by 3%. Although the Great King's soul was tarnished, the will hidden in his armor did not disappear. The award was simply wonderful. Valorant's helmet has much higher specs than the armor Tessin found earlier. In addition, the main character received a special passive skill, Show Yourself as a Phenomenon among others. Li Tae-an said that this skill was frightening. From the armor, the adventurer also got sharp boots with attack +4, defense +14, agility +10, movement speed +12%, and action speed +6%. The impact of such a boot is very painful. And another reward for the secret room was a power rune that increased this indicator by 20 units. If we continue at the same pace, Taesung will soon catch up with Li Tae-an to her changes. His level had now reached level 43, and his strength was 765. After that, the protagonist decided to return to the 16th floor and visit Lilith. The sorceress was very happy about the visit of the adventurer and was again surprised by how he manages to move so quickly through the floors. Tessin didn't come just like that. so the girl already had a premonition of learning new magic. She immediately put aside all her affairs and took up the ritual of offering to gain new knowledge and skills. This time, the main character decided to master the jump in the air. This is a basic magic that requires 10 mana. Due to the minimum skill level of the new skill, Tessin will only be able to use it once. Despite this, the boy immediately checked the school and managed to fly into the air. Now he will be able to push off the air with the help of magic and change the direction of movement. When it was finished, the main character again went to the spaces of the 20th floor. And again, it is unclear why for the ghost, the boy began to remove all his equipment. Then Tessin sprinkled himself with the pollen of a blessing, and the spirit of the warrior remembered that the hero had already done this when he acquired the skill Reset. The ghost doubted that there was still anything to learn in this direction, but the player chose the path of practice. The Blood Knight struck, which was countered by the main character's first attack nullification. Immediately followed, and Tessin activated Nullify second attack. The protective cloak at the moment was 192 health units, and the adventurer was hoping to get the third attack nullification. The first two hits took away 123 health from the player, and that blow dealt another 65 points of damage. As a result, there are still 4 health units of the protective cloak left. That is, for 3 attacks, the personal health indicator did not decrease. So Tessin got what he wanted, namely the skill Nullify the third attack. After that, he immediately destroyed the enemy, who had already fulfilled his role, with a kick. Efforts were not in vain. Although the boy was not sure until the end that he would be able to get this school, nevertheless, he did not regret that he tried. And the stunned ghost generally believed that such a thing should not exist. This skill depends on the protective cloak. And since none of the living managed to pass the test of Rakiratus, it is not surprising that no one knows about him. Without closing the system, the main character sat down and the ghost decided that he wanted to rest. And he supported the boy in this, because he believed that rest was simply necessary. But at that moment, Tessin looked at the spirit of the warrior in surprise, and he realized that he was wrong. The ghost just exploded. This guy doesn't think about anything else except getting stronger. Instead of resting, the protagonist went to Harfin's forge on the 16th floor. On the way, he opened the system and checked the skill level of the slashing thunder sword, which was currently 29%. The ghost noted that leveling up the skill was easy now that Tessin was in the process of organizing what he had absorbed. However, after upgrading the sword, this will be more difficult. In just 2 days, the hero managed to increase the indicator by 5%, which is a good result. When the player opened the door to the blacksmith, he found the man at work, and already thought that he had come too early. But in a moment, Harfin stopped and said that the work was ready. In his hand was a crystal, and the man told that he created it in the simplest form. Then he reached for the main character's sword, and the transformation began. The sword began to shine with an incredibly beautiful blue glow, and its attack is now 30 units. And in a battle with an enemy of royal blood, it will increase by another 15. Even for a ghost, it was a wonder that a weapon could be improved so much. It turns out that the attack power has increased by 25. Tessin thanked him from the bottom of his heart and said that he would come down here every 5 floors. But Harfin does not need gratitude, because it was an exchange. He warned the player that it would be problematic to do more, because the blacksmith had a lot of work. In parting, he wished the adventurer luck. And now the path led Tessin back to the 19th floor, to Lucifer's altar. From the first minutes of his stay in this place, the ghost felt a strange look on him. But the main character believed that it was simply due to curiosity and excitement. And then he reached out his hand to the altar. But before Tessin could touch the skull, black energy began to accumulate in front of him. And behind the adventurer, a silhouette of a face formed, and a creepy voice asked if the hero didn't also feel curious. At the same moment, a message appeared with an invitation to his territory from the goddess of demons. Tessin did not even have time to think, as the system noted that the hero had accepted the invitation. After that, everything around was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and the adventurer could not see anything. When the light reappeared, the main character was already in a luxurious hall, decorated with precious stones, and the system welcomed him to the territory of Lucifer. At the end of the hall there was a throne, and Tessin, kneeling down, greeted the goddess of demons, which was very unexpected. The deity noticed that the boy himself bowed his head before her, but the hero explained that he is not so stupid as not to read the name of the location. Lucifera, who was in the form of a girl, appreciated the intelligence of the boy and asked what his name was. Tessin introduced herself, and, in response, the demon goddess snickered and sharply said that if the boy dared to defy her, she would break his head. It was to be expected from a dark deity. The protagonist began to be enveloped in demonic energy, but he kept calm. Later, laughter spread throughout the hall, and the energy dissipated. Lucifer prudently said that she could not break the player's head, but she admitted that many things annoy her. And from this, the main character immediately ran out of air. The demon goddess didn't like Tessin killing her poor Zagan, but she wasn't going to interfere, because it was a fair fight. Moreover, the main character himself came to her, but Lucifer guessed that it was due to demonic energy. It is what the adventurer needs to use black magic, and specifically, to activate the skill False Flame of Marhosia, which he received after defeating Zagan. And Tessin did not hide the purpose of his visit. He firmly said that he wanted to obtain demonic energy. But in response, he received a refusal with a simple explanation that he is a man, and Lucifer is the goddess of demons. Demonic energy belongs only to its subordinates, and people are not included in this category. The main character asked to clarify whether the goddess really cannot endow a person with her energy. And he did it for good reason, because after that, Lucifer admitted that, in fact, she could do it. She usually doesn't. However, Tessin gained demonic power in a non-standard way. The goddess pointed her finger at the ghost and explained that he could not receive demonic energy. But the situation with the main character is completely opposite. He has a talent for controlling this power. But everything has its price. The protagonist again politely bowed his head and asked to name her. And her desire was to protect the young sheep. And immediately before Tessin appeared a system with the conditions of an additional task. The fact is that the child of the demon goddess is persecuted in a world where demons cannot interfere. Therefore, the essence of the task is to go there and help him survive. That is, the main character will have to go to another world. When the demon goddess saw doubt in the adventurer's eyes, she told him that the world was not destroyed like Harfin's world, so there was nothing to worry about. Her poor sheep is suffering in a world that has lost faith in Lucifer, and so she wants the main character to take that child to a safe place. After some thought, Tessin agreed, but he also had one request. The apparition went wild when he heard this. Lucifer was angry that some human dared to ask for something from her without proper payment. For this, she is ready to blow his head. But the goddess managed to control her anger and agreed to at least listen without any promises. Tessin just wanted to know if Lucifer knew anything about those who took over planet Earth. The mood of the goddess improved dramatically, and the gloomy look was replaced by a thoughtful smile. She forgave the adventurer's insolence and agreed to reveal the whole truth if only he would complete the task. And this more than satisfied the main character. Once again, demonic energy gathered near Tessin, and a portal opened right in front of him. And through his window, the expanses of the unknown world could already be seen. Lucifera said that the place is called Beguseta. There is magic there, protected by dragons, and the power of the world is at an average level. The world itself also has a protector, and this person is Haman. He is the god of light who was born on that earth. When the explanations were over, Tessin took a step towards the portal and had already landed in Beguse. Looking around, the boy did not see anything strange or different from his world. And the ghost explained that the human form was the most common. Even if you look at the members of the Sin Leaders, you can tell. Before Tessin could express his joy that no one would disturb him here, the system announced the presence of outsiders. It became clear that there would be no need to be sad. The main character activated Jump in the Air and went to the source of the noise. Already from a height, the boy noticed armed men chasing one person, and he guessed that this was the same child that the demon goddess was talking about. In addition, her dark clothes spoke of belonging to a demonic clan. It was at this moment that the archer shot an arrow right at the feet of the object of their active pursuit. The girl tripped over the obstacle and fell into a trap, thinking with her other foot. Not confused, the demon began to actively cut the rope with a knife to free herself, but the pursuers were too close. It is not surprising that she could not be caught for more than 10 years. The girl runs just great. A blonde with a rope approached the prey and hit it so that it lost consciousness. Rejoicing at his success, he had already divided the reward among everyone and thought that everyone would be satisfied with 100 gold pieces. But the archer did not like this prospect because he paid all the debts for the chase, taxes, and a bribe for silence. Therefore, he thought that it would be fair if he got 190 gold, and the rest, 90 each. And he was so determined that he was even ready to kill anyone who opposed him. Tessin called from behind the blonde and asked if he could join them. The hunter jumped back sharply and grabbed his weapon, and the others became alert, noticing the stranger approaching. Someone shouted that he was a demon because he had dark hair, but the other objected, because Tessin has it a little lighter than black. Instead of introducing himself, Tessin announced that he was dealing with this horny girl. The blonde thought that the main character was a thief who steals prey from hunters, so he feverishly grabbed the demon, and putting his sword to her, said that he would not give her up. But Tessin did not argue, or at least explain something, but simply hit Marvel, which sent him flying several meters away. Frightened, the rest of the hunters again asked who he was, and the main character, taking out his weapon, repeated once again that he was dealing with this demon. Everyone who still tried to somehow resist the adventurer from the labyrinth said goodbye to life in one moment. Only one of the hunters all the time earnestly begged for mercy and promised to tell everything, and Tessin took pity on him. Through this, he learned that a revelation was given to the hunters 10 years ago. Humanity and the demonic clan divided this world into two parts. Before, everything here was completely normal. Everyone tried to coexist. But the order changed after the revelation of the god of light Haman. He ordered people to kill demons, and so began a war that seemed never to end. There were a lot of losses. But 2 years ago, the Demon King died and the war ended. Since then, a reward has been set for hunting demons, so almost all of them have been destroyed. And the girl whom everyone was chasing so desperately is the last princess of the demonic clan. Tessin now understood why Lucifer's task was exactly what it was. He let go of his thoughts and found a small cave where he hid the girl. Not long after, the demon princess woke up and started to get up, despite the main character's advice to rest a little more. The girl thanked for the rescue and asked the boy to go where he came from. Being around her is very dangerous because demons should not exist in this world. There were no more people left whom the princess could call friends, and this brought tears to her eyes. She is pursued not only by hunters, but also by very influential people. And Tessin asked if they were as influential as the man who had been watching them from behind the bushes. The demon didn't even notice anyone's presence, but when it was exposed, the stalker didn't hide anymore. But his personality stunned the girl. Smiling, the fair-haired man began to approach. He admitted that he knew about the approximate location of the princess, however, he did not expect to find her so quickly. Anesha pointed a dagger at the man and asked how he dared to do such a thing when he swore loyalty to her father. But Gallant just laughed, and then said that all this is in the past, and then added that it was a terrible mistake. Now the man couldn't believe that he could swear to some miserable demon. Confessing his meanness, the pursuer grabbed his weapon and approached the princess. But first he wanted to deal with the unknown defender, so he bypassed the girl. Alarmed, Anesha just managed to shout that Tessin was nobody to her, but the man was already attacking. Only he did not manage to injure the main character, because the boy blocked the attack with the handle of the sword. In response, Tessin punched his opponent in the face so that he didn't even have time to react. The boy did not want to overdo it, but he was a little surprised that Gallant remained alive. This only aroused the excitement of the player, and he became interested in what this man is capable of. Not jokingly angry, Gallant shouted that Tessin was an ordinary village upstart, and he wasn't going to leave it that easily. The rage was so great that the scoundrel's sword began to glow with blue energy. This aura was very familiar, and the main character guessed that the enemy was a royal family. Tessin admitted that he possessed something similar and defiantly challenged Gallant to attack. And he, sincerely believing that he was fighting against some Seljuk, who was clearly not his equal, rushed into battle again. The Gallant was convinced that this blow would put an end to everything, but it did not happen as expected. Again, surprise and misunderstanding froze on the enemy's face. The boy stopped the blow with his sword. Moreover, he behaved so calmly, as if everything that was happening did not concern him in the least. Gallant's anger flared up with new force, and he attacked the stranger again. This time, the sword aimed straight at the boy's chest. Anesha shuddered at what she saw, but when she opened her eyes, she saw that Tessin was standing there unharmed. The attacker was no less stunned. After the first strike nullification, he already thought he was fighting against a mage, and it seems that he has the magic of time management. However, Gallant was not going to give in, and still did not stop trying to defeat the enemy. Even the best Archmage of the tower is not able to completely level the attack like Tessin did. After zeroing the second attack, the villain has already assumed that the main character is a monster, and just got mad when third attack nullification also affected his aura strike. Tessin had never encountered this kind of battle before, so he decided to check how strong the aura attack was, and received 63 units of damage. For the next attempts, the adventurer activated Dodge, and wanted to see what else the enemy would use. Gallant's condition was already similar to madness. The body began to tremble from nervous tension. Finally thrusting his sword into Tessin's stomach, the man asked who he was. The main character said that the messenger used the Ice Arrow spell. It was his time to attack. The Demon King's traitor barely had time, thanks to aura, to repel the magical attack. He did not understand how a person from the village could be capable of such a thing. But Tessin was no longer listening to the enemy, but was thinking about what the aura skill was. It doesn't seem like it can be changed in any way, and it doesn't seem like it provides any sort of boost. It's just raw cutting power and nothing fancy. Already completely exhausted, Gallant angrily asked what the boy was muttering under his breath. On the other hand, it would be nice to learn such a good attack. To make a final decision, Tessin asked the ghost about it, but he didn't know anything, because there was nothing like it in his world. Normal worlds have no magic, monsters, or auras. It is difficult to find people who have reached the deep floors, and it is even harder to find those who possess aura. In this case, the protagonist decided to ask Gallant how to learn aura, but the man, with a look of horror on his face, kept repeating that Tessin was a monster. It looks like it was a sword of madness. The adventurer decided to find other ways to get this rascal to talk, and he mentioned the special passive skill of showing yourself as a phenomenon, among others. There was a button to turn it on, so the main character decided to try to use it. At one point, Gallant paled even more and glared at Tessin. The man saw the giant black monstrosity behind the boy, and it had already reached out its hand to grab the frightened poor fellow to death. Thinking that the skill did nothing, Tessin decided to turn it off and not use it again. It simply puts pressure on the enemy, so it is unlikely to be able to help in any way. But he was wrong. The Gallant could barely breathe and begged the boy for mercy with his last strength, promising to tell everything. The ghost couldn't stand it and started laughing loudly. He had already guessed that the man was tormented by very strong hallucinations. Not losing a chance, Tessin asked again how the aura could be used. He wanted to know everything that Gallant knew. As soon as the man calmed down and came to his senses, he immediately told that aura is a skill that a swordsman can master. From the outside, it looks like a blue flame. If you reach a higher level, then the flame will take on a white color, but Gallant has not encountered this before. The cutting power of the skill is almost absolute, and you can use it on any weapon. But everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Most can only use aura on weapons they've fought with their entire lives. But the higher the level, the more freely you can use the skill. It all sounded very good, so Tessin wondered how much energy was needed to use it. And it turned out that not much. Although there is a limit to how much aura can be used, there is practically no time limit. Only mild fatigue appears. The more the main character learned about this skill, the more useful it turned out to be. There is no special way to learn aura. This power comes to everyone by itself, and everyone goes their own way. And Gallant's knowledge of this is not so deep. Therefore, with this question, it is better to turn to swordmasters who have known aura. Tassan was a little upset that Gallant would not be able to help him, but it was good that he managed to figure it out at least a little. When there was nothing more to say, the man bowed his head and asked the adventurer to end his suffering and let him die peacefully. The boy fulfilled the last will of the Gallant, and the spiritual power increase was immediately activated. But the difference between the hero's soul and the opponent's soul was too great, so Tessin got nothing for defeating him. Outside, it quickly became evening and the coolness forced a fire to be made. It was a great opportunity to chat and learn more about the demon. But the princess also wanted to know who was the one who dared to take her side in this world. Without hesitation and unnecessary thinking, Tessin introduced himself as Anesh's defender, and she was very surprised. The ghost understood that the hero was not going to hide anything from the princess, so he warned him not to think of saying that he was sent by the demon goddess. And the boy, although he was not used to doing this, said that several years ago someone from the demon clan came to him and gave all his wealth to protect the princess. Anesha wanted to know who it was, but Tessin said he didn't know because that demon died immediately as soon as he agreed. It is good that the princess did not see or hear the spirit of the warrior, who was simply dying of laughter at the hero's inventions. In order not to get caught up in his own lies, the boy instantly changed the subject and asked where in this world one could hide. But just thinking about it brought tears to Anesha's eyes, because there is no such place here. Wherever she goes in this world, everywhere they want to kill her. Even those who have sworn allegiance to the demon clan end up choosing the side of the victor. It turns out that Tessin should rely only on his own strength and knowledge. And he decided to leave now, hoping to find a place where it would be at least a little bit safer than here. The road was long. They walked all night without stopping, and all this hunters did not give rest. Lucifera's words about her young creature suffering in a world that has lost faith in the goddess of demons sounded in the main character's head. She asked to take the girl to a safe place, but does such a thing even exist? Night came again, and the travelers stopped to rest a little. Anesha immediately began to pray to the goddess of demons, asking her for peace and salvation. And Tessin, meanwhile, decided to train so as not to waste time and picked up a sword. The protagonist tried to master aura all night without stopping. The dawn had already come, but there was still no result. Only now did he notice that the demon princess was watching him, and, as it turned out, she has been doing it for about 2 hours. The girl wondered what her protector was working so hard on, and the boy said that he was trying to master aura. This sounded quite strange to the demon because she believed that the main character definitely possessed her. But Tessin explained that he had come from far away, so this was the first time he had heard of this skill. Suddenly, Anesha ran up to the main character and, bowing, sincerely thanked for the rescue, as befits a princess. The guy considered all kinds of honors superfluous, and so that the girl would not feel in debt, reminded that he was paid for it. Then suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn by some extraneous noise. The ghost announced that guests were coming. A group of people in gray robes have arrived in search of the demon princess. They were magicians from the Melfi school of the great magical tower Barmandor. Only Tessin was happy about their visit, because it was an opportunity for him to gain new skills. However, the satisfied smile on his face alarmed the leader of the group. The bearded man called the main character impudent because he protects the princess, and he announced that he obeys Haman, the god of light. Feeling superior to the pitiful swordsman, the mage ordered Tessin to kneel before him. Anesha warned that they might bring down their oracle, as the goal of Haman's minions is to destroy all demons. Not knowing for sure what to expect from uninvited guests, the protagonist advised the princess to hide in a cave. And the battle began. The group quickly split up and surrounded Tessin. However, this strategy did not help. The player instantly neutralized the first attack. But he immediately began to attack the leader of the group. Only he managed to block the main character's attack with a magic shield. The bearded man did not understand why their magic was powerless against some boy, and urged everyone to use magic together. In a moment, ice arrows and fireballs were flying towards Tessin. And even with this, the adventurer managed to quickly cope and remain completely unharmed. He had hoped for more pressure and was surprised that even a combined attack proved too weak. The boy activated Ice Arrow and struck back. Mages only managed to understand that Tessin was able to use, as they called it, frost, even without voicing the spell, which was still a miracle. The main character did not feel even the slightest hatred for the opponents, he just needs to protect the princess. Only the leader of the group remained, and Tessin again activated the skill, manifest yourself as a phenomenon among others. He wasn't going to kill the bearded man as quickly as the rest, because he wanted to learn about magic from him. Thanks to the leader of the group of magicians, the main character managed to learn that in order to use magic in Begusei, it is necessary to pronounce spells. And basic spells for terrain assessment can be used only from the middle level. Tessin had of course expected that the Ice Arrow could be a high-level spell of the Melfi school, but somehow it was too poor. Suddenly the princess staggered and almost fell. She immediately apologized for the inconvenience and explained that she was just a little dizzy. Clearly, after so many years of constant persecution and death threats, the demon is on the brink. Therefore, the main character used his reserves and gave Anesha a potion to drink. The princess immediately felt lightness in her body and an incredible surge of strength. Accordingly, she became interested in what kind of drink it was. And Tessin admitted that it was a potion to restore strength. Only now the demon did not understand why he gave her such a precious thing. At this, the boy waved it off, saying that she wasn't like that, and she was precious. All the way, Anesha thought about how she could thank her protector. But when it was time to rest, the girl cooked fish for steam, although she was not sure that it turned out tasty. It was unexpected. The main character has already forgotten what normal food is. It looked very tasty, so he started eating treats before it got cold. Anesha had not cooked for a long time, so she was worried that the defender would like it. But the guy's crazy appetite spoke for itself. When there was no war in this world, the princess liked to cook a variety of dishes for her loved ones. Haman began to rule here. But before him, there was no culture of belief in one special god in this world. Each region and clan had its own. The ghost pointed out that this new god was not even 100 years old. All those who were gods from the beginning are long gone. And all the current gods came from mortals who turned into superhumans. This means that Haman was also human 100 years ago. Gods are creatures obsessed with their possessions. Therefore, it can be said that the god of light went to extremes. He ordered the destruction of the demon clan in order to become a full-fledged god of Beguseta. In this case, according to Tessin, the goddess of demons should intervene and intercede for her creatures. But the ghost explained that this is why she sent the boy to a world where Lucifer has no power. As strong as the demon goddess was, it would be difficult for her to fight Haman outside of her territory. Even if you take into account the fact that the goddess is at a much higher level, it still won't help her. The main character was lost in thought. This task was actually very difficult. But if he fulfills it, he will be able to learn about those who are trying to destroy his home world. And to fulfill the will of the god of light, many willing people gathered again. There were warriors and even high-level magicians. Such a crowd can destroy an entire city. As everyone began to chant, repeating the purpose of the gathering, Tessan, who had been watching them from above for some time, shouted loudly to draw attention to himself. The oldest magician tried to convince the main character to retreat, and then they would not fight him. But the boy refused, explaining that he had personal reasons to protect the princess. And then he asked those present to spread rumors about him. Everyone was confused by the stranger's strange request, because no one had any idea what he was up to. And when all was said and done, Tessan prepared to act. This time he wanted to get rid of everyone in one fell swoop as soon as possible. But his words caused only a wave of indignation. Someone said that the boy was too young to be true. Some believed that he was trying to show himself as a hero in order to become famous. Realizing that no one was in a hurry to act, Tessan decided to provoke action and went downstairs. It was just a great opportunity to experiment with something, so he set about creating the ice arrow. And only after that, the opponents rushed to attack to prevent the application of the magic blow. The knight approached the main character, saying that he was a traitor to Haman, and stabbed him in the stomach with a spear. But Tessan cast first attack nullification and continued to cast ice arrows. Everyone was simply stunned by what they saw, and the attacker convinced himself that he pierced the enemy with a weapon. The ice became more and more every minute, so the enemies began to attack more actively. But anyone who thought that his blow would be the last for Tessan was in for a disappointment. The boy used reset and continued to work on the creation of ice arrows, and although he already had to dodge the attacks, he still managed to form a giant ice ball. It had such a frightening appearance that no one else simply dared to even approach the main character. It was obvious that it was useless to hope for victory. When the training phase was complete, the adventurer activated the ice pellet skill along with magical acceleration and directed a mass of ice at the enemies. Everyone who stood closest to Tessan was instantly covered in ice and froze as if time had stopped. Those standing at a distance were more fortunate, as they were able to avoid freezing, although they also took damage. The oldest mage, miraculously left alive, could not believe his eyes. Everything looked as if a dragon was raging here. Tessan's experiment was successful and has a very beneficial effect, but it takes a lot of time to prepare. When most were finished, the protagonist approached the trembling magician and asked if he wished to continue. But the answer was obvious. The two lucky ones alive rushed to escape with all their might. And so the news spread that the demon princess is being protected by a monster that is the embodiment of a dragon. Meanwhile, Anesh, together with his defender, set off on the road again. Only the girl was now worried about whether everything would be okay. Those magicians who escaped will definitely spread rumors about Tessan all over the world, and then it will be much more difficult to escape because he will be called a traitor to Haman. It sounded just terrible, but not for the main character. He hoped for such a development of events. The result of spreading rumors was not long in coming. The previous opponents disappointed the boy very much, and therefore he thought that the next ones would be very good. Not only Tessan was happy about the visit of new soldiers, the ghost was also glad that the adventurer would finally have worthy opponents. Only the demon princess was not joking because she knew very well that these people were real swordmasters. The warriors immediately expressed their displeasure that they had to travel such a long way through some two people. Anesha immediately began to panic and asked Tessan to run away, convincing her that it was impossible to cope with 4 elite swordmasters on her own. In addition, they all possess aura. The protagonist realized that this time it would not be possible to force the princess to go to a safe place, so he pressed a point on the neck and the girl immediately fell asleep. And then he took Anesha to the nearest cave and calmly returned to the soldiers for the battle. First of all, Tessan warned the opponents not to dare to wake the princess with their screams because it was difficult to put her to sleep. Maddie, who had several swords behind his back, emphasized again that he did not understand why all 4 of them would go to battle against some young warrior. But it was all empty talk, because none of them could go against action's order, as Stan reminded him. God wanted the demon princess to be killed and her dog as well, and Tessan waited patiently for the enemies to take action. The blonde Atria said that protecting the princess was a very brave decision and was about to go into battle first, but he was stopped by Maddie and asked to yield. Taking the weapon in his hands, he decided to start the duel himself. All swordmasters already knew that Tessan was capable of nullifying enemy attacks. Therefore, Maddie intended to check how many times it would be possible to turn something like this. With the help of aura, he lifted 4 swords into the air, and they all simultaneously flew towards the adventurer. Tessan had to activate all his resets. And the 4th sword, which touched the main character's shoulder, caused 52 units of damage. Smiling smugly, Maddie realized that the enemy only had 3 ways to avoid damage. In turn, Tessin also studied the opponent and, thanks to the 4th hit, learned that the attack of the sword covered with aura was not much different from a normal strike. In a moment, the warrior rushed into a new attack to find out the true power of the princess's defender. But the protagonist chose a defensive position this time too, repelling the enemy's sword. Thus he realized that mastering the enemy's sword was not much different from the skill of that adventurer from the 20th floor. So Tessin thought of using magic against him. By stopping the swords and dodging all the blows, the player realized that an aura-covered weapon was more of a skill than a sword. And thanks to this, the main character easily avoided damage from another attack. He jumped up and, twisting in the air, knocked back all the swords. All the warriors were hoping to see magic resistance, but they were surprised to realize that Tessin was very skillful with weapons. Each time the main character encountered the skill of aura, he had an even greater desire to possess it. And if he can also develop it to the level that it takes shape, then it will easily increase the power of the attack without wasting stamina. Tessin had already sufficiently studied the character of Maddie's fight, so he was not going to waste any more time on defense. He activated acceleration and got as close as possible to the enemy in less than a second. Maddie did not have time to understand how the adventurer ended up near him, as he had already broken his swords. The warrior asked where the boy came from and why he was protecting the demon. And before the decisive blow, Tessin admitted that he was from the labyrinth and had come to fulfill the client's request. Thanks to spiritual enhancement, the main character finally gained the passive special skill, Way of the Sword. The rest of the sword masters had already realized that Tessin was much stronger than them, but they could not call themselves weak either, so they took up arms. The protagonist was also ready to continue the fight, only he warned that the opponents would regret that they had drawn their swords. The next 2 soldiers met the same fate as the first. And after 3, the adventurer felt tired. He has no cloak points left, and more than half of his stamina is already used. But this would have been enough to overcome one more, if he had not given up. These 4 swordmasters could conquer the whole kingdom, but Tessin happened in their way. The last of them, Atria, wanted to live. So he decided to take a different path and avoid the battle with the defender of the demon princess. And he was ready to do anything for the player to show mercy. The main character made a decision instantly, and said that in that case, let the blonde get rid of the rest for a start. He wanted to move the bodies of the warriors to a place where Haman could definitely see his losses. Looking back at her fallen comrades, Atria felt a chill run down her skin at how strong their opponent had proved to be. At this moment, one of the demons, who was watching everything from a distance, was tearfully happy that he had managed to find his princess. Anesha also woke up not long ago. She immediately noticed the absence of Tessin and was very frightened, not understanding where he had gone. But later, a familiar voice was heard nearby, and the girl quickly ran to her defender. She hugged the boy tightly and asked where he was. Tessin did not understand the reason for such excitement, because he was away for only a few minutes, and felt even more uncomfortable when Atria said that it was all very cute. Then the princess's attention shifted to the swordsman, and she was not happy about his presence. But Atria immediately began to make excuses and explain that he was not here to kill her. He just got lost. Tessin didn't know that the two knew each other, so Anesha explained that the warrior sometimes visited them when her father was still alive. Although the blonde assured that he was not going to do any harm, it is obvious that the girl did not trust him. The main character also did not hope for friendship and considered Atria to be too clever to carry out the orders of God. And the swordsman explained that he doesn't really believe in Haman, even though he is their main god. In addition, he is sure that Tessin left him alive for a reason. And he was right, because the adventurer is very interested in the aura. The fact that Tessin, with his incredible level, still did not possess this skill, surprised the swordmaster. But the main character explained that he is simply from another world. That's why everything is like that. And that other world is the labyrinth. Atria was simply stunned by this news. However, after some thought, he said that Tessin would not be able to learn aura if he is from the same one created by the archmage of the labyrinth. Aura is said to be a power bestowed by the god of swords. He himself chooses the world and rewards it with his power. And so, the residents, whom he did not choose, will not be able to get the skill without his permission. The main character immediately opened the system and began to rummage there, repeating the information he heard. And when Atria began to express sympathy for this, Tessin gleefully said that he was sure of the opposite, because he had received the permanent skill, Way of the Sword. Since then, the protagonist worked tirelessly in training and managed to achieve results. Everything turned out to be very simple. It was only necessary to swing the sword. It turns out that the adventurer left Atria for nothing. The swordsman himself felt that he no longer needed the protector of the princess, so he asked what he should do now. But when Tessin let the blonde go, he asked for permission to stay with the main character. He was just wondering how the defender would continue to train Aura, and in order to reduce the probability of refusal, Atria immediately said that he could take an oath that he would not harm Anesha. The princess believed the words of the blonde and expressed her consent, but the final decision was up to Tessin. In order for the swordsman to fulfill his promise for sure, the main character offered him a contract, which immediately stung Atria in the heart. The condition was simple, not to harm Kang Tasan and the demon princess in any way. The adventurer agreed to take Atria with him only if he decided to accept such a contract. It turns out that Labyrinth makes it possible to do this. More and more, the blonde was fascinated by the possibilities that the place offered. He signed the agreement. It was the third day of the journey, and the main character was still swinging his sword for 22 hours, and it looked simply amazing in the swordsman's eyes. But during this time, not a single hunter disturbed them, which was suspicious because until now they had no peace from the pursuers. Everything was obvious only to Atria. There are only 8 swordmasters in this world. 4 of them went after the protector of the demon princess, and all died. It is unlikely that after this, there will be brave people who will dare to look for a hero. It sounded completely logical, so Tessin decided to continue training. However, the plans changed dramatically when unknown people in raincoats began to approach them from behind the bushes. In order not to incur the wrath of the defender, those people from afar began to take off their hoods and greet their princess. Anesha's eyes filled with tears when she saw representatives of her clan and demons close to her. Reborn fell to his knees in front of the girl and told that he managed to escape when the castle was burning. He asked for forgiveness for betraying the princess in order to survive, but it was not important to her. She was overjoyed that these demons had survived and rushed to meet them. The girl could not believe her happiness that she was not alone and hugged her relatives with tears of joy in her eyes. It all looked very cute, so Tessin decided not to bother and leave them for a while. But he himself did not waste time and started training again to master Aura. At this stage, he managed to reach the limit and planned to continue already on the way. Atria tirelessly watched the main character all the time and was surprised that he managed to sense Aura already on the 4th day. But he only believed that it was, to a greater extent, thanks to the labyrinth, which is why he admired it even more. Soon, all the demons bowed down to Tessin to express their gratitude for saving the princess. But the boy repeated that there was no need for thanks, because he had already received his reward. Then Reborn offered Anesha to return to their lands, and the girl agreed, hoping that Tessin would go with her. But when the main character said that he would also go, the demon was wary, because that place is secret, so you shouldn't bring a stranger there. Anesha saw no reason to worry because the adventurer had protected her until now and was trustworthy. But it was still too early to talk about Atria with such confidence. The swordsman himself guessed that it was time to go. In addition, it has already reached the sense of Aura, so nothing is holding him back. The blonde politely said goodbye to everyone and said that he would be glad to see Tessin again. Reborn then held out his hand with an amulet made from a dragon's fang. He gave the same to the main character. This amulet blocks the intervention of superhumans and protects from the gaze of God. The future path was not close and now lay between high mountains. But even now, Tessin did not forget about raising his level and periodically diligently swung his sword. And it was not in vain. He did manage to master Aura, even though his skill level was still only 1%. Suddenly, after a long period of silence, Reborn turned and announced his arrival. He continued to tell that a dragon lived on a mountain covered with autumn leaves. When everyone got a little closer to that place, a cheer sounded, but only the main character heard it. Then, the same voice addressed Tessin. He knew that the adventurer had set foot on these lands at the will of the demon goddess. Soon, the group managed to reach the settlement where the surviving demons had been staying all this time. Most of the members of the clan have already died or fled, so at the moment there are about 50 people living here. The settlement was a little run down, but Reborn promised to find the best hut for the princess to live in. The presence of such an important person as Anesha could not remain unnoticed for a long time, and the news about her arrival quickly spread among the locals. The princess herself was no less surprised when she saw that her acquaintances and friends also remained alive and are now here. It seemed so unreal to see her friends again, because until this moment the girl considered herself the last of the demon clan. Despite her emotions, she did not forget about Tessin, thanks to whom she managed to get to this place, and immediately wanted to introduce her protector. But from him is the trace of coolness. The girl had no idea where the main character had gone, and only hoped that he would not disappear forever. Meanwhile, the adventurer was already rushing towards his goal at full speed. And the ghost didn't really like this idea, because the creature seemed incredibly strong. Tessin was convinced that the dragon would not attack him because he was indifferent to demons. The feeling of the main character led him to the entrance to the cave on the Golden Mountain. His goal is there. And the boy entered despite the fact that he knew that even 100 people like him would not be able to kill this dragon. His power is almost divine. Once again, Tessin heard the same welcome as when he set foot on these lands, only this time it sounded from above and very close. And then the owner of the voice, the golden dragon Valbanaris, appeared before the adventurer. The grandeur and beauty of the creature was mesmerizing. Jokingly, the main character expressed hope that the dragon would not kill him, obeying God's will. Fortunately, it was. Valbanaris said that it had nothing to do with the gods. In addition, no one dared to raise a hand against the children of the demon goddess who settled in his lands. A powerful creature called the main character to him to satisfy his last curiosity. He is a dragon that protects the earth. In other words, a creature tied to Beguseta. He was always interested in the place created by the Archmage, where the gods and goddesses live. Tessin is the only one to come from the Great Labyrinth, so Valbanaris' desire is obvious. But the boy did not understand why it was the last one. The fact is that the young demon goddess is very angry right now, especially on Haman, who is trying to kill her people. She is ready to tear this world to pieces with her own hands, but she is waiting only because her people are still here. However, as soon as they are rescued, the world will come to an end. The dragon thanked the main character for not being afraid and satisfying his curiosity. And since he is the first mortal that Valbanaris has ever seen, he deserves a small gift, a golden dragon's claw. If you find someone who knows how to handle it, the thing will become very useful. It's time to say goodbye. The mighty creature spread its wings and said that this was probably their first and last meeting. He goes to prepare for battle, to his last battle. The golden dragon disappeared as quickly and without a trace as it appeared, but its power was still felt in the air. When Tessin returned, Anesha met him very emotionally, trying to find out where he went without saying anything. She already thought that the boy had left them. But the player immediately explained that he just wanted to meet someone, so there was no need to worry. Reborn also already thought that Tessin had decided to leave, but the boy said he would let me know when he wanted to do it. But for some reason, such an answer surprised the demon very much. He had no idea that the defender would want to stay. And such a reaction for some reason alarmed not only the main character, but also the ghost. Now they both felt distrustful of this person. In addition, if it was safe for Anesha here, then the task would have already been counted. But this did not happen. So it's too early to give up on the princess, and it looks like Reborn is definitely hiding something. But the demon instantly got over himself and announced that he would find a room for the adventurer. Then he added that it was necessary to properly thank the defender of Princess Anesha. When it was already evening, someone knocked loudly at the house where Tessin was staying. The princess came, and not empty-handed. The girl brought a bottle of local drink, created by a method of many trials and errors. As it turned out, the girl asked for it from Reborn, and was very glad that Tessin was not against tasting it. But as soon as the main character took a sip, the system launched a poison check and detected a threat. The adventurer has been poisoned and will now lose 5 health units every second. If the princess wanted to poison Tessin, she herself would not drink. Therefore, the boy thought that such a drink is normal for demons, and only for humans, it is poisonous. Using the moment, Anesha thanked her protector again. Only thanks to him she is alive, and with her family again. Although he said he got paid for it, the girl still felt indebted to him. Daring, she offered the hero to stay here and live with her. To which Tessin reacted sharply and asked not to talk nonsense anymore. He will have to leave and Anesha will stay here. She will be able to live peacefully and find someone who will make her happy. And this will be the best reward for the main character. And he himself will return to the labyrinth again, because this is the only place that suits him the most. After that conversation with the princess, the adventurer decided to retire and think about the danger that the task has not yet been completed. The ghost asked how the boy was feeling after being poisoned, and he said he was fine, although his cloak of protection had decreased by 150 points. Before Tessin could close the system, he felt a strange energy, and already behind her I saw that someone was approaching from heaven. An unknown winged creature arrived with such force that it seemed like a meteorite had fallen. And although Tessin jumped back in an instant, he still had to activate evasion to protect himself from the blows of the stones that flew around. An image of a man with wings and a sword in his hands appeared in front of the main character. It was the Angel of Haman, and the system reported that this opponent was superior in strength to the adventurer. But from the player's point of view, it was only for the better. He had already guessed that the quest would end at the moment of the death of the divine creature. Upset by the defender's answer and his sudden escape, the princess still tried to find him and talk to him. But she came across Reborn along with other demons. This meeting surprised the girl. It turns out that they were looking for her. The demon first asked if Tessin had drunk all the wine. Not understanding why the man was so interested in this, Anesha said that only a little. And after that, everyone shouted joyfully in one voice that they were now saved. Only one princess did not understand what they meant. A bad feeling crept into my soul, and at that moment a powerful explosion rang out from the side of the mountains. Scared to death, the girl realized that Haman's hunters had arrived and began to call everyone to flee. And she herself was going to find and warn Tessin first. But everyone stood still, as if waiting for this moment. It got creepy when Reborn started laughing loudly and asking the girl to calm down. As it turned out, the demons themselves informed Haman about the arrival of the princess a day ago, and he had already sent his angel. They betrayed the demon goddess because they were very tired. All sacrifices made to her were in vain. There was no strength left at all, and there was not a single word of comfort from Lucifer. Stunned, Anesha still could not believe what was happening, and that the demons had lost faith. And in his excuse, Reborn pointed his hand at the settlement and said that their great state had been destroyed, and now they were doomed to live here, where there was nowhere to escape even from the rain. Only the name remained from the demon clan, and they are doomed to start each day not with prayer, but with despair. This is the bitter truth, and Anesha understood everything well, but no matter what they do, Haman will show no mercy and destroy everyone. Reborn then rolled up his sleeves and showed black energy flowing from his hand. In a calm tone, he said that now everything will be fine. From now on, they will cease to be demons, because after the release of what is inside, it will be difficult to call them such. After that, everyone did the same and showed the princess a black mark, asking for her forgiveness. Anesha seems to have lost her relatives again, whom she just found. But she did not want to believe that all this was true. Meanwhile, the angel Haman decided to attack first, and released his powerful energy in a powerful stream. Reset the first attack was immediately activated. Following the first, the second and third reset was applied, and the main character has already received 5 units of damage. It annoyed him a lot. One of the few disadvantages of this skill is that it activates even when it is not really needed. But the situation did not affect Tessin's fighting spirit in any way, and he used the skill's lust for fighting and contempt for the strong. Another skill to deal with stronger opponents is emotionless duel, which the player has also activated. All of this, along with the first sword of the Wolf-Fang sword art, he used in the next attack against the angel. This should have been enough, but the system reported that the enemy was not damaged. Tessin now understood the true power of God's messenger, and it looks like this time the boy will have to sweat. Suddenly, the ghost screamed in alarm about the danger, and the main character barely managed to dodge the attack. Although the glowing spiral did not hit the boy directly, he did take 420 damage. This meant that it was time to test the effect of aura, which should increase the attack power even more. Therefore, together with the acceleration, Tessin managed to inflict 59 points of damage on the enemy. This was immediately followed by another blow with 2 swords for 51 points of damage to the Angel of Haman. Tessin was now convinced that the aura skill possessed penetrating power. The opponent used light energy again. This time it appeared in the form of sharp spires that pierced everything in its path. And while the main character was in a defensive position, the Angel of Haman was about to strike a decisive blow with his sword. But when he got close, Tessin activated Forced Battle and confined the battlefield with a sphere, giving the enemy no chance to retreat. The adventurer saved himself from a sword blow with the help of the skill, Jump in the Air. Until now, the main character had not had to fight with a divine being, but above all he wanted to save his world, and was therefore ready to do the impossible. Remembering what he came here for, Tessin wanted even more to defeat the enemy, and activating Strong Strike, inflicted damage on the enemy. Haman's angel lost 113 health. The hero wanted to end this as soon as possible, so he activated the skill, Consecutive Attacks. Blow after blow, the player approached his goal, not even giving the opponent a chance to recover. And he managed to deal him a decisive blow. Tessin managed to defeat God's messenger and level up, and in addition, he received the permanent skill Anti-Theism. Spiritual growth activated and permanently increased strength by 32, dexterity by 22, and intelligence by 1. He now possesses divine power. When it caught fire again over the horizon, it became clear to everyone that the battle was over. The princess had tears in her eyes. She felt sorry for her defender, because there is no way for a mortal to defeat God's messenger. Hybern grabbed Anesha's hand and told her that she was destined to be their victim, so it would be better if she didn't resist her fate. That girl again desperately began to beg the goddess of demons for salvation. She did not want to believe that she had abandoned her children. And when hope was almost extinguished, a familiar voice was heard from behind, commanding the demon to release the princess. Tassan made everyone believe in the impossible. The boy asked what the demons were going to do now. It will no longer work to live as if nothing happened, because the price of betraying the goddess of demons is very high. Tears flowed, and Hayburn said that if someone like him had come earlier, things would have been different. But now it is too late to regret what has been done, and the demons have chosen their path, which is now impossible to change. The princess fell to her knees. She did not want such a fate for them, despite everything they had done, but the dead could not be brought back. Now she was truly alone. Bitter tears of despair and powerlessness flowed non-stop. Then Tessin approached the girl and asked if she still believed in her goddess. And she, after thinking for a few seconds, said with a smile on her face that she still believes. Moreover, Anesha believes that Lucifer is watching over her. Only Tessin knew that this was the case. And suddenly he felt a strange but already familiar energy. It was incredible, but the demon goddess decided to come down in person to apologize to her child and thank her. When everyone fell into despair and decided to betray Lucifer, only Anesha believed until the very end. And such an act is incredibly important for God. The princess asked what would happen to those who renounced the goddess. And she said that nothing would return to her, neither their souls nor their bodies. He will have nothing left of them. But Anisha sincerely felt sorry for her friends, so she asked Lucifer to take at least their souls into her arms. The goddess understood the girl's request and decided to listen to her. A black flame ignited in Lucifer's palm, and the demonic energy took the souls of the dead. Together with them, the main character returned to the estate of the demon goddess. Additional task completed. But it is still unclear where Anesha could be safe. If you think about it, there is no such place in all of Bagusset, and in this case, the only safe place for demons is next to their goddess. This task now seems strange, because if Lucifer could appear like that, why didn't she do everything herself? And the fact was that there was no favorable moment for this. If there is only one person in the whole world who believes, then you cannot worry about the consequences. Therefore, only when Haman sent an angel against the main character, which finally proved the betrayal of the other demons, did Lucifer finally have a chance to descend. It was thanks to Tessin that everything went as it should. The boy thought that was the end of it, but Lucifer was in no rush to send him back to the labyrinth and wanted to put on a show. In a moment, Tessin again found himself in open space, from where he could see Begusetta. There are no Luciferian people there now, and therefore the time of reckoning had come, and the goddess was not going to show even a drop of pity for the world of Haman. A dark demonic energy began to envelop the planet, and Haman shouted with all his might that this was his place. Only now Lucifer didn't object. She was going to destroy Begusetta along with the god of light. And no one could stop her from doing this, since Haman was no match for the demon goddess. Everything happened very quickly, and a satisfied smile appeared on the face of the young goddess. Another star died. Lucifer once again proved that she is incredibly strong. The difference between her and Haman is like between an adult and a child. So Tessin dared to ask if she really needed him. But if the goddess simply destroyed Begusetta, she would not be able to take her own. Souls, life, will, all this would be lost, and she does not like that. By her, she means Anesha. Only thanks to Tessin, the goddess managed to return her unharmed. This poor child is so grateful. She was betrayed by everyone and made to suffer, but she did not lose her faith. The main character saved her, and Lucifer is ready to thank him properly. He did his job very well, and therefore the goddess rewards him with demonic energy and the ability to wield black magic. Ghost's jaw fell off. He still did not believe that a person could do that, and Lucifera asked to immediately check everything in her status window. Tessin's black energy level was already 10, and its amount can be increased in exactly the same way as the other. You increase the level, you get energy. But the goddess believed that such a number would not be enough, so she made another gift. The ability, Capturing the Darkness. After each victory, the demonic energy of the protagonist will grow. He already has a similar skill, Spiritual Strength Increase. A mark appeared on the hand, and the system announced the achievement, Devoted to the favor of the demon goddess. And if Tessin decides to pray to her, he will be able to get to know black magic even better. Although payment for this is mandatory. Like the god of magic, Lucifer needs all kinds of offerings, and things related to demons are best. The demon goddess was in a good mood today, so she decided to reward the adventurer with the skills distorted vegetation of Decoravia, and Raum's emotional awakening. All that remains is to fulfill the main character's request, which the goddess also did not forget. Tessin immediately focused all his attention on Lucifer, because he was about to receive very important information. The creatures that brought the earth to its doom were super creatures from the moment they were born. Now they are called the old gods. Once upon a time, all the gods in the universe were old, but new gods came in their place and sealed the previous ones. Lucifer was among them. Tessin now wanted to know why they all attacked his world, and the goddess said that he was a little mistaken. They destroyed not only the earth. It took them 12 years to destroy 258 stars. They approached it with enthusiasm. But why it is for them, even the goddess of demons does not know. Maybe when they're losing, they're just trying to fight. Lucifer isn't too concerned about their motives. However, there are several points about which she guesses. Most likely the old gods hate humans because they took their place in the labyrinth. Adventurers enter the labyrinth from every world. So Tessin assumed that they were destroying worlds inhabited by people who could enter the labyrinth. But all this is only an assumption, and to find out the true answer you need to ask them personally. But the probability of this is very high, and then the main character had another question. That demon goddess shook her head sharply, refusing to say more, as it was too early for Tessin to know everything. Everything that Lucifer said is already a great service. You can find out more by going deeper into the labyrinth. The protagonist thanked. He realized that only a certain amount of information is available on each of the floors, and he is still at the beginning of the journey. Suddenly the demon goddess noticed that Tessin was strong, but the further you advance, the stronger the enemies will be. The same goes for god checks. The gods who are angry with the adventurer can prepare a real hell for him. But Tessin assured that he would give his all. Lucifer must understand this, because she was watching him. Then the goddess said that she could tell the hero about an easier way to become stronger. The adventurer immediately thought of the apostle's contract and hurried to thank the offer and decline. But Lucifer was simply enraged, shouting that she didn't mean it that way. And Tessin asked, frightened and surprised, what then? However, he was not destined to hear the answer, because the goddess threatened that if the boy uttered even one more word, she would open his skull. And then she instantly opened a portal to send him back to the labyrinth. But before saying goodbye, the goddess allowed the adventurer to use her name in case any scoundrels met him, and that was her last favor. Back at Lucifer's altar on the 19th floor, the apparition expressed his astonishment at the power of the gods. He had no idea that these creatures were so strong that they could destroy a star so quickly and easily. Even the main character felt the pressure at that moment. All those gods that Tessin had to meet in the labyrinth only fueled the hero's desire to become as strong. But will he be able to do it? First of all, after returning, the main character went to Harfan, because he managed to get some useful things for him. But as soon as the boy entered, the blacksmith immediately realized that he was meeting with the goddess of demons. However, I was surprised that Lucifer recognized someone other than her people. And he guessed about it because the hero emanates its power. It turns out that Tessin is really special when even the demon goddess behaved like that, and the sign that appeared on her hand indicates that she has serious intentions. The adventurer got down to business and showed Harfan the golden dragon claw. He is part of the protector of the world, but only those with exceptional skill can use this thing. The blacksmith did not hide his surprise, as the presence of such a valuable item stunned him. In addition, the trip to Begusé brought the main character many more pleasant bonuses. After defeating Haman, Tessin gained the skill Antitheism with a skill level of 2%. This skill gives the will to oppose the god. Also, all characteristics increase when fighting a creature that is related to a god. Also, the player got divine power, that is, a blessing that is given for faith and honoring one of the gods. But so far, this power does not benefit the hero. The ghost also didn't know what would change when this power took effect, but he was very curious. In addition, Tessin now possesses black magic, and can only use basic skills at the moment. Black magic is very different from ordinary magic. Here, the guy himself determines how much energy to use and can even change its strength and range. False Flame of Marcosia requires 13 mana and 5 demonic energy. This is a substance that takes the form of a flame and is controlled by the demon Marcosia. And Darkness Captivation deeply engraved the dark energy in Tessin's body. Now, with each victory, he will receive the darkness of slain enemies. The adventurer also received the title Favored by the Goddess of Demons. It goes only to those who are really important to her, and adds another 5 units to demonic energy. It seems that the mark on the hand acts as proof of this, and the magic used by Zagan, the leader of sin, Lucifer calls a simple addition. The warped vegetation of Decoravia requires 12 mana and 6 demonic energy. This skill summons plants under the control of the demon Decoravia. Tessin can now summon only a tiny fraction of the roots that swallowed the star. And Raum's emotional arousal allows you to act on a target with the help of hallucinations. At this stage, only the imagination is affected. After waiting for Tessin to review all of his new skills, Harfin said that the golden dragon claw was a very interesting thing. A blacksmith can remelt it. But in order to create something, it is necessary to choose the appropriate materials. And in order to get these, most likely, the hero will need to go down another 10 floors at least. Tessin asked Harfan to keep the claw, and promised to return as soon as he collected all the items. After leaving the door of the forge, the adventurer had the imprudence to say that his next opponents would be spirits. The surprised ghost immediately asked how he knew. But the boy had no intention of telling everything as it is, at least now, so he simply remained silent in response. It was because of Li Thay. He knew what was waiting for him from the 20th to the 30th floor, and in general. The girl said that spirits are not affected by physical attacks, so she had to sweat. The first enemy was a fire spirit. The same person met the main character, that is, everything corresponded to the words of Thay En. The promised reward for the floor is Spirit Jade. The fiery enemy turned out to be quite fast and immediately attacked the main character, who escaped with the help of jump in the air. In response, the adventurer used Ice Arrow and Fire Blast and aimed them at the enemy. But it did not bring any result. The fiery spirit remained unharmed. Therefore, Tassan is forced to look for another way. Even though he doesn't know how to use divine power yet, he decided to give it a try, hoping it would work. The main character used the skill False Flame of Marhoja and dealt 408 points of damage to the enemy. One more attack was enough to defeat the low-level labyrinth spirit, and Tessin obtained its core. The boy was somewhat surprised that black magic could work, but the ghost explained that spirits are simply a natural form of life. Normal attacks don't work on them. Aura is God-given, so this kind of counter will also have no effect. And black magic comes from demons, and since it is not natural, it can cause harm. This battle has exhausted all of the main character's demonic energy reserves, so he can't carry out such attacks yet. It remains only to act, based on the words of Li the En. And so the strategy for the 21st floor is this. If you can't attack the spirits, avoid them and go to the room where you can get the task. Thanks to acceleration, Tessin was able to quickly find such a place, avoiding unwanted encounters. Already at the entrance to the room, a crazy spirit began to circle around the adventurer, rejoicing that he was finally waiting for the guests. The boy immediately said that he wanted to go further through the labyrinth, but the ghost did not stop for a second. And for this he needs to defeat the spirits. As soon as the mad ghost heard about them, he became even more enraged and began to demand that Tessin destroy the garbage that dared to throw it. Kron wanted the player to pulverize those who said he was abnormal. Then, uncontrollably quickly, the ghost said to take 5 steps forward and 3 to the left. There should be a secret room with a golem created by the king who left the mad spirit. It is necessary not to fall into his hands and bring water from the spring. Then Kron will give the player a power. Heading out on a mission, Tessin wondered if the mad ghost had always been this way. And the spirit of Tremplin Sand said that it was quite a long time ago. His role is to teach the adventurer how to deal with spirits on the 21st floor, after which he is no longer needed. But the main character was not so sure about it. But what if a crazy ghost could do a lot more good? When Tessin reached the secret room, a flash golem created by the Fire Spirit King appeared right in front of the spring. The ghost said that every day the monster stops working for 1 minute, so you can just try to collect water during this interval. But Tessin wasn't going to act like that. If he can really be defeated, he will definitely try to do it. Only Flash noticed a stranger in his territory, as he immediately reacted and swung his giant stone fist to strike him. But the adventurer dodged the attack by using jump in the air, and then he also struck the enemy with a sword. Only the system reported that it was not possible to cause damage. Lately, Tessin had only encountered enemies who were not harmed. In this case, the protagonist decided to test the effect of aura, and he managed to land a blow that took away 47 units of the enemy's health. The player's guesses were confirmed. Golems are not spirits. Therefore, the power of penetration is effective and the enemy can be defeated. Since then, 2 hours of continuous fighting have passed. Tessin managed to achieve his goal. As always, with the victory of a stronger opponent, Spiritual Boost is activated and the attack power is permanently increased by 34 units, agility by 22, and health by 102. This battle struck a ghost. He seemed to be watching automatons racing and trying to understand how the main character manages to fight like that continuously for a long time. As a reward for the victory, Tessin received a fragment of the Spirit King and the Core Guard ore. He was able to achieve great results through simple, tireless repetition, and therefore gains a new skill called persistence. The boy was very happy because now he had all the basic skills to learn something new. Detection efficiency reached 100% and evolved into an advanced form of the summoned skill, observation. The player can now get general information about the target, and he immediately decided to test its effect on the spirit of Tremplin San, who did not like it very much. The observation gave the ghost the status, one who entrusted his dream to another. The boy immediately understood what was being said and smiled, and the spirit of the warrior began to rage even more, not knowing the result. Returning back to the mad ghost, Tessin gave the quest item and used observation on that ghost as well. While Cronus drank the spring water, the skill gave him the status of an unstable child bent on revenge. Suddenly, the white ghost laughed and said that he was now one step closer to completion. Tessin completed Kron's task, so Kron rewarded him with the Spirit Strike permanent. After that, the main character announced that he not only got water, but also overcame the golem, presenting a fragment of the Spirit King as proof. The white ghost grabbed the stone, which is part of the power sealed by the king, and began to look at it, not believing his eyes. Every spirit longs for it. Kron was incredibly happy that such an adventurer happened to him and called Tessin special. Only he will be able to help the ghost, for which he immediately began to beg. Having received consent from the main character, Kron asked to collect all the cores for him, because only with them he can become a full-fledged spirit, and so he will become great again. In return, the crazy ghost promised to give everything he could,